Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 221, Shopping Trip. Name, Ollie. Species, Ralts-Curlia. Gender, male. Age, 7+ years. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Potential, Blue, 96.84%, Deep Blue, 23.92%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Synchronize, Trace. Talents, Save Point, Wonder Guard. Affinities, Psychic, Fairy. Bond, Mikhail, Weak. Quirks, Faintly Stubborn. Well, it looked like Ollie did not unlock a new talent, but that had been a long shot anyway. He finally crossed the last percent to Deep Blue and then some, nearly covering a quarter of the way to Light Purple. Another positive development was that achieving his goals seemed to have reduced his stubbornness a bit. Hopefully, a few therapy sessions with yours truly would mitigate the rest. Parameters. Stage, Bronze Stage, High. Vitality, C+. Strength, D+. Endurance, D+. Agility, C+. Energy capacity, C+. Energy density, C+. His parameters had not changed due to his evolution, so there was not much to say about that. Well, maybe it was worth noting that his training speed should be a bit higher now that his racial values are a tad higher, even if his racial were still pretty low. Immunity. Dragon. Resistance. Fighting, Major, Psychic, Minor. Weaknesses. Poison, Minor, Ghost, Minor, Steel, Minor. There was no change to his typing, so the type relation stayed the same. Ollie was not going through any resistance training, since his weaknesses were going to change once he evolved to Galade. Of his old weaknesses, only the Ghost type would remain, and training that one without the help of a Ghost type was just not worth it. Besides, due to his low racial values, he had to turn nearly all his focus on his parameter training. Anytime he did not focus on his parameters, he was busy with his moves instead. So, resistance training was something that had to be left to the future. Might as well start by acclimating him to the energy through some snacks. I don't want to mess with his meals, so it had to be his snacks. Masteries. Psionic Energy Manipulation, Proficient. Fairy Energy Manipulation, Beginner. His energy masteries had not made the next step as well due to the previously mentioned reason. Still, I was pretty sure Psionic Energy Manipulation would rank up soon enough. As for his Fairy Energy Manipulation, that one had been neglected for quite a bit. I was contemplating if I should have him focus on that one for a bit, since he was going to lose his Fairy typing when he evolved to Galade. While he would keep his Fairy Energy Manipulation even after losing the typing, it would progress much slower than before. We would have to see how his future progress went before deciding whether to focus on his Fairy aspect or not. Techniques. In Progress, Initial. Endure. Novice. Growl, Charm. Beginner. Life Dew, Future Sight, Plus. Proficient. Disarming Voice, Confusion, Psybeam, Psychic, Protect, Hypnosis, Heal Pulse, Plus, Dream Eater, Plus, Draining Kiss, Plus. Advanced. Teleport, Double Team, Plus, Calm Mind, Plus. Mastered. Not applicable. Nothing had changed here as well. He did not learn any moves after his evolution. Not that I had been expecting any, but some lucky enlightenment or something along those lines would have been welcome. I think that after he was done with Endure, I'll have him work on Safeguard and Thunder Wave. After my brief checkup on Ollie's status screen, I turned back to everyone else. They had calmed down by now and were all looking at me with anticipation. I had to smile at their behavior and told them what they wanted to hear. "Alright, since Ollie evolved, let's party!" I exclaimed, and they all cheered. Subsequently, I pulled out a lot of snacks, and upon their request, I began to sing a few songs. As it had become tradition, we took a group photo and the rest of the day was spent relaxing together. The open cinema made a reappearance, and we had curry for dinner. The next day, my parents showed up while I was in the middle of preparing breakfast, so I made some for them as well. After that we talked for a bit, and roughly 30 minutes after breakfast I changed into sensei mode and forced them into personal combat training. I'd like to say that I put them through the ringer, but that would be an exaggeration since they didn't even get bruised this time. We went through the kata I learned in the academy, and I had them perform move chains to make their movements flow into each other. I'd have them focus on that for now before using those in a sparring match. The info we got from last week's sparring would be enough until then. Anyway, after supervising my parents, I did my routine checkup on Aggie before we went out to buy Rose's gift since her birthday was next week. While we were walking towards the city center, we began discussing what we should get Rose as a gift. How about an egg? I proposed after we went through multiple suggestions that all got shot down. To be honest, I knew as soon as I proposed it that it would be rejected, and as I thought I saw Dad shaking his head. No, an egg is way too expensive as a birthday gift for a friend. If it had been for her birthday the year her journey began, we could have considered it, but for a regular birthday it's way too grand. Mom was the one to verbalize the denial. As I said, it made sense, and I immediately came to the same conclusion after the words left my mouth, but to be perfectly honest, the last part took me by surprise. I had not thought that Mom would have considered the option under any circumstances, since the price of eggs was out of the appropriate gift price range for non-family members. Nonetheless, I seem to have been proven wrong. The safest bet would be some clothes, Dad proposed, and I had to agree with him. As long as we left the selection to Mom, I was sure that clothes were the safest bet. How about some grooming tools? I gave another alternative and both seemed to consider the idea. That would work as well, Dad agreed with a nod. Let's take a look around first. We can decide which one to buy after looking through all the available options. When she said that, all I understood was that she was planning to drag us through all stores in the area. A look at Dad's slumped shoulders told me he got the same message as me, so my shoulders joined his and I mentally prepared myself for a whole day of being dragged around stores. Mom gave us a bright smile when she saw our behavior. A minute later, once we arrived at the city center, she grabbed one of our hands each and directly led us into the first clothing store we came across. Well, at least I was not suffering through it alone. Dad and Thor/Pikachu, whom I had called out as soon as we arrived at the city center, had to suffer with me. We spent the next 3 or so hours being dragged from one store to another, and the only reason Mom stopped was for a lunch break. While we were leaving the Aldini's branch, we heard a commotion coming from the side alley. I became slightly curious since it sounded as if Pokemon were fighting. I saw Mom and Dad call out Rosalia and Tangela respectively for safety's sake. We decided to check out the situation, and upon entering the alley we found a small group of Rattata fighting a small group of ghost types over some scraps. I knew that Mom and Dad were not going to interfere, as they had once told me that trainers did not bother the wild Pokemon inside the cities as long as they did not harm any citizens or were being mistreated. Still, static came out of my mouth as soon as I saw the situation, and Thor directly jumped off my head and released a thunder wave to paralyze everyone. Since none of the ghosts or Rattata had noticed our arrival, they all got hit, leaving them paralyzed. I simply had to interfere when I saw the parties involved, even if my parents didn't. The ghosts that fought were a wild Mimikyu, 2 Ghastly, a Shuppet, and a Misdreavus. There was no way I was going to miss the chance to check their status, and after they were immobilized I began with the Mimikyu. I walked closer to it with my parents following by my side, before using my abilities to touch it without physical contact. Species, Mimikyu. Gender, female. Type, Ghost, Fairy. Potential, Deep Green. Stage, Bronze Stage, Low. Genetic variation, None. Abilities, Disguise, Infiltrator. Talents, None. Affinities, Ghost, Fairy. Phew. I couldn't suppress the desire to whistle when I saw her status screen. A pretty lucky find. She had deep green potential, and her second ability was Infiltrator. Unlike the games where Mimikyu only had the disguise ability, they had more on Terra, even if disguise was still the primary one, which meant that it would always be the first ability a Mimikyu would have. Still, while I was pleasantly surprised by her potential, I actually preferred the Ghastly and Duskull lines as far as ghost types were concerned. Nonetheless, she would be a great option for Mom. Species, Shuppet. Gender, female. Type, ghost. Potential, yellow. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Cursed Body. Talents, none. Affinities, ghost. I checked out the Shuppet next, but her potential, while not bad, was a bit disappointing, so I went straight to the next one. Species, Mischievous. Gender, male. Type, ghost. Potential, green. Stage, Bronze Stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Levitate, Clear Body. Talents, none. Affinities, ghost. Now, this one was another pleasant surprise. Green potential, along with Clear Body as the second ability. Levitate was another case of primary ability that was the only one in canon, and the way the ability worked was that floating around cost those possessing this ability 0 energy. Otherwise, the ability would have been totally useless since all ghosts could float due to their very being. Still, like before, I was more interested in the Ghastly, so I checked out the closest one. Species, Ghastly. Gender, female. Type, ghost, poison. Potential, light yellow. Stage, Iron Stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Levitate. Talents, none. Affinities, ghost, poison. Wow, this Ghastly turned out to be the biggest disappointment so far, even if I had to admit that the potential average so far in their little group was pretty impressive. Nonetheless, light yellow potential was far from enough to join my side, so I began to check out the last Ghastly. Species, Ghastly. Gender, male. Type, ghost, poison. Potential, light blue. Stage, Bronze Stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Levitate, Infiltrator. Talents, none. Affinities, ghost, poison. Whistle. I couldn't stop myself from whistling. Heck, I did not want to stop myself from whistling. I had hit the jackpot with the last Ghastly. Light blue potential, and Infiltrator as his second ability. He was impressive, and he seemed to be the strongest member of their little group. I went straight up to him and began to address him. Since ghost types generally gain sapience between the low and mid-bronze stage, the probability of him, along with Mimikyu and Mischievous, having gained sapience was pretty high. Ghastly, my buddy Thor here could be said to have beaten all of you in a single move, I said while patting Thor, who was sitting on my shoulder, on the head. I'll be honest with you, I'm planning to capture you because I want you to join my team. Moreover, I plan to let my parents capture the Mimikyu and Mischievous as well. I announced not only to him but to my parents and the Pokemon in question as well. After that little preamble, I began to list the advantages of joining the dark side. Sorry, I meant my team, and after I was done he seemed tempted. Still, he looked over at his group members and they began to talk with each other. Afterward, he asked/demanded that I took care of the other two ghosts, Shuppet and the female Ghastly as well, before he agreed to join me. I have no problem with taking care of them, but I'll be honest with you. I have no plans to add them to my main team. I told him and he agreed, so I quickly balled the two before balling him as well. Then I turned to my parents, who had been watching the whole exchange. I smiled at them, before focusing on the last two ghosts. I was planning to have them go through Utopia first before handing them over to my parents, so after getting the go-ahead from them I caught Mimikyu and Mischievous as well. Only after I had put away the Pokeballs did they question why I did what I did. Chapter 222, Chopping Trip, 2. Son, why did you become catch happy all of a sudden? Lately, you seem to have been avoiding getting any more Pokemon. At least not counting those you got from the academy and the egg we gave you. Dad asked curiously, and I saw that Mom was just as curious. Were they so great that you felt the need to catch them? Did your you-know-what give you a good feeling? Mom asked what both thought. I chose to see how they would look after the Utopia treatment first before answering her question, so I let out Mimikyu and Mischievous inside one of the dark rooms inside my mansion. Since they were still paralyzed, they did not know what happened before the process was done, and I recalled them. Due to me using non-marked Pokeballs to capture them because I did not want to bother releasing the artificial bond that would have been established otherwise, I could only see their wild status screen. Regardless, that was enough to see the important changes. Species, Mimikyu. Gender, female. Type, ghost, fairy. Potential, blue. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, disguise, infiltrator. Talents, disguise control. Affinities, ghost, fairy. Mimikyu's potential was improved to blue, and more impressive was that she managed to unlock a talent. Disguise control allowed her to control the disguise she wore as if it was part of her body, or rather an extension of her body. Not bad at all if you ask me, and definitely an upgrade compared to the regular disguise, which was only effective until the first bit of damage. Now, Mimikyu could keep using the disguise, and only hits that managed to hit her real body could harm her even after the first hit. Honestly, Mischievous's potential elevated to light blue from green, but it seemed to pale a bit in front of Mimikyu's change. Thankfully, all that took less than 30 seconds, so it only looked as if I was thinking about what to answer. They gave me a good feeling, so I thought it would be great if they joined us, I said out loud while expanding on that through telepathy. The Mimikyu, Mischievous, and one of the Ghastly felt as if they had 5-star potential, so I decided to capture them. The last two were caught because that was their condition to join us willingly. Moreover, I'm not sure why, but the Mimikyu gives me an unusual feeling besides her potential, so there probably is something special about her. Anyway, I want the Ghastly, and I'll take care of the other Ghastly as well as the Shuppet. I want Mom to take in the Mimikyu and Dad the Mischievous. We were all missing a ghost type anyway. They just nodded with a smile to show their understanding. I took out the Pokeballs containing Mimikyu and Mischievous, before giving them to Mom and Dad respectively. The two directly pricked their fingers and went through the blood registration to take ownership of the Pokeballs, which also initiated the artificial bonding process. The Rattata that had recovered from the paralysis by this time just vigilantly watched us since they saw us take away their opponents and that we were not eyeing their bounty. Honestly, while I was considering if I should bag them for my farm in the subspace, I decided to leave them be for now. My parents' presence may have been a factor in that decision. Regardless, we left the alley without bothering the Rattata and resumed our little search for a birthday gift. Mom dragged us through quite a few clothing stores before 2 hours later she suddenly seemed to have filled a quota only she knew. She nodded before she turned to us. I've looked through enough options and I think I know what we are going to buy for Rose. She dragged us to one of the stores we visited during the 3rd hour of our search, I think it was. Lil Moon is a really popular brand that emerged from Alola, and the stores are willing to do custom adjustments to their products if they don't go against brand policies. Well, that and if one is willing to pay extra for the custom job. She explained while leading us to a certain section of the Moon's design store. She led us to the hoodies before she chose 3 zip-up hoodies with different designs. I think your idea with her Pokemon the previous time was great, so how about we ask them to add them to these hoodies? I like their design and I'm sure the personal touch would make them even better. Mom said, and we began discussing what to do. After we agreed on what to do, she called one of the store attendants and after a brief exchange, she began to explain what we wanted. We want 2 of this, she said, holding up the thinnest hoodie. I want one to be in tawny brown and one in mint green. Both should have an EV the size of my fist on the chest, she said, placing her fist on the hoodie where the heart would be, so on the left side. The right side had the Lil Moon logo on it, which was a full moon with a straw hat on it. The back side should have the picture of a Leafeon on it covering roughly 60 to 70% of it. The attendant who was nodding and making notes began asking questions once Mom was done with the first set. Which kind of picture would you like to use for the EV and the Leafeon? Should we use a random one or is there one you want specifically? She asked, and Mom pulled out her phone. She searched for a while before she chose two that she showed the attendant, who took out her own phone and found the same pictures before making some more notes. Once that was done, they focused on the next set. I want two of this, she said, holding up the sleekest hoodie before she went into details. One should be in light coral red and one in amber yellow. Both should have a fist-sized Vulpix on the chest and a ninetails on the back. She directly searched for the pictures she wanted, which the attendant noted down as well. They both turned to the last hoodie, which was the busiest of the three. Two of this as well. One should be in French rose pink and one in lilac. Both should have a fist-sized Huismore on the chest and an explout on the back. After the pictures for those two were determined as well, the attendant went to the registry and began inputting things on her work computer. All right, I entered the specifications and the total cost adds up to 950 poke, which includes the shipping cost. You need to pay 20%, so 190 poke have to be paid up front. Do you want to confirm the purchase? She asked, and Mom was the one to confirm the purchase. Dad just stood to the side and nodded to show his agreement. Great! I've sent in the request, and the finished hoodies should arrive by either Muday or Girardaday. We'll send you a message as soon as they arrive, and you can pick it up as well as pay the rest of the bill. Dad pulled out a 200 poke bill to settle the down payment and told the attendant she could keep the change for being polite as well as helpful. The attendant thanked him, handed the receipt over to Mom, and we left. While we were leaving, Mom decided to hand over the receipt to me. We'll be away when the hoodies arrive, so you'll have to be the one to pick them up. I acknowledged that and put away the receipt. Once we left the store, it was my turn to drag my parents around, so I took hold of their hands and dragged them to one of the grooming stores we came across during our previous search. I bought a few empty lotion bottles, and when they asked me why I bought empty ones, I told them I was planning to fill the bottles with lotions made by Mr. Tsukubabishi. While we were in the grooming supply store, Dad decided to buy a set for his Dratini, since it was recommended to take special care of them until they evolved to Dragonair. He had already acquired the recommended lotion, so he just bought some extra brushes, pliers, and cloths. Well, it seemed it was once more Mom's turn to drag us around, since she got a hold of us as soon as we left the store and led us towards one of the fabric stores. When I noticed where she was directing us, I told her about the high-end fabric store I previously visited. Mom considered my suggestion and decided to accept it, since she had apparently heard of the store before. It seemed to enjoy a good reputation. She asked me to lead us there, so I did. Once we entered, Mom called over one of the attendants and told her what she had in mind. She wanted to make a new disguise cosplay for her Mimikyu. So, she needed some fabrics in the color scheme of Pikachu along with a hard leather part for the tail. Besides the standard Pikachu cosplay, she asked for a set of fabrics for a Teddiursa and Munchlax's costume. The attendant pulled out a few fabric examples, and Mom began searching for the one she liked the most. It was important to note that besides color and feeling, the tenacity as well as toughness was important as well, since Mimikyu was going to use them during fights. Once she made her choice regarding the fabric and the leather, she explained what she wanted the costume to look like. They made a sketch together that would then be handed over to the store seamstress or tailor. She specified the dimensions as well before the attendant made a cost estimate, but she mentioned that there was a 15% margin upwards in case the work was costlier than initially assumed. Mom agreed, and the attendant asked for a 20% prepayment, which was 130.900 poke, since the cost estimate came up as 654.500 poke. That included the cost of the fabric and the estimated labor time of the seamstress/tailor. Mom chose to pay the down payment digitally, but they slipped the attendant a 100 poke bill for her services. After finishing the payment procedure, we left and went back to Aldini's restaurant for dinner. Afterward, we returned home. We just relaxed for an hour before everyone began focusing on getting to know their newbies. I wished my parents good night and went upstairs to my room. After locking my door, I entered Utopia, where I proceeded to mark Ghastly's Pokeball with my blood to go through the registration process. I felt the establishment of the artificial bond, and after that was done, I called him out. He went through the Utopia special as soon as he appeared. Afterward, I introduced him to Utopia and emphasized the importance of keeping its existence to himself. I made sure he knew that he should explain the situation to the other two as well. I then called out the other two, and after they went through the upgrade as well, I together with Ghastly explained to them their new situation. Following that, I called everyone over and introduced him to them, and we did our traditional photo shot. First with only the main team, and after that with everyone in the main space, so that they did not feel too left out. Well, everyone except for the Magikarp. After everyone settled down, I chose to check their new status. The potential of both Shuppet and the female Ghastly got raised to deep yellow. Aside from that, nothing else had changed. Well, I was at first a bit surprised at newcomer Ghastly's age, but his status on the other hand was more or less as I expected it to be once I took his age into account. Name, none. Species, Ghastly. Gender, male. Age, 4+ years. Type, Ghost, Poison. Potential, Light Blue, 9.24%, Dash Blue, 69.24%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Levitate, Infiltrator. Talents, none. Affinities, Ghost, Poison. Bond, Mikhail, Artificial, Weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, Bronze Stage, Mid. Vitality, G. Strength, F. Endurance, G. Agility, E. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, F. Immunity. Normal, fighting, ground, while airborne/non-contact. Resistance. Poison, major, bug, major, grass, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Psychic, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor, ground, minor/if hit. Condition, healthy. Masteries. Astral/ghost energy manipulation, proficient. Poison energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Curse, Destiny Bond, Dream Eater. Beginner. Lick, Mean Look, Spite, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball. Proficient. Confuse Ray, Astonish, Poison Gas, Payback, Venoshock, Hex, Nightshade, Sucker Punch. Advanced. Hypnosis. Mastered. Not applicable. His move mastery was roughly where I expected it to be. Actually, it was a bit better than I expected it to be, considering that he was 4. Also, seeing as he had raised Hypnosis all the way up to Advance, I would say it was no secret what his most used move was. Well, his potential was raised to blue and the percentage was pretty nice as well, so he would be elevated straight to light purple once he broke through to the silver stage with a complete limit break. Chapter 223, Rose's Birthday. The next 2 days flew by like the wind, and before I knew it was Arc Day and my parents left once more. After the morning training session, I decided to start preparing the lotions I was planning to give Rose. I was planning to produce 4 bottles each for Eevee, Vulpix, and Whismur. The lotions would be the same, I was just planning to make enough for 4 bottles. Despite Eevee being a normal type just like Whismur, the lotions I was planning to make one for each specific species. That did not mean that I did not have lotions aimed at specific types, but the species-specific one was obviously more effective as long as they were of the same class and potency. I went along with the recipe I had for both Vulpix and Whismur, but for Eevee, I adjusted the original. I knew that Rose was determined to let Ivy/Eevee evolve to Leafeon, so I made sure to incorporate materials that would add a slight amount of benign grass energy to the lotion. If used long enough, this would help lay a nice foundation for her evolution. After preparing all the ingredients, I went to check up on Aegis since I did not want to interrupt the production process. It took me a total of 3 hours to prepare the lotion for Whismur. I bottled the lotion and marked them as Whismur's bottles by writing his name Boom on them. After cleaning up the working station, I decided to work on Vulpix's portion tomorrow. Once I finished up inside the mansion, I went out and called everyone over. "Alright, What do you want to eat? Curry, sushi, barbecue, or your regular poke food? Loud chatter / everyone talking at once. Okay, calm down everyone, I told them to pacify them, and once they quietened down I decided to settle it through voting. We'll decide it through a vote. Everyone has one vote and I want you to raise your hand, paw, fin, wing, or tail for the dish you prefer. Now, who wants curry? When the hand, paw, fin, wing, or tail of nearly everyone rose, I had to scratch my head a bit. Well, looks like we don't have to vote on the rest, I announced with a laugh. Alright, I'll start on the curry, meanwhile you guys and gals can play around or simply relax. I pulled out a working table, 5 large pots, 5 gas burners, and other things necessary for cooking curry. While I was cutting the ingredients I overheard Mothra / Butterfree and Horace / Sada talking. The topic of tag came up while they were talking about their favorite games, and I heard Horace bragging that he would be undefeatable if he was allowed to teleport even if it's just short range. Mothra then challenged him and they start a round of tag. Horace kept teleporting away whenever Mothra came close. Once, twice, thrice, it happens many times. Mothra became increasingly frustrated before she, after Horace's latest teleportation, followed after Horace in a teleport of her own. While she was quite a bit off since it was her first teleport, Mothra finally caught him since Horace's shock that it was his turn to get copied was great enough that he didn't run. She only realized what she did after she caught Horace, and she began excitedly chittering as soon as she did. Mothra began testing out the move full of excitement, appearing and disappearing all over the area. Once she stopped, she got swarmed by the others who jokingly complained about her learning a move without trying to. I had to laugh at Mothra trying to not appear smug. I congratulated her before turning back to my curry. Still, while I was cooking I contemplated if I should have Mothra teach teleport to Optimus and Cyan / Butterfree as well as Emerald / Butterfree. That way my parents would have some Pokemon that could teleport them away from danger. Still, non-psychic types had a harder time learning the move, and even after that, they were worse at the move than regular psychic types. Well, Pokemon with a psychic affinity were the exception since they were as good as psychic types or as close as possible. Once I was done cooking I distributed the curry to everyone. We spent the rest of the day after lunch training for a few hours and relaxing. The next day after my morning training I finished the lotion for Vulpix and filled the bottles before labeling them with Princess. After lunch Mom called me to tell me that the hoodies were ready for pickup, so I left the house and made my way to the store. I showed the receipt to one of the attendants, who brought a package to me. I checked the 6 hoodies to make sure they were undamaged and to the specifications of Mom. After I was sure everything was fine I paid the rest of the sum and left. While I was leaving, I began to consider if I should get myself a few custom sets as well. I could get a few sets with different bug types or any type really. Species-specific sets, with Magikarp and Gyarados, or group-specific ones, like canines or birds, were an option as well. Instead of going home, I thought back to the last weekend and the Rattata in the alley. Since I had been considering Rattata, Sentret, and Zigzagoon, as well as Bidoof, it would be a lie if I said I did not consider whether I should gather up the Rattata in all alleys around the city. The only question would be the possibility of any illnesses or pathogens, but Utopia would take care of that, so that was actually not a problem for me. Still, from a purely psychological point, I felt a bit reluctant to use them. If I used them only for propagation and started with the 2nd generation, then even that point would become moot. Yeah, I seem to have already decided to go with the idea since I was trying to find solutions for each argument. So, instead of heading back home, I called out Thor / Pikachu and we began going around the side alleys of Rhoda. Whenever I entered an alley I called out Horace just in case as support before checking if any Rattata were around. I also came across a few Meowth, Zigzagoon, Ekans, Coughing, Spinarak, Grimer, and even 1 or 2 Gulpin, but they all had unsatisfactory potential so I left them alone. Still, I did capture all Rattata until I had roughly 220 of them while none had green potential. There were a few with yellow potential, roughly 15 of them had different shades of yellow. About 90 of the Rattata were male while 130 were female. This was because I decided to focus on female ones after the number of males reached 90. The strongest among them were at the low bronze stage while the weakest were at the low iron stage. After I had achieved my goal, I went back home and I directly focused on my subspace fauna. I allotted 360 km superscript 2 to the Rattata and replanted quite a few berry trees there as a food source for them, before adding a little stream that served as a water source for them. Their stream was smaller than the one that went through the cattle section simply due to the size difference, and not because I was discriminating against them. I mean, the Spiro stream was the same size since they were just as small compared to a fully grown cow or bull. I would consider changing it if enough of them evolved and grew bigger. I also planted a lot of lower-class flowers around their area, some of them being of different types in case future generations developed an extra affinity. Some trees for shades and a few burrows were added as well. After that, I let all Rattata out of the unmarked balls before moving them to their new home. The number of yellow shades rose from 15 to 31 and 4 managed to break into the green territory, light green to be specific. I first addressed the strongest of them and explained to them their new reality before doing the same to everyone else. After checking out their surroundings, they seemed to shrug and go with the flow. Their new living environment was much better than their previous one after all. They settled down and split into groups before spreading into different areas/directions. They should properly settle down within the next few weeks, but I was pretty sure that it would take at least a few years before the new generation was ready. So, all I had to do was occasionally check up on them, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. Well, unless something came up that required me to interfere with them. Once I was done with them, I went to check up on Eggy, before supervising everyone's training until dinner, after which we all relaxed and watched a movie. The next morning during my 6:30 a.m. check on Eggy, I decided to change to the paste I used at first, the one that was slightly too potent. It was Girardidae, and in the last 2.5 weeks Eggy had more than adapted to the weaker paste, so it could now withstand the slightly more potent one. I applied the paste I had in storage, but I needed to make more of this more potent version later on. Still, for now, I went back to sleep for another 3 hours. After I woke up, I had a quick breakfast before I finally finished the last portion of the lotion. Once I bottled it and labeled the bottles with Ivy, Rose's gifts were officially complete. Well, I decided to write a short instruction for each lotion that contained how much to use each time, how often it could be used, and the best ways to apply the lotions, but after that, the gift was really complete, I swear. Yet, I remembered that I actually had to wrap up the bottles and the hoodies in wrapping paper. Thankfully, we still had more than enough of that lying around from the last time we had to wrap up gifts. I used a ribbon to bind the 4 bottles for each Pokemon before wrapping them up in 3 separate papers. I did the same for the hoodies, where I wrapped up the 2 hoodies of the same kind in 1 wrapper, resulting in another 3 wrappings. While 6 packages seemed a bit much, it was still better than 2 giant packages. With those packages completed, I was finally really done. I stored them before focusing on other things, such as my subspace, to be more specific, subspace fauna. While the cattle and Rattata were sufficient for my future plans, the number of Spiro was too low. So, I decided to solve that problem today instead of postponing it any further. Decision made, I left our property after checking up on Eggy and moved towards the forest close to our home with Horus, Mothra, Thor, Nyx/Umbreon, and Engie/Growlithe by my side. We honestly did not have to walk far before coming across a small gathering of Spiro that I promptly captured using unmarked Pokeballs. We directly resumed walking, and 2, maybe 3 hours later we were done. I captured roughly 100 Spiro and combined with the 27 Spiro I caught before, I had more than enough Spiro for my propagation project. Of the 126 Spiro, 63 were male, and just as many were female. The strongest Spiro was at the mid-bronze stage, and after the Utopia experience, the highest potential was green, while the lowest was still light orange. The previous batch helped me inform the new batch of their situation. Once they understood what was going on and accepted their new circumstance, the Spiro divided into 6 smaller flocks before spreading to different parts of their area. Once we were back home, we relaxed until dinner and chilled the rest of the evening as well. The next morning I called Rose to congratulate her since today was her real birthday. The party would be tomorrow, but that was no reason why I shouldn't congratulate her during the actual day of her birthday, so that was what I did. After the call with Rose, I called my parents about tomorrow, and we agreed to meet in front of the teleportation hub of Orchid City at 12:30 a.m. I spent the rest of the day with my Pokemon, either training or relaxing. Chapter 224, Rose's Birthday. Since we decided to meet up at 12:30 p.m., I limited my training after breakfast to only an hour. After that, I went to freshen up and changed into a set of fresh clean clothes. By 10:30 a.m. I was ready, so after checking that I had the gifts, I took my bag of holding and locked the door before calling out Horace/Satu. I was going to use the Horace Express to travel to Orchid City. The direct distance, through the air, was roughly 3,000 kilometers from our home, while the distance through the official route system was around 5,000 kilometers. Unfortunately, Horace could not manage long-distance teleportation like that yet. Heck, his maximum distance was not even a fourth of that, and he had to rest for a while before being able to jump once more. It was much more efficient to do 400 kilometers jumps with 3 to 5 minute breaks between each jump, since he was bringing me along. If he had been on his own, the breaks would have been much shorter. Anyway, even with the breaks, Horace could cover roughly 6,000 kilometers in an hour with me tagging along. On his own, he could probably do it in half the time. By the time we arrived in front of the Orchid City teleportation hub, it was 11:23 a.m., so Horace made it in less than an hour. We were probably part of the rare club of people that teleported beside the hub instead of teleporting inside it. Anyway, I thanked him for his help and praised him for his speed before recalling him. The speed, in this case, was the time it took him to arrive, so the time between each teleportation, not the teleportation itself, since that part was nearly instant. I had an hour until the appointment with my lovely mom and dad, so I decided to make a quick stop at some of the Pokemon stores. I was considering adding some good potential Rattata and Spearow into the subspace to help the gene pool a bit. Nothing much. I was just planning to check out a few 4-star members to see if I could find a Pokemon Green or Deep Green potential. That way I could add Blue potential to the subspace pool. I might then, after a few generations, export the Blue potential ones to the main space to start a new colony there. Still, that was quite a few years off, so let's focus on the here and now. I took out an overcoat with a hood and a half mask before I quickly took off in the direction I knew a store was. I approached the reception as soon as I entered the store. "Excuse me, I'd like to see your stock of Rattata," I said to the receptionist, and she complied before printing out the current list. Apparently, the store had one 5-star Rattata available, along with 18 4-star Rattata, and a lot of unidentified ones. I put the list away, before turning my attention back to the receptionist. "I'd like to take a look at the 4-star Rattata, please," I told her, and she agreed with a polite smile. "Please follow me," she said before walking deeper into the store. She led us to a tightly guarded room where she spoke with one of the guards before entering. She came out a few minutes later with a tray that had a few Pokeballs. We walked toward another room where she released the Rattata, and I checked them all. Out of the 18 Rattata, 3 had Deep Green potential and 5 had Green potential. Out of the 8, 5 were male and 3 were female, including a Deep Green one. I did not plan to spend too much money on this, so I decided to buy the 3 Deep Green ones and one of the female Green potential ones. The total price came up as 2.685.000 poke, which I paid in cash using the Alliance-issued gold cards. While they were not worth their weight in gold, the Alliance backed them, so they still represent higher amounts of money, just like bills. There were gold cards worth 100 million, 50 million, 10 million, 5 million, 1 million, 500k, 100k, and 50k poke. I paid 2.65 million poke using gold cards and 35k using bills. I then left with my 4 new Pokemon and made my way over to another store where I asked to see the available 4-star Spearow. Unlike with the Rattata, I only found 2 Deep Green Spearow, and both were male, so I choose 2 female Green potential Spearow to even the scale, as they say. The total price came up as 3.260.000 poke, which I once more paid in cash using the Alliance-issued gold cards. So, the total amount I paid for all 8 Pokemon was close to 6 million poke. A quick look at my watch told me that I still had 10 minutes until our meeting, so I found myself a KFC store and entered their toilet. There I first got rid of the coat and mask before doing a quick visit to Utopia to check up on Iggy. All that took less than 2 minutes, so I quickly made my way over to the teleportation hub after leaving the KFC store. I kept part of my attention on Utopia while I was running to see if all of them got elevated to light blue or not. 3 of the Rattata had their potential raised to light blue and the last one was elevated to blue. The Spearow were less fortunate, 3 of them had their potential raised to light blue while the last one only ended up with deep green potential. I left the introduction of their situation to the others since I just made it to the hub. I saw my parents waiting for me in front of the teleportation hub and they noticed me shortly after I saw them. Mom came toward me and Dad followed behind her. She hugged me and he patted me on the shoulder. We exchanged greetings and after they made sure that I had the gifts with me, we left for the field's home. Once we were there, I rang the doorbell and Aunt Lily was the one who opened the door. She welcomed us, and we moved to their living room. There I saw Rose and I went up to her to hug her. "Happy birthday, Rose." I congratulated her and she thanked me while reciprocating the hug. We broke up the hug and I turned to Uncle Thorn and greeted him as well. After the pleasantries were done, which included Rose greeting my parents, she dragged me to her room. Inside her room, I got jumped by Princess/Vulpix, Ivy/Eevee, and Boom/Whismore. I greeted them and gave them a few scratches at their favorite places, making the trio happy. Rose just laughed at the spectacle and once I set them down we began to talk. "So, how has the break been so far?" I began our conversation. "Quite good, I got to relax after that infernal cramming phase. Not having to learn and being able to just laze around the last 3 weeks were great. Ah, but don't misunderstand, we did some training and I used the massage tricks you showed me," she added and her trio gave cries of affirmation. "That's good. I can totally relate on the cramming front. So, have you already decided on which school you're going to apply to?" I asked curiously while petting Princess and Ivy, who moved onto my lap. Boom on the other hand walked up to Rose and got hugged like a plushie. "Yep," she replied with a nod. "I applied for Rising Orchid Trainer School, the best trainer school in Orchid City. They already sent us the acceptance letter, so that's already done," she happily told me with a bright smile. "That's great. Congratulations," I told her and she released a happy laugh at my praise. "Nah, Mika. Could you show me some more of those massage moves you showed me the last time? I think I already have the last set down pretty well, so I'd like to learn some more if that's okay with you," Rose asked and all 3 of her Pokemon perked up at her question. "Sure. No problem," I replied before I showed her another 9 relatively easy massage motions, 3 for each of her Pokemon. I directly demonstrated the moves on her Pokemon. I demonstrated each motion a few times before supervising her while she tried to do them. Thanks to the previous sessions, she did not hurt her Pokemon, even if it took her a while to get the motions down correctly. I made sure she had the moves somewhat down before I told her she could stop. Her Pokemon complained that it was just getting good when she stopped, which made us laugh. You'll have the chance to experience that soon enough. No need to pout, I told them while giving them all a scratch at their respective favorite spots, and I also used the occasion to check their status to see if something had changed. Name, Princess. Species, Vulpix. Gender, female. Type, fire. Potential, green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Name, Ivy. Species, EV. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, green. Stage, iron stage, high, bronze stage, low. Name, Boom. Species, Whismore. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, high, bronze stage, low. Well, obviously there was some progress. Both Ivy and Boom had broken through to the bronze stage. Since that was the case, that meant Boom was ready for his evolution to Loud Red. "How's training going?" Both Boom and Ivy seemed to have gotten stronger. I inquired of her and she smiled proudly. "They both reached the bronze stage," she said, obviously delighted, and I gave my congratulations. Seems like she kept it a secret to surprise/impress me, which was adorable. "We're pretty much done with the last set of moves and are currently working on some stronger moves," she added, and I nodded since it made sense. It had been months since they began to improve the mastery of the last set of moves after all. "So, any plans of letting Boom evolve?" "I think he should be ready, right?" I asked, and she shook her head in denial. "Not yet. While he can evolve any time, we decided to wait for a while more. He's happy with his smaller form, for now, so we decided to see how the trainer school big goes before deciding if he should evolve or not," she answered, and Boom gave a nod from her lap to show his approval. The choice is yours, but you do know that the training speed as Loud Red is a bit faster, right?" I asked to make sure she knew that piece of information. "Yep, but we're not in a hurry, so that's okay," she responded, and I gave an approving nod to that. Good. Also, don't be in a hurry to evolve Princess or Ivy. It's better if they get stronger first before evolving. Reaching the silver stage at least would be for the best." I informed her out of goodwill, and she just nodded. Afterward, we just spent 2 more hours talking before our parents called us for lunch. After that, we sat with our parents until it was time for the party. At 4 p.m., her friends from school and some family friends came over, and once everyone that was invited was there, we moved towards a nearby park. While the adults got the barbecue going, we, the kids, were talking, playing, and stuff. We played a few rounds of Ranger and Smuggler as well as Hot Potato. We got called over once the food was ready, and afterward we played pantomime. Some of their tries to illustrate stuff were hilarious. At 7:30 p.m. Aunt Lily brought out the cake and we sang happy birthday before the cake got cut and distributed. Following the cake, we sang a few songs before the gifts were handed out. Since we were outside, everyone just handed over the gifts that got stored inside Aunt Lily's bag of holding. We just pulled out one of the wrapped gifts in front of everyone, and after the gifting, the guests began to leave and the party was officially over. Once everyone was gone, we tidied up everything and went back to their home. There we pulled out the rest of our gifts and handed them over to Rose, who proceeded to unwrap them together with the previous one. When she saw the hoodies, she looked happy and thanked us, the same with the lotions. She especially liked that I had labeled the bottles. We stayed for another hour or so before we said our farewells and made our way back home. Well, they offered us to stay over, but we politely declined. We did not use the Horace Express since that would have taken more than an hour with 2 extra passengers, but used the services of the teleportation hub instead. Chapter 225, Vibra. After I woke up, I checked up on the Spiro and Rattata to see if the newcomers I had added yesterday had settled down. They did, and they did the smart thing by joining a group that had no bronze stage members. Clever of them, since that way they avoided any pressure in case they broke through to the bronze stage themselves. The cattle were enjoying their new life immensely as far as I could see. Opening a Miltank/Tauros farm would be improbable due to their high price. Miltank were really popular due to obvious reasons, and they were pretty strong if trained right, so they were expensive individually. Creating a farm with them would be extremely pricey, so Miltank farm owners were actually low-key really rich. However, getting 2 to 3 Miltank and 1 Tauros to supervise and live with the cattle was possible, even if it would still be pretty costly. Their milk would be enough for everyone to enjoy some great milk on occasion. As for Moo Moo milk, that was produced by combining the Moo milk drink with Miltank milk, so the production rate was even lower. I had to think about that some more before coming to a decision. Nothing says I had to do it now, I could do it in the future as well. Anyway, after ensuring that everything was going smoothly, I changed out of my PJs and went downstairs to help Mom with breakfast. Cooking food could be considered our little mom and son bonding time. We set the table, and while we were eating they told me that they had made another exchange through the list. Apparently, they had bought the chest plate of a 6.5 millennia-old, low, platinum stage Rhyperior. Dad still had a few points left over after exchanging Dratini, not to mention that they had not touched Mom's points. Further, they had been busy earning more points. So, when the chest plate of a Platinum Stage Rhyperior appeared on the exchange list, Dad was not willing to risk the chance of it being exchanged before he could do it. They had seen that items originating from Platinum Stage Pokemon tended to vanish from the list pretty fast, so that was a real possibility. Unlike the first, high, Dark Gold Stage Rhyperior's chest plate they had seen, which cost either 40.000 merit points or 360 contribution points, the low, Platinum one cost 60.000 merit points or 540 contribution points. Yet, they grit their teeth and acquired the chest plate after tapping into Mom's points. Since they knew that the plate was too potent for Vibra/Rhydon right now, they had to spend extra points on some supporting supplements. A part of those was supposed to stop her from being hurt by the chest plate's potency, and others would make sure she would make the best of the energy by reducing the waste ratio. I would have liked to help, but recipes involving A-class materials were still out of my capabilities. On another note, they only had 8k merit points and 12 contribution points left between them, so they decided that they would get something for Mom's Rosalia next. I was sincerely hoping that they would be able to gather enough points for that during the last 2 months. So, I suggested they focus more on the missions, but they declined. After some discussions, we decided to reduce their visits to Kaide and Grude. Dial Day would be added to their mission time instead. I asked Dad to show me the plate so that I could check it out. This was the first time I got my hands on an A-class item, so I was a bit excited. Well, at least I presumed that it was an A-class item since I was pretty confident that any materials from Platinum Stage Pokemon fell into that category. Dad agreed to it but told me to wait until after breakfast. Once we were done, we moved to the sofa, and funnily enough it was my mom who took the plate out of her bag instead of Dad. Seeing her easily carrying the large stone plate looked impressive but was no surprise considering her strength. They knew how strong I was, so they were not surprised when I stood up, went towards Mom, and took the plate out of her hands. I placed it on the table and moved my hand around its surface while observing it both literally as well as through my ability. Name: Rhyperior's chest plate. Type: Rock, Ground. Class: A. Uses: a chest plate that has been saturated in the energy and essence of a Rhyperior's heart for millennia due to the Rhyperior's age and the plate's location. Contains rock and ground type energy and can be used as a supplement to help rock and or ground type Pokemon. Can be used to help trigger the evolution of certain Pokemon. What the hell? Why is there a minus after the A? I haven't seen any variables in the class system until now, so why is there suddenly one in the A class? I wondered silently after seeing something out of the usual. I went to my material status screen and checked if there were any options I had missed before, or rather not bothered searching for. I knew about the expandable use section, but it seemed that the class section had an extra function as well. It turned out that this was indeed the case. There was the option to show and hide variables until B class, and the default was set to hide the variables. I changed the setting to show the variable from now on. Are you planning to have Vibra go through her evolution today, or do you plan to delay it for a time? I inquired after I turned to Dad. We'll do it today. Actually, I was planning to go through with it after our morning training session, he replied before putting the chest plate away. We went outside for our training session and I got to order and push my parents around for a while. After an hour we stopped and they called out everyone. I did the same excluding the water types. Dad called out to Vibra and pulled out quite a few things like bottles, pills, and stones that he then fed to Vibra. After she had consumed everything he gave her, he pulled out the Rhyperior chest plate. Vibra tried to take the plate, but Dad motioned her to stop, which she did. Due to the chest plate's hardness, she would normally have a hard time consuming it, but Dad seemed to have taken that into account as well. He pulled out a slightly larger bottle and poured its content all over the chest plate. He waited for more than 30 seconds before giving Vibra the go-ahead. Once she received the okay, she took a step forward and took the plate, and began devouring it. The liquid seemed to have done its job since Vibra successfully managed to consume the whole plate in a few large bites. She did not immediately evolve but began shining 2 minutes later instead. All the material she consumed beforehand began working together and reacted with the chest plate she swallowed at the end. The light show took close to a minute to die down, but that could be attributed to the evolution being a trigger one and the fact that the trigger used had such a high class. What remained after the light went out was Vibra in all her glory. Her evolution went without a hitch and a brand new Rhyperior stood in her place. She was inspecting herself curiously, and everyone began cheering when they saw her new form. Dad went up to her to congratulate her first before her teammates followed suit. Mom and her Pokemon went up next and my group went last. I gave her a hug which she carefully returned, and before moving away to make room for the others I checked her new status. Name, Vibra. Species, Rhydon-Rhyperior. Gender, female. Type, ground, rock. Potential, blue-deep blue. Stage, gold stage, mid. Genetic variation. Abilities. Talents. Affinities. Well, her potential did elevate to deep blue, but I had no idea how close she was to light purple or if she was even close to light purple in the first place. Still, I thought that some of the undigested energy of the chest plate was buried deep inside her body and that she could unearth that energy through hard training and challenging battles, so she may elevate her potential even further long after her evolution. We took a few of our traditional photos after everyone had his turn congratulating her. After the little photo shoot, she came up to me and asked me to make her a new sculpture of her new form as Rhyperior. I obviously agreed and got to work after she took the pose she wanted the sculpture to have. It took me less than 30 minutes to create a sculpture that was to Vibra's satisfaction, and while I was at it I decided to do something that had been on my mind for some time now. Mom, Dad, I'd like to make sculptures of Sunny and Lono as well. I plan to place them atop their graves in remembrance of them. Do you have a picture of the pose you want me to give the sculptures? I asked my parents and they both gave me a small smile. That is a wonderful idea, honey, Mom said in a loving tone. I have just the right picture that you can use as a model, she added before walking up to her bag and pulling out a small album. She leafed through the pages before taking a picture from one of them. She handed the picture to me and I had to admit that it was a great picture. In the picture, Sunny/Valplume was sitting on the grass with his hand in his lap. His head tilted a bit upwards and he was smiling, presumably looking at Mom as well as the camera. Dad followed suit and handed me a picture as well. On it Lono/Lombra was standing, one of his arms was waving and his head was slightly tilted upwards. He also had a smile on his face just like Sunny did in his picture. They're great pictures, I told them before I began working. I decided to start with Sunny's sculpture and took out the necessary sand. I noticed that working with a picture was harder than working with a live model, so it took a bit longer to get it just right. Nonetheless, I managed to create a sculpture that looked just like Sunny in the picture, and I saw Mom looking at it with a slight smile. Tears were falling from her eyes, but she seemed happy with the sculpture. Besides, the tears were proof that I did a good job since the sculpture was able to arouse her feelings. They did not interrupt me and I directly began working on Lono's sculpture. It took me roughly 40 minutes as well to finish his sculpture, and I saw a small genuine smile on Dad's face while he was looking at it. Unlike Mom, he did not shed any tears, but his smile was genuine, so I was sure that I did a good job with that one as well. After I was done with both sculptures, I returned the 2 photos to Mom and Dad. They put them away before walking out to their respective sculptures. Mom carried Sunny's sculpture, while Dad carried Lono's sculpture before they began walking to their graves with the sculptures in their arms. We, the Pokemon and I, followed behind them. Since the graves were on our property as well, it took us a minute or so to arrive there, and they carefully placed the sculptures at the foot of the grave. The tombstone was at the head and the sculptures were now at the foot of the graves. We said our prayers, stood vigil for a few minutes and left. Mom and Dad along with their Pokemon chose to stay. They began to tell their late Pokemon about the things they experienced lately. Chapter 226, Using Pressure to Train. After Mom and Dad came back from the gravesite, I proposed that Mothra/Butterfree should help Emerald/Butterfree and Cyan/Butterfree learn teleport. Since being able to easily learn moves did not automatically translate to being able to teach them as easily, I asked Horus/Sada to help/assist her. Mom and Dad sent Cell/Magnezone and Star/Starmie over as well to participate in the teleport lessons since they could learn the move as well. Seeing them doing that, I told Optimus/Butterfree and Luna/Clefairy to join in as well, which turned it into a full-blown teleport class. Since that was the case, the teacher roles got switched, with Horus being the main teacher and Mothra being the assistant. Still, since her experience would be helpful for the Butterfree in attendance, she still got to enjoy her role as Mothra-sensei. The rest of us enjoyed the show or did our own thing. Obviously, they did not manage to learn the move in one session, and even at the end of the next day, they had not learned the move. This morning before Mom and Dad left, we agreed that we would have them continue during their visit on the weekend. Nonetheless, that did not mean that I would stop the lessons for Optimus and Luna, not at all. I was planning to have them keep at it for the whole week. Anyway, after our morning training, I decided to update my priority list, so I went around and checked everyone's status to see who was the closest to a breakthrough. All forms of breakthroughs were considered in this, whether it was a full breakthrough from a stage to the next or a soft breakthrough from a substage to the next. For example, mid, bronze to high, bronze. The list turned out to be not as short as one would expect. 10 of my Pokémon were close to a breakthrough, full or soft. Well, one could reduce that to 8 if one wanted to be fussy, since the last 2 only recently joined the close group. However, this was still roughly a quarter of my Pokémon, which was a considerable portion. After considering the status/situation of all 8 candidates, I decided to first focus on the 2 that were the closest to a full breakthrough. Those 2 were Saphira/Swablu, who was close to breaking through to the bronze stage, and Hashirama/Ivysaur, who was close to breaking through to the silver stage. Name: Saphira. Species: Swablu. Gender: female. Age: 3+ years. Type: normal, flying. Potential: deep blue, 81.38%, 85.87%. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: Keen Eye, Natural Cure, Cloud 9. Talents: Climate Control. Affinities: Normal, Flying, Fairy, Budding. Bond: Mikhail, Weak. Quirks: none. Parameters: Stage: Iron Stage, High. Vitality: SS. Strength: SS+. Endurance: SSS+. Agility: SSS+. Energy capacity: SS+. Energy density: SSS+. Immune. Ghost. Resistance. Grass, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses: electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor. Condition: healthy, happy. Masteries: neutral E, manipulation, beginner. Flying/air E, manipulation, beginner. Techniques: unofficial, initial. Natural gift. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Growl, peck, safeguard, dragon pulse, plus, refresh, plus. Proficient. Mist, disarming voice, round, play rough, sing, cotton guard, fury attack, plus. Advanced. Dragon breath. Mastered. Not applicable. The number 1 spot on my priority list went to Saphira. We already managed to raise all her parameters except for her vitality once, so she only needed to increase her vitality, strength, and energy capacity once to SSS for her to complete her limit breaking. Furthermore, I was positive that her vitality would do just that pretty soon, and I believe that she could achieve that for the other 3 parameters as well within the next 3 to 4 months of our regular training. While the focus of her training had been more on her parameters for the last few months, we did not completely neglect her moves. She first learned Refresh in case she somehow got afflicted with a status condition. Afterward, she used her expertise with Dragon Breath to learn Dragon Pulse. It went pretty smoothly, and she kept at it, directly raising it to beginner mastery in one fell swoop. Refresh followed Dragon Pulse's footsteps and was elevated to beginner mastery as well before we decided to focus on Fury Attack since it was one of her few physical offensive moves. Due to that, I wanted her to be at least proficient with the move. As for the last few weeks, she was working on learning Natural Gift. It was one of the moves that was part of the Swablu line's natural move pool, but if it were not for Saphira's talent I would have honestly not bothered with it simply because it was dependent on an outside source, in this case, berries. As I said, I gave the move a chance because of her climate control talent. Since the move used an outside source, here berries, to change its typing according to the berry, I was speculating that she could use her ability to use the energy of the climate to trigger the same effect. If she succeeded, then Sunny Days/Sunlight could turn Natural Gift into a fire-type move. Rain/Rain Dance could turn it into a water move, and a thunderstorm would result in an electric move. Hail would end in ice, and Sandstorm could result in either rock or ground, not sure about that one yet. There might be more options, but if my theory was correct then Natural Gift would become quite the versatile move independent of outside resources. As for the strength of the move, I surmised that its mastery and her control over her talent would be the main factors that influenced its strength. Still, the severity of the weather could play an important role as well. Anyway, Saphira was undoubtedly the closest to reaching a new stage, and I was planning to speed that up even more. I planned to use the pressure from real battles against strong opponents to stimulate her in hopes of elevating her parameters during or after the battle. The reason I considered this possible despite the whole gaining experience points through beating foes being not a thing was that the resources I invested in her and all my Pokemon. All of my Pokemon consumed a huge amount of supplements/resources during their training and everyday life. Obviously, not all of those got utilized to the fullest. While part of the excess got discharged, another part settled deep within their bodies, and I was thinking of stimulating exactly that dormant part in hopes of elevating their/her parameters. That was also why this method could only be used once in a while and only after a sufficient amount of resources/supplements have been consumed. Hashirama was also one of those I hoped would benefit from this method. The second place on my current priority list belonged to him after all. Name, Hashirama. Species, Ivysaur. Gender, male. Age, 5+ years. Type, grass, poison. Potential, deep blue, 81.13%, 89.76%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, overgrow, chlorophyll. Talents, none. Affinities, grass, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, Bronze Stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS. Energy Capacity, SSS. Energy Density, SSS. Resistance. Grass, Major, Water, Minor, Electric, Minor, Fighting, Minor, Fairy, Minor. Weaknesses. Fire, Minor, Ice, Minor, Flying, Minor, Psychic, Minor. Standardized. Psychic, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Grass Energy Manipulation, proficient, advanced. Poison Energy Manipulation, novice. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Sleep Bomb, Poison Bomb. Novice. Growl, Takedown, Sweet Scent, Worry Seed. Beginner. Tackle, Double Edge, plus, Giga Drain, plus, Sleep Vine, Poison Vine, Sweet Vine. Proficient. Vine Whip, Growth, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, plus, Solar Beam, plus, Sunny Day, plus. Advanced. Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. Combo. Sleep Vine, Poison Vine, Sweet Vine, Sleep Bomb, in progress, Poison Bomb, in progress. It has been roughly 30 months since he reached the high bronze stage, and since then he raised his parameters quite a lot. Currently, he only needed to raise his vitality, strength, endurance, and agility once to SSS to complete his limit-breaking training. That would not only pave the way for his breakthrough to the silver stage, but it was also the point I was going to give him the go-ahead for his evolution to Venusaur. The evolution would happen before the breakthrough to make use of the limit-breaking parameter bonus. Due to Venusaur's superior racial values, the bonus would result in Hashirama having higher starting values than he would have as an Ivysaur. Anyway, I was confident that Hashirama would have completed his parameter training within the next 6 to 7 months of regular training, but I was hoping that the pressure method would shorten that time to a month or two. At least, that was the plan. Now, during these 30 months, Hashirama had done his best to cover more than just his parameters. He managed to improve his grass energy manipulation to advanced mastery. This was heavily linked to his progress with his moves. He successfully learned Mega Drain and elevated it to proficiency. After that I had him learn Sunny Day, which was useful/necessary for Solar Beam and his Chlorophyll ability. Then he alternated between both moves until he became proficient with both Sunny Day and Solar Beam. At that point, I thought that it was time to focus on something new, so I had him use Mega Drain as the basis to learn Giga Drain. That went pretty smoothly, and Hashirama kept at it until he raised it to beginner mastery. Shortly after that his Double Edge also got raised by a grade, but he did that on his own during his free time. Since I had an idea regarding a combo move, I asked him to focus on Seed Bomb and the move became his third at advanced mastery. Currently, we were working on my combo idea, which was to infuse/combine the powder moves Poison Powder and Sleep Powder with Seed Bomb. The idea of damaging the opponent while simultaneously inflicting a status condition was pretty appealing, so we were working on both variants. I let him work on whichever one hit his fancy. Unfortunately, unlike his great progress parameter-wise and with his moves, his resistance training was lagging behind. I was doing my best to support him through supplements and the methods I had access to, but it just took its time despite all my efforts. Regardless, we were keeping up the effort and I believed that he would succeed at some point. Hopefully, that would happen within a year or two. Anyway, now that I had determined who I should focus on for the foreseeable future, it was time to act on that information. Now, where would be the best training area for Saphira and Hashirama? It had to be in the wild since the kind of pressure was most abundant in unregulated battles. All I was planning to ensure was their survival, which thanks to Utopia was possible as long as they were not dead or too fatally wounded. The most obvious choices to me were MT Moon and the Viridian Forest. However, while MT Moon would be pretty challenging for Saphira due to the abundance of rock types, that was also the reason why Hashirama would benefit less from that area. Viridian Forest, on the other hand, had an abundance of flying types that would be good for Hashirama's training. The numerous bug would be a good challenge as well. Unfortunately, those same Pokemon would be less useful for Swablu. Well, it seemed like I would have to switch between both areas. Swablu and Hashirama would have to suck it up whenever they are in the less fortunate area for them. I might even catch some Pokemon if I came across something tempting enough. It did not even have to be main team material, it could also be some really rare species or one I thought would be a good addition to my resource group. So, I went to my room and changed into hiking appropriate gear before doing my routine checkup on Iggy. As soon as I was done, I left the house and locked the door. Then I called out Horace to take the Horace Express to Pewter City and from there to the outer perimeter of MT Moon. Chapter 227, Using Pressure to Train. As soon as we arrived at the periphery of MT Moon, I called out Osiris/Marowak and Thor/Pikachu. Osiris would make sure we did not get attacked or ambushed from below, which was a possibility with the numerous ground types that called this place their home. Thor would keep the flying types in check, both on the outside while we were traversing the mountain range and also while we were inside the mountain traveling through caves as well as tunnels since the Zubat line was a thing. Those two along with Horus/Sato were going to ensure our safety and make sure no one interferes with Saphira/Swablu's battles. As for Hashirama/Ivysaur, we would have to see if I found any worthy opponents for him. Anyway, I called Saphira out and we began to move deeper into the mountain range, or we would have if an epic fight for my head seat did not break out between Thor and Saphira. Both fought for dominance, throwing around lightning bolts and dragon flames. Well, at least it could have looked like that. Instead, Thor settled on top of my head and Saphira sat on my shoulder. Alright, the plan is simple. We'll spend the day in and around MT Moon to find some low, bronze, maybe even some mid, bronze stage opponents for Saphira to fight. Hopefully, they'll push her enough to stimulate her. We'll keep doing that for the next few weeks until she's ready for her breakthrough. Hashirama will go through a similar regime. I explained and we set off, this time for real. I began walking down the path that was slowly raising along the outside of MT Moon. I was going to look for a cave opening midway up the mountain instead of using the Alliance-patrolled main tunnel/cavern. While this was much more dangerous, it was also much more interesting. In case of emergency, we could run away or hide if even that was not possible. Well, I could do that as long as we did not get ambushed by a hostile Platinum Stage Pokemon, but the chance of that was close to nil. We shouldn't be that unlucky. EY, Murphy, stay where you are. Don't come any closer. That was just a statement, not a provocation. I'll shoot any flag bearer that dares raise the flag. Anyway, I knew that because I asked Big Sis Milotic and Uncle Raichu to help me test my current reaction time and awareness. The result was that I could react to the attack of a Dark Gold stage Pokemon, but at the Platinum stage, most were too fast for me to react as long as they were not from really far away. The reaction time I'm talking about here is registering the incoming attack, which gave me a second or two to realize how F***ed I was since I could not block the attack anyway. However, those seconds were enough for me to hide inside Utopia, and that was the purpose of the test. Obviously, I could not react if the Pokemon was too close or bothered to ambush me, which considering the strength difference between us would be totally unfair. Ugh, enough internal debates about why walking into uncharted territory was not a mega stupid idea or suicide. Honestly, as long as you did not have a cheat or were extremely strong, then you shouldn't go around strolling inside any uncharted area. Still, back to what was happening right now. We were going up the mountain, but we were 5 minutes in, and all Pokemon we came across were either too strong or too weak for Saphira. Actually, I just thought of something that made the urge to hit myself rise. I called for a stop before I called out Luna/Clefairy. Hey, Luna. I know that you don't necessarily know the whole place just because you're originally from MT Moon, but could you take the lead and bring us around? I think a local showing us around would be much better than us just randomly running around the place. If nothing else, you probably know which places to avoid due to the warnings of your elders. Moreover, you told me you like to wander around the area before joining me, so you probably have covered enough of MT Moon to know where to lead us. We're searching for some low and mid bronze stage Pokemon so that Saphira can fight against them, I explained to her, and she agreed with a happy smile. She seemed to be happy to be around the place. The last time she saw MT Moon was some 5 or 6 months ago when I brought her over for a little visit to her tribe so that she could visit her family. She started skipping ahead and we honestly followed behind her like good little children. We quickly came across some Rattata, Diglett, Spearow, and Sandshrew, but unfortunately, the strongest was only at the high iron stage. Still, the frequency of wild Pokemon was higher than before, so we were off to a good start, and as expected we soon came across a fitting enemy. Actually, there were 2 of them, 2 low, bronze stage Sandshrew to be specific. They had 3 cute little Sandshrew with them, most likely their children. I could have just attacked them, but my bleeding heart decided to offer them the chance to fight for rumination instead. I went up to the pair that had taken their 3 chibis behind them with my calming aura on full blast. "Hello there," I greeted them with a wave. "I have an offer for you if you're willing to listen." I offered them and they looked at each other before they asked what the offer was. From their speech it became obvious that they were not sapient, so I adjusted my offer accordingly. "I'll give you a lot of food and these 3 items if you are willing to battle against Saphira here," I offered while showing them 3 F-class ground chips and pointing at Saphira. They seemed tempted, but they exchanged looks and looked back at their children. "I'll heal you back to full health after the battle," I offered after I felt that they were worried about being unable to ensure their safety. They finally agreed and the male stepped forward to fight first. I stepped back and whispered to Saphira that I would leave the fight to her. She took off from my shoulder and as soon as she was in the air the battle began without any signal. The sand shrew sent a volley of swift over which started homing in on Saphira. She kept dodging them until she managed to destroy the last one with her dragon breath. Sandshrew used her distraction to go underground waiting for his chance, while Saphira rose a bit more to increase the distance to the ground before she executed a safeguard. That was one of the first steps/openings in any battle that I had impressed on her, and she heeded my advice. It proved to be the right decision because Saphira got hit in the back by a shower of poison sting from Sandshrew, who silently raised his head out of the ground behind her. He immediately dove back underground without checking if his ambush had been successful or not, and he did it right on time since an angry Saphira bathed his last position in dragon flames using dragon breath. The next thing she did was to use cotton guard, which made her fluffy wings puff up and get bigger. She used it a second time, making her look even fluffier before she swooped down to the whole sandshrew left behind and released a round inside. Since it was an enclosed space, her attack spread like all sound-based moves did in such cases and got slightly amplified as a bonus. I would have had her use Sing instead, but round was not bad as well. Sandshrew was forced to break out of the ground and looked slightly hurt. Still, it began to curl into a ball midair, and as soon as he landed on the ground he began to spin forward in a rollout. He began to race around the area to pick up speed before using a slightly elevated spot to shoot at Saphira, who was forced to dodge. She fired a dragon breath at him, which he dodged as well, and her attempts to hit him became harder since he began picking up even more speed on top of swerving around. It went on like this for a full minute, with Sandshrew shooting at her using the terrain, her attacking him using dragon breath, and both dodging their respective attacking methods. It looked like Sandshrew had reached his maximum speed with rollout since he did not speed up anymore, and apparently, Saphira had been waiting for that to happen. Instead of just dodging, she moved above the airborne Sandshrew and fired a dragon pulse at him at an angle that hurled him faster to the ground, but instead of safely landing, her attacking angle would cause him to crash. It was a great plan. Not only was her dragon pulse hurting him, but the impact of his crash landing would damage him even further. Sandshrew tried to save the situation by trying to soften the impact using dig, but he only half succeeded. Still, he did reduce the damage he took in it underground, so his impromptu reaction proved to be smart on his part. Saphira saw him going underground as well and began approaching the hole to repeat her previous tactic, but before she reached there, stars began pouring out of the hole, zooming towards her. They kept pouring out, showing that Sandshrew was spamming the move as often as he could. Saphira used her dragon breath to destroy them and dodge those she had yet to destroy, but she still got hit by a few before she managed to take care of them all due to their high number. Still, Sandshrew reached his spamming limit and had to pause, which Saphira made use of to approach the hole he hid in. This time around she began to release a Sing inside, and she kept it up for a short while. After he chose to stop, she waited for a few moments to see if Sandshrew would resurface, and when he didn't, she entered the tunnel. Less than 20 seconds later, Sandshrew got thrown out of the hole and Saphira followed after him. It became obvious that she had won, so under the worried gaze of the four spectating Sandshrew, I went up to the beaten male. The female seemed to be torn between rushing up to her mate and staying with her children, but I showed her a placating hand gesture before pulling out an awakening spray of my own making created using chesto berries. Once he was awake, I fed him a health pellet made from orange berries and citrus berries, before feeding him another one made of lepa berries. I was planning to keep my word regarding healing them back up after all. He nodded in thanks before moving to his family. They huddled together for a bit before the mother stepped out for her turn. The fight against her took Saphira a bit less than against the male, not because the female was weaker, but because she used some of her experience from the previous fight to make adjustments for her current one. I healed up the female the same way I did her mate, and she moved back to her family as soon as she was up. As promised, I gave them some food, 5 1-kilogram bags of general ground type poke food I made. The poke food was part of the heap I produced en masse using the F and E class materials I had amassed but not used. I had tons of such poke food for nearly every type lying around in Utopia, and they were perfect for any Pokemon until the high bronze stage. Even Silver Stage Pokemon would not complain about hunger after eating those. Still, they would only be useful for sating their hunger and nothing else. I explained to them that those 5 bags would be enough to feed their family for 20 to 25 days if they rationed the food correctly. I also told them that the unopened bags would last a year, while open ones would last a month. When I added the food was also helpful for their growth/training progress, their eyes began to shine like crazy and I had to chuckle. I found it cute how they would look at the bags and their children with smiles. Still, Saphira had fewer problems beating those 2 than I thought she would have. The pressure was not as great as I had hoped it to be, so I decided to offer them another deal. They would fight against her in a 2 versus 1 battle. I told them they could get another 2 bags if they agreed and 5 bags if they managed to win. For a moment I thought they would burst out of excitement when I said that, and they obviously agreed. Sapphire threw me a false dirty look in Thor and the others began cheering for her. The Chibi Sandshrews, seeing them cheering for Saphira, began cheering for their parents, so the 3 began fighting, supported by a lot of cheers. This time around the battle was much harder and much more brutal. The Sandshrew went all out to get those 5 bags, which forced Saphira to give her all as well. Saphira suffered a lot of injuries, but she finally managed to take down both Sandshrew one after the other. Nonetheless, it was obvious that she was working on fumes by that point. The Sandshrew, on the other hand, looked like a wreck since they refused to go down until they were unable to continue. I was impressed by their tenacity and their willingness to keep going, so after I healed up all 3 by pulling out some higher class healing as well as energy pellets, I chose to give them 5 more bags regardless of their loss. The parents thanked me and I waved them off, telling them that they had earned it, and I fully believed that. They nodded towards me, turned to their kids, and told them to take a bag each. The mother took 3 bags and the father carried 4 before they quickly scurried away, most likely to their den to hide their prize. After they left, we kept going. There was still a lot of sunlight to burn after all. Chapter 228, Using Pressure to Train. We kept falling behind Luna/Clefairy for the next 6 hours as she brought us around the mountain range. We came across quite a few Rattata, Diglett, Spearow, Sandshrew, Scentret, Geodude, Machop, as well as Ekans during that time. To me, it looked like these were the most abundant Pokemon species that lived on the mountain range, at least among those that lived outside the cave system. I was sure Zubat would replace Spearow if it had been inside the caverns and tunnels, and the number of Scentret and Rattata would have gone down as well. Anyways, Zigzagoon, Mankey, Spinarak, Raticate, Dugtrio, and Fearow were the ones that showed up on occasion, while Arbok, Sandslash, Furret, Lanoon, Onix, Cubone, and Nincada were Pokemon that we had come across once or twice, maybe thrice. Seeing how our first round of battles, when I had Saphira/Swablu battle against 2 low, bronze or 1 mid, bronze stage Pokemon, as long as they were less challenging in their base form, like Rattata. Pokemon that were more challenging like Onix, or those at their next evolutionary stages like Raticate or Sandslash, were already strong enough to really pressure her at the low, bronze stage, so they were challenged as well. That did not mean that we did not give a try to challenge some mid, bronze stage Pokemon of the last group, but of her 4 tries, Saphira lost half. Once against a mid, bronze stage Fearow and another against a mid, bronze stage Sandslash, but we counted those as part of the fighting experience. Moreover, since the aim of our current excursion was to put pressure on Saphira, I could confidently say that those losses still played their role, since she had been under quite the pressure during those battles. I'll be honest, I only did the negotiation act thrice during the last few hours. Those were with a group of Machop and Onix, and finally a business of Furret. The other 20-ish battles she participated in were done according to the old-school rules. We saw them, we fought them, and we caught them, but in this case, we just left them alone. I did, however, heal most of our opponents as long as they did not go all murder hobo or A***H*** glue on us. I mean, I had more F and E class healing pellets than I knew what to do with, so I saw no harm in helping them back to good health as long they did not piss me off. So far, that only happened twice. One was an Arbok that thought it was a good idea to try to sneak attack me while I went up to it to heal it after informing the Arbok that I was planning to heal it. The second one was just as aggravating. Saphira fought against Eradicate, that was the boss of a mischief, after we agreed on a one-on-one, but once she took him down, the Eradicate ordered his mischief to swarm us. We obviously took them all down as well, but I felt a bit pissed, so we left them to deal with the consequences by themselves. Hashirama/Ivysaur got to fight 6 times as well. He battled against a mid-silver stage Onyx, which he won thanks to his type advantage, even if it was not a decisive victory. His second battle was against a mid-silver stage Primeape, which he lost, but he put up a good fight, so I was satisfied with his performance. He also fought against another Primeape that was part of the first one's troop. Hashirama managed to beat the low silver stage Primeape, and he had a pleased smile on his face after making up for his loss against the boss. Another battle was against a low silver stage Fiero, which he managed to win by the skin of his teeth, due to the Fiero doing the smart thing and making use of its air advantage. He fought against another low silver stage Fiero that was accompanying the first one, and Hashirama barely lost that one. The final battle was against a low silver stage Dugtrio, which he managed to win. Actually, the last one was less challenging than I thought it would be, so I would have to see if that Dugtrio was an exception or if all Dugtrio were as strong as that one. Still, by the end of the day, I decided that there was no need to switch between the Viridian Forest and MT Moon, since we came across enough species that could pose a challenge to Hashirama to make a location change superfluous. At 6 p.m. I decided to stop for the day and asked Horace/Sada to bring us home. I prepared dinner and had everyone go through a 90-minute training session before relaxing for the rest of the day. The next day, New Day, was spent like this as well. First, we ate our breakfast, then we did a 90-minute morning training session before we went to MT Moon until 6 p.m., followed by dinner and a 90-minute evening training session. While we were going around MT Moon, the others were staying inside Utopia, spending half of the time relaxing and half of the time training on their own. I also decided to swap out the members of the supervising squad each day so that everyone got to spend time with us wandering around MT Moon. The only ones that remained part of the permanent group were Saphira, Hashirama, and Luna. Well, and for obvious reasons, the water types had to sit out, but the others did get their turn. Anyway, Girardiday went by just like that, as did Pockeday, and today was shaping up to be like that as well. That was not to say that nothing interesting or new happened, 'cause it did. We came across some new species like Dunsparce, Graveler, Machoke, Puchina, Mytiana, Rhyhorn, and Houndour. The Puchina line and the Houndour surprised me since I had not expected to come across them. Well, it was a Mytiana with 5 Puchina that we stumbled upon on Girardiday and a small pack of 4 Houndour we met today, but according to our local expert/guide Miss Luna, they were rather rare, so we were lucky to see them. Sadly, none of the Houndour had any decent potential, or I would have probably caught one since I thought they were cute. I meant cool. Yes, cool, not cute. I mean, they turned to Houndoom, so it had to be cool. Anyway, we just finished dinner and now it was time for our evening training session, so we all got started on the grind. I went to supervise everyone's training, and I was wearing weights while doing that to show everyone that I was taking part in the grind as well. It helped with team/group cohesion when they saw that I was training just like they did, and it helped me become stronger. It was a truly youthful win-win situation. A quick look at my watch told me that the session was over, so I called for a stop. I went up to Hashirama and Saphira to see if there was any change in their parameters. Until now there had been no changes, but that was okay because it had only been 4 days, 5 if we counted today, since we began the pressure regime. As expected, there was no change in Hashirama's parameters, so I moved on to Saphira to check hers as well. Finally! I thought when I saw that her vitality had improved to SSS. It was good to get confirmation that my idea worked. At least I chose to believe that this happened because of the pressure training and not because it was just about to happen anyway. Regardless of the minuscule doubt nagging regarding my success, I chose to believe that my idea worked. I told Saphira the good news and encouraged Hashirama to keep it up. I did not want him to feel the slightest bit of dejection due to not showing any progress yet. I decided that it was time for another open-air cinema, so I called everyone over and began handing out snacks. After the movie, I wished everyone a good night and went to my bed. Tomorrow, my parents were coming over for the weekend, and I was curious to see how Mimikyu was going to look wearing her new disguises. I did not get to see that last week because Mom said that she wanted to get a bit closer to Mimikyu before offering the new disguises, cloaks, or whatever you want to call them. Mom asked me to keep them for now since she was not sure if she could resist having Mimikyu try them out for her. So, I was hoping that she had reached her goal cause I was interested in seeing Mimikyu with her cosplay. The next morning my parents came while I was preparing breakfast. Their timing was impeccable as always. After our greeting, and with that I meant Mom pinching my poor cheeks and briefly hugging the stuffing out of me, she helped me set the table. Say, Mom, did you get close enough to Mimikyu to ask her about changing her old disguise for a new one? I'm sure she'd at least like to wear the Pikachu one, even if she feels unsure about the Munchlax and Teddy Ursa cosplay. I inquired of Mom while we were eating. I think so, she replied with a smile before she continued. I'm confident that she'll accept the Pikachu one. The Munchlax and Teddy Ursa one might be too much of an abrupt change right now, so she might be apprehensive about changing into those. Still, I'm confident she'll become curious enough to try them once she has completely settled in and opened up some more. Besides, who knows, she might accept trying them out today, she finished with a shrug. That's good, I returned with a nod before asking something else I was curious about. Have you found out if there is something that distinguishes her from other Mimikyu? I'd like to know why she gave me that special feeling. She shook her head, which genuinely surprised me since being able to manipulate the cloth/rag she was wearing was not something subtle or anything, unlike Rosalia's talent which had a trigger condition. Really, nothing? I'm pretty sure that she gave me a special feeling that was different from the one the potential of a Pokémon gives me. I reiterated while wondering how they could have missed her talent. I gave Dad a look while posing my question, but he shook his head as well. Either Mimikyu noticed her new ability/talent and felt not comfortable enough with my parents to show it, or there was a condition that had to be fulfilled that I did not notice. I did not bother checking if the use section could be expanded since the description was pretty clear. Maybe there was something in there that explained why Mimikyu did not show her talent. Sorry, honey, I didn't notice anything that could have caused you to feel that way, she said with a shake of her head. Maybe it'll come up in the future, I returned with a smile while deciding to recheck Mimikyu's status to see if there was something I missed. Mom just smiled indulgently and we finished our meal. Afterward, we went outside for our morning training. Once I was done acting as Mikhail-sensei, Mom talked with Mimikyu and told her about the new disguises/cloaks we bought for her. Honey, she agreed to change into the new Pikachu cloak, so could you be a darling and give it to her? Mom called out to me and I went to my bag to bring out the Pikachu cosplay that was stored there. I then moved toward Mimikyu and handed her the cloak. I used that moment to examine her status screen and checked whether I had missed something. Turns out I did. I saw exactly why they had not noticed Mimikyu's new talent, and I was including Mimikyu herself in this. Apparently, at least 90% of the disguise had to be made out of materials originating from mature Pokémon. The mature Pokémon in this case meant above the stageless stage. This obviously meant that her current, or rather previous, disguise did not fulfill this condition. However, the one we bought her did satisfy that condition, so Mimikyu should notice her ability any moment now. Q! As soon as I thought that, Mimikyu let out a cry of surprise. Mom hurriedly went to the tree Mimikyu went behind to change, but Mimikyu excitedly came forward and I immediately noticed the natural movement of her costume. I was not the only one by the gasps of surprise I heard. Mimikyu excitedly began to talk with Mom and she called Ghastly and Mischievous over as well. They began to talk excitedly and Mom told us that Mimikyu was able to control her new costume as if it was part of her body. Dad was impressed and asked if she could channel her moves through them. As soon as he asked that Mimikyu used a shadow claw using the leather tail sewn to the costume. Well, that answers that question. Maybe we should consider adding arms to her costumes, Dad said after she did that. Mom used the situation to ask if Mimikyu wanted to try the other two costumes and she agreed. Mimikyu changed into both costumes and she could control both. That actually made me wonder if she could use wings if some anatomically correct ones, using Pokemon feathers, were added to a costume. I told them my idea, and they seemed intrigued by the idea, but since Mimikyu could already levitate due to being a ghost type, it was not as interesting as it could have been if that had not been the case. The next while was spent marveling at Mimikyu's new costumes and her ability to control them at will. Mom did not forget to take photos of Mimikyu in her different get-ups. Chapter 229, Using Pressure to Train. After Mimikyu's little cosplay show, Horace/Sata-sensei along with Mothra/Butterfree-sensei continued their teleport lessons, and this time around even Agni/Arcanine joined in. While they were doing that, we let the others work on their own moves. As for us, we began talking, or rather I asked them a question and they answered. So, what's the plan for the future? I mean, the hunt for points should be done in 2 months, so what are you two going to do after that? I asked curiously, and Dad gave me a grin while Mom looked amused at Dad's reaction. Son, good that you asked. It's pretty simple actually, we're going to train. In 10 years the Grand League tournament is going to happen, so I want to try to participate in that one. Further, I'm planning to win the Senior League tournament that will happen in 5 years. So, our short-term goal is to help everyone enter the Dark Gold stage in preparation for the Senior League, while the long-term goal is to improve as much as possible before the Grand League. While winning the Grand League is unlikely, I want to go as far as possible. The experience will help me win the second one, Dad said, full of confidence. Well, unlike your dad, I don't plan to participate in the Grand League in 10 years, but my goal is to win the Senior League tournament within that time. Your mommy is going to become a champion, then you can brag about your awesome mommy to everyone. Mom said while stroking my right cheek lovingly. Well, luckily for Dad, the Senior League tournament in 5 years would be held a few months before the start of my official journey. Now, Mom's plan of winning the tournament in 10 years would be hard since I was going to participate in that one as well. Now, I would say whether she could beat me or not would depend on how far they came with improving their Pokemon to and within the Dark Gold stage. Still, I was not planning to give up or make it easy for her just because she was my mom. However, there was no need to destroy her dreams. Who knows, maybe something would happen that would solve the possible embarrassing moment. Those are some impressive goals. I applauded them. Still, that did not completely answer my previous question. So, does that mean you two are going to be staying home once the time is up? Yes, and no. Well, stay at home for a while, where any training would happen on our property or in the wild nearby. However, we'll also go out for certain periods for some more intensive training into battle, since just training is not enough, Dad replied. Mom, on the other hand, focused on another point altogether. Oh, does my baby miss his mommy and want her to stay with him? Or are worried about having to once again live more than a few days with your dad? She said, and I could see the mirth in her eyes. We both had to laugh when Dad mock protested because of her second question. Yeah, I'm worried that Dad is going to mooch off my luck. Well, at least I get to bully you more often. Sorry, I meant we get to train together more often. I returned humorously. We talked a bit more about their plans before turning our focus to our Pokemon, and before I knew it, Arc Day had arrived. My parents went back to the point grind, and I decided to honor the first day of the new month by calling my friends before I went to MT Moon to train. I called everyone to ask them how they were doing, and it seemed that they were all busy training. Well, Jessica was busy due to her internship at the Poke Center, but that's just semantics. Kinji/Samurai did not take my call but called me back near the end of my calling session when I was nearly done calling everyone. He said he had been in the middle of a fight when I called, so he had to finish that one first before he could talk. He was still inside the Viridian Forest training hard to reach the Bug King rank. Apparently, his Vimpod broke through to the Silver Stage 2 days ago, and he believed it would evolve within the next few months. One of Aaron's latest missions had brought him to Sinnoh, and he currently had 2 months off, so he was going around Sinnoh challenging gyms to train his Pokemon against strong/experienced trainers around his level. I had to laugh when he said that. I was sure that there were not many people who went around challenging gyms not for badges but purely for the sake of training/fighting. Weiss and Ace were really being kept busy by their parents/families. Still, they said that they managed to get the last week of this month off, so they wanted to meet up on one of the days. We agreed on a meeting on Pocket Day in Coral City. The specific time and place of our meeting would be determined a day or two before Pocket Day. Urza was visiting family in Kalos, and you, well, who cares about you? Jokes aside, the poor boy came 2 hours ago, bright early in the morning, waking all of us up, and told me his parents were sent on a long-term mission to the Ore region and he got dragged along for the ride. Seeing as he came to say goodbye, I forgave him for dragging me out of bed, less than an hour after I went back to sleep after checking up on Iggy. Misty traveled to Galar for a chill or dreadnought, and she said that she might stay in the western continent for a few months to train and to see if she can find some water types that arouse her interest. The others were simply busy with their journeys, so nothing was new on that front. Oh, and her parents had brought Rose on a month-long road trip. They were not going around all of Kanto since that would be laughable, but they were planning to make a circle, by traveling from Orchid City to Iris City, then from there to Citron City, and finally from Citron City back to Orchid City. They were traveling on the official route system and the total distance of their little round trip was 2,200 kilometers. I told her to have fun, and since that had been the last one on my to-call list, I made my way to MT Moon. We were wandering around a new area each day, with trusty Luna/Clefairy-chan leading the way. When I said new, I meant that we continued where we left off the previous time, but we had only seen a really small part of the whole mountain range until now. Well, considering the size of the area, that made a lot of sense. I was pretty sure that no one would consider covering around 670.000 square kilometers in just 5 days as possible. Anyway, as I said, we were going around MT Moon in search of worthy battles for Saphira/Swablu and Hashirama/Ivysaur today as well. The first 2 hours of our hike went like usual, but we just came across a small colony of Nidoran led by 2 Nidorino and 3 Nidorina. Since I wanted some one-on-one battles, I might have intimidated them into agreeing with the help of Luna/Clefairy, Nyx/Umbreon, Thor/Pikachu, and Mars/Ursaring's presence. Anyway, Saphira first fought against the mid-bronze stage Nidorino and then the mid-bronze stage Nidorina. She actually managed to win by making copious use of Safeguard, Cotton Guard, and Refresh. Another factor I noticed was that the Nidos were not used to fighting a flying foe, probably because the only ones living around their area were members of the Spiroline. Add to that the fact that Saphira was safe from poisoning as well as her increased defense, and she managed to win against the odds because there was no mistake that she was actually weaker than both her beaten opponents. Well, experience and a nice move pool with decent mastery were the decisive factors here. Still, Saphira would have to take a back seat now, since the strength difference with the rest of the Nidos was too large. The 2 other Nidorino were at the high, bronze stage, while the Alpha Nidorino was at the low, silver stage, so just right for good old Hashirama. As soon as the battle began, Hashirama used Sunny Day, which increased his speed substantially. Nidorino ran towards Hashirama, its horn lit up signaling the use of horn attack, but Hashi dodged thanks to his boosted speed and let out a round of leech seed that were buried around the area like mines that were waiting for someone, in this case, Nidorino, to step on them. There was not much that Nidorino could do. The only useful move against Ivysaur it could naturally learn was Earth Power, and they normally learn that one only around the mid-silver stage. In fact, the only long-range move it used was Poison Sting, which was not that useful against Hashirama, so Nidorino had no choice but to get close for close combat, which Hashi knowingly avoided, maximizing his advantage. After another failed rush, Nidorino stepped on one of the buried leech seeds and got endangered by the energy-draining root that grew. Hashi used his temporary immobility and distracted state to shower him in sleep powder. A single round was not enough to lull it to sleep, but he kept using sleep powder until Nidorino fell asleep. Well, that was a pretty bad matchup. I seem to have underestimated what a bad matchup a Nidorino that has not been taught a lot of extra moves was against someone capable of keeping the distance between them, on top of being immune to poisoning. I kind of felt bad about how bad that whole fight went for Nidorino. I was sure that the fight would have gone different if it had been a Nidoking, but seems like using Nidos for Hashirama's pressure training was not worthwhile. I woke up the Nidorino, healed any damage it suffered, and threw out a few berries before doing a tactical retreat. I truly felt a bit awkward about that last fight, since I had mentioned how beneficial a close fight would be for both before they began to battle. After that episode, another few hours went by with us finding one helpful opponent after the other, until we came across a really big business of Sentret and Ferret. They all went on full alert as soon as we stepped into their little clearing. Seeing so many of them gave me an idea of how I could use that to help Hashirama train, so I called out to the leader of the business. I began to negotiate with him, since I would need their cooperation if I wanted the right amount of pressure. In the end, the boss Ferret agreed, and all bronze stage Ferret and Sentret were called to the front. There were roughly 20 of them, and just like we had agreed on, they all began attacking Hashirama at the same time. Yes, it was a mini-tide. Hashirama had to deal with a large number of opponents that were weaker than him, but the difference in strength was relatively small, so the pressure he felt at having to face 20 at once was huge. He did not have to win for this session. If he did win, great, but the main goal was to hold out as long as possible. The fight was impressive to witness. Hashirama first used a sunny day to boost his speed, and then he alternated between Sleep Powder, Vine Whip, and Razor Leaf to attack/slow down his enemies. He spread around Leech Seed in hopes of slowing them down, but it was not enough. He was unable to deal with so many attackers at once, so he got hit quite often by those he failed to block. Still, whenever he got too hurt, he used Synthesis to heal, which worked quickly and effectively thanks to the sunny day. He made sure to keep going. While he actually managed to dwindle their number to 5 after an unbelievable 23 minutes, he was out of steam. While his last Synthesis ensured that he was in good shape health-wise, he was out of energy and nearly out of stamina as well. Nonetheless, Hashirama kept going despite him suffering damage from his 5 assailants. He fought until even his stamina was used up, but he managed to take one more Ferret down before he was unable to continue. Still, despite his loss, he put on a grand performance, and I told him as much. He beamed at my praise, and the brief disappointed look he had vanished. His friends congratulated him well, which proved to him that I was not just saying that to console him. After praising Hashirama and healing him back up as well as giving him a stamina and energy boost, I turned to the Sentret and Ferret strewn around the area, as well as the 4 that were still standing. I began to heal them back up again as well, and once I finished healing the last one, I turned to the boss Ferret, who had been quietly observing me. I handed over the promised reward, which was 30 bags/kg of F-class normal type poke food and 10 bags/kg of E-class normal type poke food. Boss Ferret actually told me that it was a pleasure doing business with me and that I could come to them if I wanted a repeat performance. I agreed, since the wave/tide method worked out great in my opinion, so I would definitely retry it from time to time. A quick look at my watch told me that it was time for me to go home, so that's what we did. The next 2 days went by without any fuss. The highlight was Makuhita, which we came across on Girardidae, which was cool since I did not think that any Makuhita were living in the Moon Mountain range. On Pockeday we actually came across a low, silver stage Donphan, which proved to be a good challenge for Hashirama, and after our leading training session I saw that his endurance got raised to SSS. The next day and the weekend with my parents flew by quickly, as did the 2 days after that up until Girardidae. During those days the only surprise was a Cacturn I came across on Dial Day, and a Pseudowudo we met on Muday. Still, finally on Girardidae Saphira showed some progress. Her energy capacity got increased to SSS as well, which left only her strength for her to complete her limit breaking. Chapter 230, Using Pressure to Train. We kept up our training trips to MT Moon for the next 2 weeks, and a day before the promised meeting with Weiss and Ace, Hashirama/Ivysaur's vitality rose to SSS as well. One of the noteworthy things that happened was that the mastery of some of their moves improved due to them using them so much during high-intensity battles. Another one was when we came across a small sleuth of Spinda, or rather they came across us while we were having our lunch break. The little buggers got attracted by the smell caused by my great cooking skills. They saw us, assessed the situation, and saw that we showed no aggression toward their arrival, so they acted quite friendly and even began to butter us up, acting all cute. I had to laugh seeing their performance and made some extra food for them. After we were done eating, I began to put everything away and I saw the four Spinda look at each other and discuss something among themselves. I saw the three females push the male towards me. It turned out that they wanted to join me, and correctly assuming that they wanted to do that because of the food, I straight up told them that I was not going to cook for them every day. He returned that they would happy as long as they had something to eat. I honestly had no interest in the Spinda species since they had a low racial value and no known evolution. Yes, I know that that's racist, but it's the truth. Moreover, their potential was yellow, so not that good either. As if he heard my thoughts, Spinda hugged me and looked at me with puppy eyes while waiting the other three over who joined him in puppy eyeing me. I looked to my Pokemon for some support, but they just snickered at my predicament. Their request made me remember something I kinda regret, which was rejecting that one poor drowsy that asked to join me. If I could go back, I would have agreed and just let him stay in Utopia, since Pokemon genuinely asking to join someone was pretty rare. Despite my unshakable will, I decided to let them stay inside Utopia, remembering the sad departure of Drowsy. Their puppy eyes and soft hugs had nothing to do with it. Still, I warned them that they would eat berries, fruits, and poke food pellets most of the time. I gave them some of the normal type poke food and they just said they were great. I just sighed and moved them inside Utopia, so I currently have 4 Spinda living inside Utopia. At least, the potential of all 4 made it to light green after the upgrade. Another fortunate meeting was with a golem. The fortunate part here was that it had no interest in us and thankfully chose to ignore us, cause it was at the dark gold stage. I knew that since it was not bothering concealing its aura. I was also pretty sure that I saw a Scamry fly by, but it was gone before I could make sure. Anyway, we agreed yesterday that we would meet up at 1 p.m. in front of the Citron City Gym, so I was going to check up on Eggy now instead of 12:30 p.m., or I would have to do so in between teleports. It was just 90 minutes earlier anyway. Species, Salandit. Gender, male. Type, poison, fire. Potential, orange. Stage, none, poke egg. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, oblivious. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, fire. Eggy's potential actually improved to orange, which was a bit faster than I had hoped would happen. I was taking care of him for slightly less than 2 months, and since the care center told my parents that Eggy would hatch in 5 months, that meant he should still have 3 months before then. However, since Utopia actually accelerated the hatching time of eggs due to its great environment, I was expecting him to hatch at least a month earlier. If Eggy had been inside Utopia since the beginning, he might have already hatched. Anyway, this meant there were still roughly 2 months until Eggy hatched, and while I did not believe that there was any chance to raise his potential to deep orange during this time, I could hopefully raise it enough for the optimization that would happen after his hatching to elevate his potential to light yellow. Still, even that was unlikely in just 2 months, so the closer we got to that point the better it was. Nonetheless, since Eggy's potential had improved, it was time to swap his paste for a more potent one once more. I had actually made enough of that paste to last for a month, since I had expected this to happen in a month, so I had some in storage and only needed to apply it. Unlike the previous paste, the new one was E-Class, and E+ at that, which meant that it had a greater quality/effect among E-Class items. Honestly, it took me 6 tries to get a paste whose class E+, the 5 previous attempts ended up as plain E-Class ones, so since I found out that there was a division within the class, I had to achieve a plus for all my products. Well, I began cleaning up the surface of Eggy. After the old paste was completely removed, I began applying the new one. Sigh, now that I would have to reduce the checkup interval back to 4 hours for some time to make sure that the paste was not too potent before I could increase it back to 6 hours. Regardless of the blow to my sleep schedule, I was happy about the development. Once I was done with applying the paste, I said bye to Eggy and left Utopia. Afterward, I made my way to Citron City per Horus Express. It took less than 40 minutes to arrive in Citron City and another 10 to walk to the gym. One just had to love teleportation comparing those numbers. Anyway, there were 25 minutes until our meeting, so I chose to watch Utopia TV until it was time. Ace showed up 10 minutes early and Wise showed up 5 minutes after him. After releasing her from my hug, I asked what we were going to do since she had told us to leave it to her during our call. Well, I thought we could visit the Citron Marine Exhibition Center. I heard they have pieces of Pokemon there that differ from the regular ones. I know that you like things like that, and I thought Ace would find it interesting enough as well since he applied to a Marine Academy. She replied, and I had to agree with her logic since it was true. I had told them that I found type variants interesting and seeing the exhibits sounded interesting to me, so she had pegged my opinion right. Sure, sounds interesting, I said, and we both turned to look at Ace for his answer. Yeah, sure. Let's do that, he said purely out of his own volition. So, do you know the way, or should we ask for directions? I asked Weiss and she nodded. Yeah, I went by it a few times during some of my previous visits to Citron. She took the lead and we conversed while we were walking. Weiss told us that her Vullaby broke through to the bronze stage. Her Buniri evolved into Lopunny after reaching the high bronze stage. Ace, not wanting to be excluded, said that a low bronze stage Bizel joined his team and that he caught a mid bronze stage Golduck. I congratulated them both, and shortly after we arrived at the Citron Marine Exhibition Center. We paid the entrance fee and began walking around the exhibition. While there was a tour that would begin within 40 minutes, we decided to walk around by ourselves. There were not only Pokemon-related exhibits but also other marine items like models of ships that have been used or are in use by the Navy or famous individuals. Some treasures found on islands or the sea were displayed as well. However, touching the objects was forbidden, which was superfluous in my opinion since they were behind glass cases anyway. Still, some warning signs mentioned that the cases were energy sensitive and touch sensitive, so any energy touching the case would trigger an alarm. The same for any physical pressure above a certain intensity. This meant that I would be unable to check out their status screen and that I would have to be satisfied with the text panels beside the case which explained the history behind the displayed objects. We saw quite a few items before the first one that really interested me appeared. It was a case displaying 3 coral resembling branch look-alike and 2 pictures. One looked like the regular growth from a Corsola, while the other 2 resembled it, but looked different. According to the sign, the light blue crystal-looking one came from a water/ice variant found roughly 200 years ago. The other one looked just like the regular one but was a light purple instead of pink. That one was found 80 years ago. The first picture showed a Galarian Corsola, so a ghost variant, while the other picture showed a Cursola. The sign mentioned that it was the only known evolution of any Corsola variant. The next interesting showcase were 2 clampearl shells. The one on the left had yellow stripes on its interstices found 20 years ago, while the one on the right was pure white found 6 years ago. The white one was apparently from a water and fairy variant, while the one with yellow stripes was from an electric variant. Funnily enough, I could imagine a water/electric type Huntail and a water/fairy type Gorbis quite easily. The question was if both evolutions of the respective Clampearl variants would keep their typing upon evolution or not. Then came a display showing a gray Shelder shell from a steel variant found 850 years ago, along with 2 cloister shells. A dark brown one that looked like it was carved from stone was obtained 1,260 years ago, while the other one looked like a regular one, just with black spikes instead of the regular light purple. That one had been found 90 years ago. The stone shell was predictably from a water/rock variant, while the one with black spikes was surprisingly from a water/poison variant. I was seeing quite a few variants, so I was pretty happy. The last one we saw was a display showing the appendage of 2 stereo variants. The one on the left was dark, apparently from a water/steel variant, and had been obtained 580 years ago. While the right one was pure white and from a water/fairy variant. It had been found 840 years ago. Ace mentioned that he would be interested in having a water/fairy type Starmie, and we wished him luck in finding one. We spent close to 2 hours walking around the exhibition checking out all exhibits. After leaving the exhibition center, we went to a local KFP branch for lunch, and afterward, we spent nearly 3 hours in a bowling center. I could have won if I used my psychic abilities, but for the sake of fairness, I didn't. We played 5 rounds before we decided to stop. Ace and I won 2 times, so we ended up with a draw. Around 7 p.m. we said our farewells and split up. The next 3 days went by without any hiccups, but on ARC day after the morning training session, I saw that Safira/Swabla finally completed her limit breaking. Just 2 days before the start of the new month her strength reached SSS, which meant she could officially break through into the bronze stage. I told her as much and gave her the go-ahead. She directly broke through and I was the first to congratulate her. The others quickly followed suit, and while they did that I checked her new status. Name, Safira. Species, Swablu. Gender, female. Age, 3+ years. Type, normal, flying. Potential, deep blue, 85.87%, dash purple, 46.04%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, natural cure, cloud 9. Talents, climate control. Affinities, normal, flying, fairy, budding. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, F. Strength, F. Endurance, E. Agility, F. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, E. Immune. Ghost. Resistance. Grass, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, excited. Masteries. Neutral E, manipulation, beginner. Flying/air E, manipulation, beginner. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Natural gift. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Growl, peck, safeguard. Proficient. Mist, disarming voice, round, play rough, sing, cotton guard, fury attack, dragon pulse, plus, refresh, plus. Advanced. Dragon breath. Mastered. Not applicable. Her potential had jumped straight to purple and was nearly halfway to deep purple. Other than that nothing had changed, but that was no surprise. Since she broke through her part of the pressure training was done, which meant the next few weeks I would focus solely on Hashirama during our trips to MT Moon. At least now she could focus on learning natural gift. Chapter 231, Using Pressure to Train. For the next few days, Hashirama/Ivysaur was the sole focus of our little trips to MT Moon. I got so into it, that I had to be reminded about my approaching birthday at the beginning of the second week by my parents. My 9th birthday was in 4 days on dial day, the October 19th, 2179. My parents were going to return early because of that, so instead of returning on Kai-Day morning, they were going to be back on Pocket-Day night. All that told me in my current grind mindset was that I still had 4 more days including today to do some pressure training. A piece of good news for me was that Eggy's checkup schedule had returned to a 6-hour interval after a week without any negative reactions. Before I went out to MT Moon I remembered to invite my friends to my birthday party. Misty and Aaron were currently on different continents so it was unlikely that they could come, but I still gave them a call so that they could not complain about not even getting invited. As expected they apologized for being unable to attend, but I told them that it was okay. Rose and her family were going to show up either way, but I still called her out of courtesy. After getting her confirmation, I called Jessica to ask her if she could come. Poor Jessie was super busy because of her internship at the Poke Center as a nurse, so I could understand it if she could not attend due to various reasons. Still, she said she managed to ask for an early leave on dial day, and that she was definitely going to show up. Weiss and Ace both affirmed that they would be there, which left only Kinji/Samurai in my group of close friends. I wrote a message asking if he was busy and after he answered that he was free, I called him. He accepted my invitation and told me that he would show up around 5 p.m. after I gave him my address. The others did not know my real identity but the alias they met me as, so I did not invite them. I would tell them my identity once I felt our friendship become closer, but for now, we were not close enough. Well, There was still Urza, whom I had met as Mikhail. I would classify our relationship as friends, so I called her to ask her if she had time on dial day and if she wanted to come to my birthday if she did have time. Urza gave her consent and I gave her my address. After that, I quickly did a mental check to see if I forgot anyone before I remembered you, but decided against calling him since that poor guy was now in Or. I made a quick prayer for poor you before sending my parents my guest list. Afterward, I left for MT Moon and went around finding Silver Stage Pokemon for Hashirama to battle against. Except for the one time where we had to run due to a fight abruptly erupting between a Steelix and an Agron. Going by the feeling they were giving off, they were both at the Dark Gold stage, but I had no idea what substage since even I was not reckless enough to get into the clash zone just to check their status screens. So, after running away with our tails between our legs, we changed our search direction. That evening I received some good news, but they were not from Hashirama. No, Optimus and Luna managed to use teleport for the first time within a few minutes of each other. Thankfully, Mide had no sudden death events, and the search on Giratidae also went by calmly. The only surprise was coming across a Salbai, but that was a welcome surprise. It actually ambushed us as we walked by a cave entrance, so I had Hashirama beat his ass for a bit. He was only at the high, bronze stage, so the fight, while not easy, did not cause any pressure on Hashi. Since Salbai was the one who ambushed us, we left it there after Hashirama knocked it out. During the evening training session, Hashirama's strength got elevated to SSS, which meant that only his agility was left. Once that happened, he would first evolve to Venusaur, before directly breaking through to the Silver Stage. Well, I decided to give everyone the day off on Pocket Day, so I just spent the time before dinner, which was when my parent arrived, relaxing and playing with everyone. At dinner, my parents told me that we would be heading to the city tomorrow after breakfast to buy stuff for the party at 4 p.m. It was going to be a grill party, and they were planning to buy some great meat since I told them that I did not want any extravagant gifts. To be honest, I was worried that they would show up with another egg or Pokemon when I said that. The next morning, I barely avoided death by suffocation. Once the birthday congratulations were out of the way and we ate a hearty breakfast before we went out to purchase the meat for the grill. We bought 10 kilograms of far-fetched wings, 2 kilograms of breasts, 5 kilograms of Toro's fillet, sirloin, as well as ribeye each, and finally 10 kilograms of Sea King fillets. That was not as much as it sounded, but should be enough for 15 people. I personally felt my parents spent a bit too much for some birthday grill meat since they dropped nearly 28k poke for all of it. At least, they did not try to buy any D-class meat or that price would have been much higher. Once we were back home, we prepared everything so that all that had to be done once the guests arrived was to start grilling. Dad set up 2 large grills since one would not be enough, or rather it would take way too long to go through all the meat with just one grill. Once everything was ready, we just watched a movie to pass the time until 4 p.m. 10 minutes before 4 p.m. the guests began to trickle in, and Rose and her parents were the first to arrive. Jessica was the second. She came just a minute after the Fields, which made me wonder how they managed to not meet outside. I introduced her to Rose and her parents, and while I was doing that, Weiss and Ace arrived. They came together, and as they told me beforehand, they both brought along their parents. Urza came punctually at 4 p.m., so the only one missing was Kinji, who informed me that he would arrive around 5 p.m. We introduced everyone to each other before we separated into 2 groups, parents and non-parents. Our group, also known as the Cool Kids, began to talk about the things we were doing. Everyone was very interested to hear Jessie's part since they were all curious about what she was doing in her internship as a Pokemon nurse. They were impressed by the stuff she had to do, especially when she mentioned the night shift and the lack of sleep. I gave her a sympathetic look when she mentioned the night shift, since I was the only one in our current group who knew how tired and overworked she was whenever she had to do those or during any emergency call UPS. She gave me a small smile in return. When Weiss told Rose and Jessie about her ice training, Rose asked her for a demonstration and Weiss humored her. She began showing off her ice creation as well as manipulation, and I got flashbacks that made me hear Let It Go in the background. The parent group paused their conversations to watch her impromptu performance as well, and after she was down, everyone clapped. Rose asked her if she could create a small ice rink and Weiss nodded her head, before looking over to my parents. They showed her the lawn-free area we use for our sparring matches and move training. Weiss called out her Jinx and Alolan, Ninetales, and together they froze the surface of the field. Then she told those two to supply just enough cold/ice energy to keep the rink from melting. While we did not have specialized skates, we had enough body control to slide around the ice rink in our regular shoes even if we couldn't go as fast. Even Rose's balance and body control were good enough to avoid slipping. We skated there for a bit and the parents joined us as well. At 4:50 p.m. Kenji arrived and I introduced him to everyone. They were suitably impressed when I told them of Kenji's prowess. I obviously got permission to reveal that before I did, but he said he had nothing to hide. Kenji himself showed interest when he learned that Uncle Roger was a champion-class trainer and that Uncle Schnee was an elite-class trainer as well. Kenji mentioned that he was trying to reach the king rank/champion class and that he wouldn't mind the experience of fighting against a trainer in that bracket. Uncle Roger saw that everyone seemed interested, so he agreed as long as they could find a good enough place to fight since our property was not an appropriate place for a fight between Pokemon at that level. Seeing his agreement, everyone gets excited and my parents look over at me. They asked me to lead us to a big empty place close by that could be used for the battlefield, so I did just that. Once we arrive at the place, Uncle Roger calls someone and tells them that he is going to battle with someone. He said that he did this to avoid startling the Rota forces and rangers. They would inform everyone else about the event so that we did not get stormed by others because they noticed champion class fluctuations near the city. That made perfect sense, but I see that I was not the only one that had not considered that because except for Uncle Schnee everyone had the same expression of understanding as me. Uncle Roger calls out two Pokemon, a Slowking and a Poliwrath, both at the Platinum stage. He told us that the Slowking would be responsible for keeping the fight contained to a certain area which would allow the Pokemon to go all out without a worry. Poliwrath would be the one that would fight Kenji's Pokemon. Kenji would only use his high, dark gold stage Pokemon, which were his Pinsir, Volcarona, and Scyther. The rest was not strong enough yet. Each of Kenji's Pokemon went all out when it was their turn to fight, but all three lost without being able to knock out Poliwrath. Still, their performance was great and everyone was spellbound for the whole duration of the fight. At least Kenji's crew managed to exhaust Poliwrath if nothing else. We all applauded both while Kenji thanked Uncle Roger for letting his Pokemon experience the power they were trying to achieve. After they both recalled their Pokemon, we returned to our home, and Dad decided that it was time to fire up the grill. The men decided to man the grill. It took nearly 2 hours to go through all the meat and we were eating whenever a portion was done to eat them while they were freshly done. An hour after we finished eating, everyone handed over their gifts and I had asked them to keep the gifts inexpensive. Still, I left the unpacking for later when I was alone. After the gifts, it was the turn of the cake, and after that everyone began to go home. Uncle Roger offered the teleportation services of his Slowking and everyone accepted the offer. Once they had left, I helped my parents with tidying up the terrace. I opened the gifts before going to bed. Rose and her parents bought 2 hoodies, one had a Butterfree on the back, and the other had a Xatu. Jessie bought me a cap and fingerless gloves, while Kenji gave me a half mask with web motifs along with a straw hat. Weiss gave me a guidebook about known species around the Seafoam Islands, while Ace gave me a book about survival tips on the sea. After putting away all gifts, my parents gave me their gift, which was a family hug. That, and the book they imported from Alola that was about Salandit Line. I thanked them before we split for the night. The days following my birthday flew by like the wind, which, considering that this was the last month of the vacation, meant that the start of the second academic year was getting closer and closer. I was hoping that Hashirama would achieve his goal before that happened, but each day passed without the awaited improvement. It went on like this until the first of the new month, which was 2 days before the academy restarted. That day his agility finally reached the SSS value, so we quickly moved to his habitat. There I began pulling out the materials I had prepared for his evolution, and once the circle was complete and the paste was applied, I called everyone over. Then Hashirama initiated his evolution and evolved into a Venusaur. Once the light died down, we saw him in all his glory. He looked no different than a regular Venusaur except for his larger-than-average size, so it was obvious that he had not unlocked any genes during his evolution. Everyone cheered after his evolution ended, but I held them back before they could rush up to him because we were not done yet. After his evolution was complete, Hashirama directly initiated his breakthrough to the silver stage. Only after the second light show had settled did I allow them to rush up to him. I went up to him as well and joined them in congratulating him, but I also checked his status to see the changes. Name, Hashirama. Species, Venusaur. Gender, male. Age, 5+ years. Type, grass, poison. Potential, deep blue, 89.76%, dash purple, 62.03%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, overgrow, chlorophyll. Talents, solar overgrowth, new. Affinities, grass, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, D. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, D. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, D. Resistance. Grass, major, water, minor, electric, minor, fighting, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Fire, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, psychic, minor. Standardized. Psychic, in progress. Condition, healthy, excited. Masteries. Grass energy manipulation, advanced. Poison energy manipulation, novice. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Sleep bomb, poison bomb. Novice. Growl, takedown, sweet scent, worry seed, petal blizzard, new. Beginner. Tackle, double edge. Proficient. Vine whip, growth, poison powder, sleep powder, mega drain, solar beam, sunny day, giga drain, plus, sleep vine, plus, poison vine, plus, sweet vine, plus. Advanced. Razor leaf, synthesis, seed bomb, leech seed, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. Combo. Sleep vine, poison vine, sweet vine, sleep bomb, in progress, poison bomb, in progress. The most obvious change was that the species had changed to Venusaur, but that was no surprise since I was not blind. Hashirama's breakthrough after his complete limit break had helped him go from deep blue potential straight to purple. Moreover, his potential was already more than halfway to deep purple. The biggest surprise was the new talent that he seemed to have unlocked. Whether that happened during his evolution or breakthrough I did not know, but I had to say it was a great talent. Solar overgrowth was obviously derived from his existing two abilities, and the talent created something akin to a pseudo-grassy terrain as long as the conditions of a sunny day were fulfilled. Now, the reason I called it pseudo-grassy terrain instead of a regular one was that the effects slightly differed from the original. While his ability did boost the effect of all grass moves within the area, the difference was in the healing aspect of the move. While grassy terrain slowly healed all earthbound individuals within its influence, solar overgrowth only healed Hashirama. This was both an improvement and a decrease. It was an improvement because our foes would not be healed, but the same was true for any other of my Pokémon, hence the decrease. Still, the advantage outstripped the disadvantage by far in my opinion, so I was extremely happy with the talent he unlocked. Well, other than that, there was the fact that he was already pretty close to the high silver stage since all his parameters started at the D value thanks to the high racial value of the Venusaur species. This was also the reason I had him evolve first before breaking through, since his starting value would have been lower if he chose to break through before evolving. Furthermore, he had learned the move Petal Blizzard during his evolution, but that was something that 90% of all Venusaur did upon evolution. Nothing else had changed, including our bond, but that would turn to strong soon enough now that he was at the silver stage. I gave it a week at most. Anyway, now that Hashirama had evolved and broken through, I could focus on the others on the priority list. However, I was declaring a vacation for the last 2 days of the vacation. The second round of pressure training would begin with the second academic year. Chapter 232, An Elder's Consideration. For weeks before the start of the new academic year, in a brightly lit room, not all that secret to the rest of the world, since it was inside the Johto headquarters of the Aura Guardians Order, 36 non-veiled individuals met to discuss important events that had happened within the borders of their continent during the last 18 months. 6 of those 36 people were also part of the current annual Global Council, so they had to sit through 3 council sessions considering that the Continental Council took place semi-annually. The Regional Council was not included in this, since all of them had to suffer through that one. All for the sake of humanity and the future generation, was what Mr. Cameron thought while looking at his fellow elders of the Order. They began discussing important events that happened since their last meeting at the start of the year, like the emergence of a Grand Master Aura Guardian from the Orange Archipelago. The emergence of a masterclass trainer and the equivalent was always a happy occasion for everyone. Well, as long as it was not a criminal. Still, even that was still acceptable, since even criminals knew that certain limits were not to be crossed. Terrorists, on the other hand, had no such limits, and any such situation was a catastrophe for humanity. That was also why they dealt with any master and champion class terrorists as soon as they reared their heads, unlike those at and below the elite class. No one wanted a repeat of the lunatic tsunami event that happened 486 years ago, where a single lunatic that managed to reach the master class went out to the sea and infiltrated the territory of one of the overlords of the sea close to the northern eastern continent, a giant palladium-staged tentacruel. The terrorists then destroyed part of the territory and massacred part of the overlord's underlings before injuring some. He then began dragging them along the bottom of the ocean towards the continent, leaving a blood trail behind in a clear act of provocation. The terrorist died at the hands of the overlord, who attacked him for his disrespect, but he managed to make it close enough to the coast that the overlord decided that they had something to do with the attack as well, so it decided to teach us, landlubbers, a lesson by flooding the coast and attacking the coastal cities. The tsunami came first and was followed by the overlord's subordinates. 2 of the hidden legendary class trainers had to step out to repel the tentacruel, and that's all they managed to do. However, by the time they managed to do that, 5 coastal cities were destroyed, along with tens of towns and hundreds of villages. Millions died because of the actions of a single lunatic that was strong enough to realize his plans. Anyway, back to the council session. The reports went on until the younger generation of Aura users came up. Everyone talked about promising seeds and their status. Say, Cameron, how is that boy you brought up during the annual Global Council doing? Angelina, a fellow Global Council member, asked. He's doing good. He'll start his second year once the academic year begins. Moreover, he already finished his Aura studies, at least those of the secondary education level, so he'll only take part in the regular classes. Honestly, it's a waste that he can't participate in the tertiary academy classes, but those are the rules and even we can't break them. Cameron told them about Mikhail's current situation. Well, while that may be true, that does not mean he can't learn new things in his free time while attending the secondary academy. I'm sure you've already considered it, but it would be better if you've made some arrangements to help him grow a little. We wouldn't want him to stagnate after all. Another counselor/elder returned, and everyone around the table nodded in agreement. The topic changed after that, and it took another 2 hours for us to finish the meeting. 2 weeks before the start of the academic year, inside the office of the principal of the Aaron Aura Academy, one could see how the principal and Mr. Cameron were talking about important issues that were relevant for the coming academic year. After they closed the topic of the incoming first-year students, they began talking about the prospective third years. The principal had a slightly disappointed look when he opened the topic. From their files and the teacher evaluations, we can conclude that we most likely will be lucky if one of them manages to qualify for the continental competition at the end of the year. At least, as they are now, more is unlikely. There is Sorrel Sidkara, but just like Mikhail Geo last year, he can't compete in this year's competition. He'll have to wait until he's an official third-year student. So, unless some of the prospective third years show themselves to be late bloomers or distinguish themselves in Koetsuji's class, we'll have to expect a less optimal performance during the competitions. The principal admitted and Cameron nodded in acknowledgement. We should let the teachers observe their students more carefully so that they can look if any of them show any indication that some greater focus on them or some extra nudges in the right direction could help increase their performance substantially, Cameron added, and the principal agreed with him. Now about young Mikhail. The members of the Elder Council have shown their interest in little Mikhail's progress and situation. He'll only have his regular classes for the next 2 years since he finished his aura classes. Does the Academy have any plans regarding his education, or do you plan to leave it up to him? I'll have to add that the elders, me included, think it would be unforgivable to let him stagnate during these 2 years. Cameron inquired, and the principal smiled before pulling a file out of a drawer. We've decided to wait and see what his plans regarding the free time the lack of aura-centric lessons caused were. We'll then act accordingly, but what we can do is offer him opportunities to earn Academy points, so that he may exchange them for resources and extra lessons. The missions should help him gain all kinds of experience and will offer us the chance to test him while securing his survival. The principal replied while Mr. Cameron agreed with him. The chief Gardevoir and Galade praised him after their meeting last year, and he gave me a good impression as well during our brief meeting, so I'm willing to talk to the Chief Lucario and Chief Toadkiss on his behalf. That way they might bring out their best descendants if Mikhail decides to try his luck with gaining a Riolu or Togepi partner. Honestly, with the number of Pokemon he has already bonded with, I would not be surprised if he tried to get both. The fact that the little guy managed to help so many of his Pokemon become as strong as they were in the reports of Akasame, and from what I have personally seen, on top of improving his own strength as much as he did in both Aura and Psionics, is incredible. I'm interested to see how he'll develop and if he can keep up the rate of improvement, because if he can, then he'll become one of the future pillars of humanity. Cameron said, and the principal could feel that he truly thought like that. That's a good idea. The principal agreed with him, before moving on to the next topic. There are reports that indicate that there seemed to be some movement among multiple tribes in the surroundings of Rhoda. We need to send a few scouts out to survey the situation to see how large the movements are and whether they could turn into tides or not. I'll arrange it. I'll speak with the military and the royal family so that they could be ready in case of an attack. If the scouts notice that the situation really could end in a horde, I'll personally head out to stop it, and if it turns out that someone is instigating an attack on us, they will be taken care of as well. Cameron informed the principal. A week before the start of the academic year, Mr. Cameron paid a visit to the Night Academy. He met the principal, who was an acquaintance of his, and discussed the possibility of one of their charges/students taking part in some of their lessons, specifically ones regarding weapons and their handling. The principal of the Night Academy told him that they could agree to that request if he showed an aptitude for weapon handling and the necessary respect for their faculty members, along with an acceptable attitude towards the training. Cameron thanked him before he moved toward the next point on his list. He left the property of the Night Academy before calling out his Galade, who teleported him to Siena City. There he went to visit the George family. According to the reports he had received, the George family seemed to have found out about Mikhail's talent and were planning to make a move. While they were currently not planning any aggressive moves and simply wanted to introduce themselves before enticing Mikhail into joining them, Cameron planned to make sure that they were aware that any kind of coercion or aggressive moves toward Mikhail would have serious repercussions. That he was planning to publicly deal with a criminal ring that had made plans to kidnap Mikhail's Pokemon would reinforce his warning toward the George family. The criminals were lucky that they were just planning to kidnap the Pokemon without harming Mikhail or his family, or he would have disposed of them instead of just taking them into custody. 2 days before the start of the academic year, he discreetly went to visit Mikhail's house. He checked out the security of their home. The security measures he was checking were the ones for psychic, dark, and ghost types. Seals against things like teleportation, shadow travel, and phasing. His check showed that there were more than just the standard seals, but that they would repel silver stage individuals at most and that they would send out an alert if they were breached. He made sure to upgrade the security with the help of his partners. After they were done, only individuals at the platinum stage could breach the security, and even for them, an alert would be sent out. Well, if they decided to use brute force to enter the house instead of using the subtle means, then their measure would be useless, but they added that any destruction of certain parts of the house would send out an alert as well. Once they were done with all changes, they left with Mikhail and his parents being none the wiser of their visit. The next day Cameron called Burns to his office since he was Mikhail's homeroom teacher. He asked/ordered Burns to ask Mikhail about his plans regarding the free time he would have due to the absence of aura lessons. Burns was told to inform him about the result of his conversation with Mikhail so that they could adjust their plans according to Mikhail's plans. If the boy was not planning to make use of that extra time productively, they would have to subtly steer him into doing so through missions and offers/opportunities. While there was always the possibility of Mikhail declining their missions and offers, he did not think that would happen since he would be the one to benefit from them. Still, if he did decline, they would have to accept it. They were willing to help him and give him the chance to be better, but they were not going to force him. If he missed the chance offered to him, then that was his problem, and he would have to deal with his slower progress by himself as a consequence of his actions. Chapter 233, Start of the Second Year. Today was the first ARC day of the 20th month, which was the first day of the new academic year. My parents left after our early breakfast. There were only 2 weeks of Dad's access left, so they were trying to gather the last bit of points necessary for their next purchase. Once they were gone, I made my way to the academy. I moved to the second-year classrooms and found the one labeled as 2A. I went inside and saw that nearly everyone was already inside and that they had taken up the seats according to the first-come first-served principle. I gave a general greeting to everyone before choosing one of the open seats beside the windows. The rest of our class trickled in and Mr. Burns showed up a minute before 8:30 a.m. "All right, welcome back everyone for your second year. Since today is the first day, I won't keep you here for too long. I'll hand out your timetable and we'll go pick up your course books. After that, you can go home and enjoy the rest of the day. You can see it as a chance to say goodbye to the vacation," Mr. Burns joked before began handing a stack of papers to the student on the far right of the first row, who took a paper from the stack before handing the stack to the next student. "Sorrel and Mikhail don't need to take a timetable from the stack since theirs is a bit different from the rest," he added after the second student took a paper as well. While the stack was being passed around, Mr. Burns personally came up to Sorrel and handed over his new timetable to him. He did the same for me as well, and a look at my timetable for this year showed that I was going to have a lot of free time. Chemistry 2, Physics 2, Music 2, Art 2, Ethics 2, and Language 2 classes took place once a week. Math 2, Geography 2, History 2, Material Science 2, Biology 2, Pokemon Knowledge 2, and Physical Education 2 happened 2 times a week. All in all, I only had less than 4 hours of lessons each day. Still, since some lessons took place after aura-centric lessons, I had free time during those periods, which meant I sometimes had longer academy days than strictly necessary. Each day began at 8 a.m. As for the end of my academy days, well, ARC Day ended at 11:25 a.m., New Day at 12:15 p.m., Jurata Day ended at 2:55 p.m., Pocket Day ended at 2 p.m., and Dial Day also ended at 11:25 a.m. Except for Jurata Day and Pocket Day, where I had 4 and 3 free periods respectively. The other days were pretty short, so I could use those days for some good old pressure training. The VIPs on my priority list were waiting to advance after all. Jurata Day and Pocket Day afternoon would be used for my other projects, such as learning weapon handling, ball crafting, experimenting with recipes, creating supplements, research, and the many other things I had on my plate. As for the free periods, those could be used for my personal training, be it physical, aura, or psychic. That and some reading/research. I had to find ways to trigger/achieve an alternate evolution for Mars/Ursaring, Eggy/Salandit, and Osiris/Marowak after all. Moreover, the specific evolution conditions for Tyson/Maghok, Tatsumaki/Kadabra, and Ghastly that I wanted to use had to be determined as well, since each had a different set of requirements. Anyway, once everyone had his timetable, we went to pick up our course books, after which Mr. Burns dismissed everyone except for me. He told me to follow him to his office, so I did. "All right, take a seat, Mikhail," he said while motioning to one of the seats across his own. As you have no doubt noticed, your timetable gives you a lot of free time. You knew that you were going to have fewer lessons, so do you have any plans on what you are going to do, now that you have seen your actual schedule? He asked seriously. Yes, I've made some plans beforehand. Now that I know my academy schedule, I'm certain that I can realize those plans, I responded, and Mr. Burns nodded. I expected as much, but I'm happy that I was right and that you don't plan to waste your time. If possible, could you tell me what you're planning to do? He inquired before he swiftly followed up with an explanation. It's not that I want to tell you what to do or what you can't do, but if you at least roughly tell us your plans, we may be able to help you. We wouldn't want someone of your talent to stagnate just because he had no guidance, after all. I honestly had no problem with telling them parts of my plan, since it was true that they could make certain aspects easier for me. I would simply keep the more secretive parts to myself, such as my research. Sure, I don't mind. I've got multiple plans on how to use that time. I plan to use a few days to train my Pokemon. Then there is my personal training, and I want to learn how to use a weapon. I also plan to read up on a lot of topics such as nutrition and lore. I gave him an honest if incomplete reply. That's good, and I'm happy that you're not planning on neglecting your own training. That you're hoping to expand your knowledge by reading up on different topics is a great idea as well, and I fully support your decision, he responded before he cleared his throat. Now, I have a few suggestions for you if you are willing to listen. He paused and waited for an answer after he said that. Sure, I'm ready to listen to any advice or suggestions you're willing to offer. I'll have to see if I would accept them, but I certainly have no problem listening to them. I gave him the go-ahead. All right, I think you should use the free periods for some aura lessons with a teacher. You have a total of 8 free periods, so using 2 or 3 of them for one-on-one lessons seems okay. Besides, if you want to postpone a session, that's not a problem as well, since these sessions are not mandatory after all. Aura speech, emotion sensing, aura sensing, internal aura manipulation, and external aura manipulation lessons could be held once a month to check up on your progress and to help supervise you while you are trying to learn new stuff. You already know about the first 4, but the external one is actually one of the classes taught at the Tertiary Academy. Since you are already at Tier 2, it's only a matter of time for you to unlock it, so some lessons to prepare you for it and help you with it, once you do unlock it, would be useful. I had to agree with him. Having someone to keep an eye out for any mishaps or questions would be useful. With the 5 subjects, he mentioned I would have 1 subject each week, with 1 week having 2 subjects. Using 2 or 3 of my free periods for this was acceptable, since I would still have more than enough time to do other stuff with the rest of the free periods. That sounds reasonable. Still, I'd like to know if you have an idea who would be responsible for those sessions. He nodded at my inquiry. Yes, we've already decided on who to choose in case you decided to go with our suggestion. The supervisors for the 4 old subjects will be the same as the teachers who taught you last year. The external manipulation sessions will be supervised by Mr. Koetsuji, so you know that one as well, he replied, and I can't say I had not expected this while posing the question. Now, about the weapon training. We've actually considered the possibility of you wanting to learn that as well, so we've come up with 2 methods to train your weapon handling. Still, first, you'll need to determine which weapon you want to grasp before seeing if you have an affinity with it. You can also try out different weapons to see which one fits you the best. Actually, I'll be the one to help you with that if you agree. After you have chosen your preferred weapon, we will go over their handling and katas. We have come to an agreement with the Knight Academy, so some of your weapon sessions will be held there since that's their specialty. There, you'll also be able to find sparring partners once you are ready for more than katas, Mr. Burns shared with me, and I was definitely alright with this one. Besides knife handling, which was part of the cooking knowledge pack, weapon handling was not included in my super library, so actual training and an instructor would be really helpful in learning how to use a weapon. As for being able to learn how to wield a weapon, I had not the slightest doubt on that part, since that should have been part of the talent raised to acceptable levels, so I should at least not suck at it, even if I was not a genius in that aspect. Sounds good to me. However, I'd like to know the specifics so that I might work these sessions into my timetable. Besides that, I want to be able to contact the supervising teachers directly in case I want to postpone a session. I informed him and he agreed. We'll discuss the details among ourselves and see which periods are the most suitable for which teacher. I'll inform you about it once we've set the possible times so that you might choose the ones you prefer, he returned, and after that, we closed the topic and I went home. Once I was back home, I entered Utopia and checked up on everyone. Since it wasn't even 10 a.m. yet, we began our morning training session. While that was happening, I was considering which of the Pokemon currently on the priority list I should focus on first. Currently, there were 8 Pokemon on that list. 9, if we put Hashirama back in, who was already close to the high silver stage after his breakthrough. I decided to split the 9 into groups of 3 and then focus on a group for a month before switching to another one. This way they got a month-long pressure training session every 3 months and could simply do their regular training during the other 2 months. Learning new moves, working on existing ones, and focusing on their parameters were easier during their regular training sessions instead of during hard battles after all. The first group consisted of Inji/Growlithe, Thor/Pikachu, and Luna/Clefairy. The second group consisted of Tyson/Machoke, Tatsumaki/Kadabra, and Ghastly. The last group was made up of Hashirama/Venusaur, Shino/Yanmega, and Prime/Beedrill. For now, I would keep MT Moon as the location for our pressure training, but that might change if I decided that another area fits the needs of a certain group better. The fact that each member of Group 1 would be eligible for evolution once they elevated their substance to high silver was such a coincidence, just like the fact that each of them had a trigger evolution generally caused by an evolutionary stone. That the second group seemed to fit a common theme regarding their evolution was another big coincidence. Still, unlike the first group, their evolution was not immediately possible after their improvement. Well, except for Ghastly, who could evolve to Haunter anytime. However, he said that he wanted to reach high bronze first before evolving, and I chose to respect his wish just like I did with Ollie/Curlia. After I informed everyone about the new plan, I checked up on Iggy before preparing a really early lunch. After we ate our lunch, we left for MT Moon to start the first round of the new pressure training plan. Chapter 234, Choosing a Weapon/Iggy Hatches. The next day Mr. Burns came back to me and handed me a timetable that showed which teacher could supervise which subject on either Girardidae or Pockeday. They set the preliminary order to first week aura speech and internal aura manipulation, second week emotion sensing, third week aura sensing, and fourth week external aura manipulation. I was told I could change that order or the period by simply telling the teacher which week I wanted to shift the subject or that I was going to postpone the next session. Weapon handling was also on that timetable, but it was marked as weekly and showed at which times Mr. Burns was available. The same rule regarding the period or postponement applied for this one. The academy was really going out of its way to accommodate my wants. I was even feeling as if they were going too far since the poor teachers had to follow my whim to a certain extent. When I told that to Mr. Burns just laughed good-naturedly and told me that as long as I kept thinking like that their effort would not have gone to waste. I think he meant my concern/respect for others, but honestly, I'm not sure, so just nodded before I told him that I accepted the order. I then told him which period I wanted the sessions to be at, before leaving for my next class. Since I chose to have the weapon handling session during 2 of the 3 free periods I had on Girardidae, I met Mr. Burns once more at that time. We met in front of our classroom and he led me to the academy gym, or rather to one of the adjacent facilities which I assumed was a storage facility. I was proven wrong when I was confronted with a dojo that had a multitude of different wooden weapons displayed/hung on the upper half of one of its walls. Actually, according to Mr. Burns, I was right and this used to be a storage room, but they renovated it into a small gym/dojo for my lessons. At that, I once more felt that they were overdoing it a bit, and Mr. Burns seemed to have noticed that since he just pat me on my shoulder and told me that it was no problem for the academy. He added that now that they had made it, the room could be reused in case another talented student showed an interest in weapons. Moreover, the faculty staff could use it as well, so there was no waste of effort or money even if no such students showed up for a while. After properly entering the dojo, I saw that 3 of the wall had weapons on them, not just one. I already had an idea of what type of weapon I wanted to learn the handling of, but when Mr. Burns told me to try out all the weapons first, to see which one I had a natural inclination to, I agreed. There were more than 80 wooden weapons hung upon that wall, from the regular staff dash, spear dash, saber dash, sword dash, rapier dash, dagger dash, and bow variants to more exotic weapons like needles, maces, whips, chain sickles, morning stars, and even things like whip swords. There was even a variety of shields on the wall as well. I began going through the weapons, and it became apparent after trying out the third spear that I just did not particularly like them. The same was true for staffs, maces, morning stars, and sickles. I tried out a variety of sabers, swords, and rapiers before deciding that I preferred swords more out of those 3 categories. Still, out of all available sword types, I preferred the shorter ones/short swords. I tried the daggers as well, and while I found them easy to use and practical, I thought they were too short. I also tried out the bows, throwing daggers, throwing knives, and needles. Among these, I preferred the needles, especially since I could use my psychic abilities in concert with the needles, turning them more dangerous. Finally tried the whips before trying the sword whip. I liked the last one even if it was probably the hardest or among the hardest to use among the options. Once I was done checking the available weapons, I turned to Mr. Byrne, who had been patiently observing me. I made my choice, I told him, and he signaled me to continue. For long range, I choose the throwing needles. For short range, I want a pair of short swords, though I have to ask if we have some wooden models of a pair that is a bit shorter than this one. Are you ambidextrous? Learning to wield 2 swords is harder than one, so if you aren't ambidextrous, I wouldn't recommend it. He inquired while giving out some advice. Yeah, I can use both hands to the same degree, I returned, and it was true as well. I used both hands alternatively while learning to write and draw just for this. All right then, he accepted before ruminating a bit. The ranger sword should fulfill your request. It's 40 centimeters long, with a 25 centimeters blade and a 15 centimeters handle. It is popular among many of the rangers, which is also where it got its name from. Mr. Burns recommended, and I nodded since that sounded about right. Also, besides those 2, I want to learn how to use a whip sword for the middle range, I added, and I saw Mr. Burns looking a bit concerned. Are you sure? Whip swords are extremely hard to use proficiently. Learning how to use one will be even harder than learning to dual wield. It will take you years to just use the whip sword correctly, much less use it proficiently. It should take you even longer since you're not only focusing on that one, he asked with obvious misgivings. Yeah, I want to try it. I have more than enough time to get it down, so I'm not in a hurry, I assured him, and he accepted after seeing that I was serious. Good, then we'll start with the dual ranger swords and the needles. Once you've shown some progress with those 2, we'll go over the basics of the whip sword. Anyway, our session today is over, so we'll begin with the correct way to grip the swords and needles during the session next week. I was surprised that the 2 periods were already over, but a quick glance at my watch confirmed that the periods had indeed passed. You plan to attend the next session, right? Mr. Burns inquired, and I nodded. Yes, definitely. Thank you for helping me, I thanked him, and he waved me off with a smile before we went our ways. I went to my next geography class, and Mr. Burns went wherever teachers went when they are not needed. The first aura speech and internal aura manipulation sessions on Pocket A were used by Mr. Smiles and Ms. Yu to go over the stuff we learned at the academy to make sure I had it down pat before starting on new stuff during the next session in a month. During the next Jurata Day, Mr. Burns showed me how to correctly grip the sword. He had me put down as well as lift the ranger sword with each hand and corrected me each time I deviated from the correct grip. He also showed me the correct way to hold the needles to make it possible to throw them properly. This took up the whole session, and he told me he would show me basic sword stances during our next session, along with the way to release the needles, which we did for the next 2 sessions. He corrected any deviations in my basic movements but said that I needed to focus on repetitions right now. As for the sessions on the other subjects, Ms. Brown, Ms. Nord, and Mr. Koetsuji also followed the example of Mr. Smiles and Mizu, so we only went over previous stuff. Now, outside the academy, we continued with the pressure training for the whole month, and as previously decided it had been Angie/Growlithe, Thor/Pikachu, as well as Luna/Clefairy's turn. I actually went around searching for high, silver stage opponents for them and only challenged mid, silver stage ones if they were fully evolved Pokemon like Cacturne, Exploud, or Ursaring. Otherwise, the three did not get pressured enough by Pokemon at the same substage as them. Well, actually pitting Thor against mid, silver stage ground types worked as well, so I guess counters like that also counted among the acceptable challenges. As a result of our effort during this month, the trio made some visible progress. Besides the improvement of some of their moves, Luna elevated her vitality to C, which was her first one. Thor raised his energy capacity, or special attack in canon terms even if that was not wholly accurate, to C as well, which was his second one. Finally, my good boy Inji elevated his strength to C, which was also his first parameter to reach C. Right now, I was in front of Eggy waiting for him to hatch. The egg had shown all indications of its imminent hatching, so I have been sitting here since I left the academy at 11:25 a.m. Well, I first went home, before entering Utopia, but that took less than 15 minutes. That was more than 3 hours ago, and in that time the signs had intensified. Then suddenly the egg lit up and energy got funneled into it, increasing the intensity of the light and its size. When the light settled, the egg vanished, it was turned into energy and absorbed by the hatchling. All that remained in its place was a baby Salandit. 30 to 40 centimeters in length, which was roughly half the size of a grown one. He would reach his full size within a few months, since baby Pokemon reached their full length pretty fast due to the circumstances of their lives. Utopia did its thing optimizing his genes and improving his potential, but he didn't feel a thing. No, the first thing Eggy, the baby Salandit, did was to take a look at his surroundings. All Pokemon babies were able to do most actions straight after hatching, but that was something many animal babies in my previous life could do, so not really surprising. As soon as Eggy's eyes landed on me, he turned his full focus on studying me. Then it seemed as if he recognized something in me, probably my aura or a feeling, maybe a smell? Anyway, he headed straight toward me and began acting all cute, showing that he recognized me as his parent. I stroked the top of his head and he seemed to enjoy it since he leaned into my palm. I brought out a bottle of Miltank milk and slowly poured the milk into his mouth. Due to his anatomy, he was unable to suck on a bottle nipple, so I chose to slowly feed him the milk myself. After he finished the bottle, I gave him a mush made of orange berries and ground beef. Then I spent the next 3 hours bonding with him on my own to solidify his impression of me before I brought him out of the nesting area to present him to the others who had been waiting for us just outside the nesting room. They made sure to come forward in small groups to avoid grounding the little guy, and once everyone got a look, we made a group photo to commemorate the event. After about an hour, Eggy released a yawn showing that he was sleepy, so I brought him to the den created for him and laid him on his new bed. I waited until he fell asleep, after which I waited for another 20 minutes to make sure he wouldn't wake up before I softly touched him with an already marked Pokeball I crafted just for him. I did it for the sake of the artificial bond, and as soon as the capture was complete and the bond established, I let him out again. The little guy was still sleeping peacefully without having noticed anything. I, on the other hand, could now check his full status, which I promptly did. Name, none, Eggy. Species, Salandit. Gender, male. Age, 1 day. Type, poison, fire. Potential, deep orange, 80.96%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, oblivious. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, fire. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, stageless, 0%. Condition, healthy, asleep. Masteries. Poison energy manipulation, initial. Fire energy manipulation, initial. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Scratch, poison gas. Beginner. Not applicable. Proficient. Not applicable. Advanced. Not applicable. Mastered. Not applicable. Well, his status was pretty much as I had expected. The Utopia boost improved his potential to deep orange and he was missing less than 20% to light yellow. I was sure that I could fill the rest during his stageless period since I expected this period to last 1 to 2 years. I was planning to have him progress slow and steady with him to make the most of every part of the way. He was going to take a long time to progress anyway, so trying to rush things was useless. The emptiness of his move section was unsurprising as well since it was the same for nearly all baby Pokémon. Anyway, I left after making sure he was fast asleep. I then assigned Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Luna/Clefairy, and Nyx/Umbreon as his nannies and caretakers. They were the ones that had to keep an eye on him when I was not with him. The 4 happily accepted the duty, and puffed up their chest, throwing smug looks at the others. At least Nyx was doing so. I made some dinner for everyone before leaving Utopia. I had to do my weekly cleanup before I went to bed since tomorrow was Kai-Day, which meant my parents were coming over, and they were not going to leave for missions anymore since Dad's access was ending in a few days. Chapter 235, Parents at Home. I woke up at 9 a.m. and went straight to Utopia after changing. I headed to Eggy/Salandit's habitat to check upon him. While I did not make a ruckus, I also did not try to avoid making any noise. This way he would wake up if he had enough sleep, but remain asleep if he had not slept enough. As soon as I entered his den, his snout twitched and his eyes trembled for a bit before his eyelids opened. He released a yawn before happily shuffling toward me. I scratched the top of his head before lifting him and leading Utopia with him in my arms. I moved toward the living room and began massaging Eggy's body to relax his muscles and stimulate his body. An hour later I called out Mothra/Butterfree, Nyx, as well as Engie and had them keep Eggy company while I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for myself, my parents, and the little foursome playing in the living room. While I was finishing up the pancakes I heard my parents enter the house, so after switching off the stove I went out to greet them. Welcome home, I welcomed them, and Mom pulled me into a hug before she gave me a smooch on the cheeks. We're home, honey, she said, and Dad ruffled my hair. How are you, Tiger? He asked, and Mom released the hug to take a look at me, waiting for my reply. I'm doing good. I was just preparing breakfast and only the table has to be set. I also have a surprise waiting for you in the living room, I replied, addressing them both. They looked curious, so we directly proceeded toward the living room, where they saw Eggy playing with the trio charged with taking care of him. Congratulations, it looks like the egg hatched, Dad was the first one to react. Congratulations, honey, Mom said a moment after Dad did. Have you gotten a feel for its potential? Mom raised the question I had been expecting. I knew that they would feel disheartened if they found out that his current potential was 2 stars, so I had to put off a definite answer until his potential had elevated to at least light yellow. Well, he just hatched yesterday, so he's very young. The feeling I got from him is not too bad, but I can't yet give a definite answer. I think I'll get a picture once he's out of his youngling or stageless phase. I also don't plan to have him go through a potential test before then. I gave the answer I felt said just enough to satisfy my parents, and I saw them release a sigh of relief, metaphorically speaking. Their bodies lost a slight bit of tension that had appeared after Mom asked her question, but my answer was enough to somewhat alleviate their worries. It was obvious that they had been worried about Eggy's potential being bad, which to be fair was what happened. They had yet to realize that I had addressed Eggy as a male, so the question was how they would react after realizing that Eggy was a male. Regardless, I obviously had prepared a solution for this as well. Well, as long as it's not bad then everything's okay, she said before she fully understood my reply. Did you address the Salandit with him? So, a male Salandit hatched from the egg? She sounded a bit sad and Dad threw a questioning look my way as well. We knew that the proportion of males was higher, but we had hoped that you would be lucky, Dad added, and I was happy that we were not yet beside Eggy and the others since that tone could have hurt his feelings even if he did not fully understand what Mom was saying. Yeah, he's a male, but that's not a problem. I'll help him get stronger either way. It will be more challenging this way, besides I'm sure the males have an evolution as well. It just hasn't been discovered yet, because it's really rare. So, once I find out how to do it, the Alliance will reward me handsomely, and I'm going to be famous. Maybe they'll even dub me a professor. Professor Geo sounds great, doesn't it? I placated them before joking towards the end to lift the mood, and it seemed to work as well since I saw Dad with an amused smile while Mom openly laughed. She went up to me and pinched my cheeks before she teasingly said, "That would be great, my little professor." Dad patted me on the shoulder and looked at me encouragingly before he said, "I believe that you can do anything that you set out to do." That led to a short family hug initiated by yours truly. Afterward, I introduced them to Eggy before Mom and I finished setting the table. The food might have gotten a bit cold, but that was okay. This time around my parents had returned to stay. Dad's access to the exchange site was going to expire in a few days, so there was no more need for them to go out each day for missions to gather points. So, how is it? Did you get the item for Mom that you have been gathering points for? I asked curiously since they had not told me anything over the phone besides that they were finished with going out for missions. Yeah, we picked it up just before coming home actually, Dad replied, and Mom was the one who continued to talk. We'd exchanged our points for a B-class dazzling stone that will be used to help Rosalie evolve, she said, and before I could say something Dad decided to expand on that. The dazzling stone belongs to the category of the rarest and most beneficial as well as effective evolution stones, so getting one is extremely hard. I knew that the dazzling stone was a superior version of the shiny stone, but the hype from my parents was a bit unexpected since I did not expect it to be this rare on the market. That's great, I returned, not that I could say much else in such a situation. After breakfast, we went out to the terrace and they called out their Pokémon so that they could witness Rosalie/Rosalia's evolution. I know, my mom had an awesome naming sense. I followed suit and called out the majority of my Pokémon for the event. The trio together with a curious Eggy followed along as well, and I lifted Eggy to carry him in my arms to prevent him from scurrying around during the evolution. Mom gave Rosalie some materials to support the dazzling stone before handing said stone over to trigger her evolution. As soon as she came into contact with the dazzling stone, Rosalie lit up like a light bulb on steroids. Everyone watched the event with bated breath since each evolution was a breathtaking spectacle no matter how often one witnessed it. Eggy, who saw an evolution for the first time, looked spellbound and I could feel the excitement and wonder radiating off of him. Once the light show settled down, a Roserade stood in Rosalia's place. Mom and her Pokémon were the first to go up to her to congratulate her, followed by my dad and his Pokémon, before we, my Pokémon and I, went up to congratulate her as well. I used that moment to check her new status to see what else had changed besides her species. Species, Roserade, Rosalia *. Gender, female. Type, grass, poison. Potential, blue. Stage, gold stage, low. Genetic variation? None. Abilities? Natural cure, poison point. Talents? Natural point. Affinities? Grass, poison. Well, among the things I could actually see, only her species had changed. Her potential was still the same as it had been before her evolution, even if I was positive that the percentage had increased. It was possible that she was not far off from another potential growth. The rest of her status screen remained hidden, so I could only see the stuff I found out before she moved beyond my strength grade. Her successful evolution brought a great close to the chapter of Dad's tournament reward. We obviously took the traditional photos that were taken after each evolution or new arrival. The rest of the day was spent relaxing and everyone enjoyed a day off. Well, Horus/Satu and Mothra were approached by their students for some teleport training, so they did that for an hour or two, but that didn't count since the two had fun playing the role of a teacher. I also informed my parents that I was spending the time after the academy let out until dinner around MT Moon for training purposes on Arc Day, Mu Day, and Dial Day. They simply accepted and told me to be careful. The next 2 weeks were repetitive. Academy-wise, I had to keep repeating the same basic movements under Mr. Burns's supervision, while the aura sessions were like that as well. The less said about regular classes the better. I was simply memorizing the content, but I had to admit that I did stumble upon interesting facts/information every now and then. Mom and Dad's Pokemon asked Horus and Mothra for an hour of teleport lessons each evening, and just yesterday both Emerald and Cyan/Butterfree as well as Cell managed to successfully perform a teleport. That piece of good news was quickly followed by another. Today Tangela announced that he was ready to evolve. He had increased his mastery of Ancient Power high enough and accumulated enough Ancient Energy through Ancient Power to successfully trigger his evolution. Nonetheless, Dad provided Tangela with enough Ancient Stones, of which a part had been given to Dad by me. Anyway, he absorbed the energy from the Ancient Stones and triggered his evolution, erupting in the telltale white light. After the light died down and everyone congratulated him, I checked his new status screen. Species, Tangrowth, Tangela *. Gender, male. Type, grass. Potential, light blue-blue. Stage, gold stage, low. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Honestly, there was not much I could see besides the species change, but at least I saw that his potential improved from light blue to blue. After that another 2 weeks passed, bringing us to the end of the second month. Eggy stuck to me like glue during this time, and the only time he was not beside me or being carried by me was during academy hours. During that time he was being supervised by his seniors, who had made a schedule for who got to take care of him. The progress of the second group during their turn at MT Moon was not that obvious. The only one with visible progress was Tyson/Machoke, but his progress was really good news. His endurance increased to C just this evening, making this his third parameter at the C value. Tyson needed only another C parameter to reach the high, silver stage, so hopefully that would happen in 1 or 2 more turns. Well, while Group 2 showed some lackluster progress besides Tyson, Mocha managed to qualify for the priority list as well by finally bringing all her parameters up to D. Since Ghastly barely made it on the priority list, more than not because he fit the group so well with Tatsumaki/Kadabra and Tyson, I added her to Group 2. Moreover, Mocha was not the only one to show some noteworthy progress. Prime/Beedrill did so as well. He managed to raise his endurance to D, which had been his only parameter at E. Furthermore, he increased his agility to C as well, making it his third parameter at the C value. This meant that Prime, just like Tyson, only needed to raise another parameter to C to reach the high, silver stage. That he did this through his regular training before it was the turn of his group to battle in MT Moon was nice, and it meant another increase could happen once it was their turn. Just like that, the third month began and it was the turn of Group 3 to go around MT Moon, fighting strong opponents in hopes of being put under enough pressure to improve. The month showed a good start with Shino/Yanmega improving his vitality to C on Dial Day, which was the third day of their pressure training. Due to this being Shino's third C value parameter, he joined the club of those that only needed another parameter with a C value. Chapter 236, the first batch leaves the list. The 2 weeks flew by just like that, with nothing new or important happening, right up until the Muday of the third week. I had Prime/Beedrill fighting against a high, silver stage Hitmonchan we came across, and Prime had to take quite a few punches before he managed to take out the poisoned Hitmonchan with a final Venoshock. Prime was so exhausted afterward that he just touched down and laid on the ground while I had Luna/Clefairy heal him up using Life Dew and Moonlight. I had her do the same to Hitmonchan, whom I also gave a few of my homemade antidotes. Members of the Hitman family were wandering around MT Moon and challenging others to battles to hone themselves, so the previous fight was one which we peacefully agreed on. Once Hitmonchan was back up on its feet and left to continue its training, I turned back to Prime, who had recovered thanks to Luna. I checked his status to make sure he was fine and saw that he had actually managed to raise his vitality to C. Since that was his fourth parameter at C value, his stage rose to high, silver. Name, Prime. Species, Beedrill. Gender, male. Age, 6+ years. Type, bug, poison. Potential, deep blue, 10.42%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swarm, sniper. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, dutiful. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, C. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, C. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Fire, minor, psychic, minor, flying, minor, rock, minor. Standardized. Psychic, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Bug E, manipulation, proficient. Poison E, manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Endeavor, mega drain, new. Beginner. Assurance, focus energy, plus, toxic spikes, plus, brick break, new, plus. Proficient. Bug bite, harden, iron defense, toxic thread, poison fong, laser focus, pin missiles, agility, fell stinger, plus. Advanced. String shot, poison sting, electroweb, poison jab, plus, venoshock, plus, fury attack, plus, fury cutter, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. He became really excited when I told him the news, and Luna as well as the others on guard duty cheered for him as well. Besides, his improvement stage-wise, the rest of his status screen was the same as before. Still, I had to admit I was lately quite impressed seeing his move section. Prime had shown remarkable progress during the last year, and his move section more than anything proved that. I had Prime focus more on improving his existing moves instead of learning new ones. He only learned 2 new ones, Mega Drain and Brick Break, to cover some of his weaknesses. His focus on his old moves was the reason that he managed to raise a whole 4 moves to advanced mastery while improving a few other moves as well. Poison Jab and Venoshock were among those 4 moves, and I had to admit the 2 moves made a pretty great combination. Currently, he was concentrating on raising Iron Defense to advanced masters well, and once that happened, I was hoping that he would be able to learn Steel Wing, which is outside of his regular move pool. Anyway, now that Prime had reached the high, silver stage, I chose to retire him from the priority list. The rest of the month after that went by without any further visible progress by anyone else in Group 3. The 4th academic month started, which meant that it was once more Group 1's turn to train at MT Moon. Ironically, it was not one of them that first showed some progress, but Shino/Yen-Mega from Group 3. On Jurata Day of the first week, while I was in class, my Pokemon were training. During the break, I checked in with them, and Shino told me that he felt something, but that he was not sure if it was his imagination or not. Well, it wasn't. His endurance rose to C, which elevated him to the high, silver stage. Name, Shino. Species, Yen-Mega. Gender, male. Age, 10+ years. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light purple, 67.36%, 69.96%. Genetic variation, ancient. Abilities, speed boost, tinted lens. Talents, danger sense. Affinities, bug, flying. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, D. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, fire, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Bug E, manipulation, proficient. Flying/air E, manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. U-turn. Beginner. Tackle, sonic boom, uproar, string shot, pursuit, crunch, new, plus, leech life, new, plus. Proficient. Foresight, gust, quick attack, hypnosis, wing attack, screech, double team, steel wing, new, plus plus, silver wind, new, plus plus. Advanced. Aerial ace, bug buzz, ancient power, air slash, plus symbol, detect, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. Unlike with Prime, the changes in Shino's move section were the result of him spreading his focus nearly equally on learning new moves and focusing on old ones. I chose his new moves to round out his offensive capabilities a bit more, and he focused on air slash for the same reason. However, Detect just seemed to mesh well with him, probably due to his talent being from the same category, which was why it was one of the moves that rose to advanced mastery. It was also the move he was currently focusing on. The plan was to bring Detect up to master, and he made pretty good progress thanks to Slash in combination with his talent. Anyway, as soon as my lessons were over, I found myself a quiet place close to our home and entered Utopia to officially congratulate Shino and throw a small party before going home. During the rest of the 4th month, the other members of Group 1 made some progress as well. Thankfully, if that had not happened, I would have felt bad for them. Luna was the first to show progress. Her energy density rose to C at the end of the first week, and this was her second parameter at C value. Towards the end of the second week, dial day evening to be specific, Thor's strength elevated to C, and that was his third, which meant that he only needed one more to reach the high, silver stage. Enji took his time. His energy capacity only improved a day before the start of the 5th month. That was his second parameter at C value. The 5th month started great, with Tatsumaki's energy capacity and agility rising to C1 after the other during Pocket Day and Dial Day of the first week. Ghastly seemingly decided to follow her example and had his energy capacity and agility to C as well just a few days later, during Arc Day and New Day of the second week. The big one happened during our quest to be the best around MT Moon on Dial Day of the 3rd week. We came across a mag cargo for the first time, and I thought it would be a good idea for Tyson/Machoke to face it since it was at the high, silver stage. Since mag cargo's body was made out of magma, not counting its shell which was just hardened lava, I thought that it would make a good exercise for Tyson. He had to endure the heat and fire energy that was a result of mag cargo's liquid magma/lava body while attacking, which should help train his energy density, also known as energy defense. Moreover, the mag cargo seemed to be fond of the moves Lava Plume and Flamethrower, so Tyson got bathed in flames and lava a few times before he managed to knock out the mag cargo. Now, on a side note, I want to add 2 things concerning mag cargo and Slugma. First of all, the shell of mag cargo was not as brittle as portrayed in canon. That was only the case for a period after its evolution. The stronger it became, the harder the shell turned into, until it was as hard as a rock. Get it? You know, because of its rock typing. Anyway, the second point I wanted to address was the part in canon where Slugma had to keep moving outside of magma pools or risk solidifying. That was not true. Slugma could prevent that by circulating their fire energy through the fire energy manipulation that all fire types had. Even the initial one they had after their birth/hatching was enough to avoid joining Medusa's statue collection, and I'm not talking about my sweet Garridos here. They also did not solidify after coming into contact with water. That would have been quite damning. I think the only way they could solidify was if one threw them into the ocean, and they did not manage to leave before they ran out of energy, which was also why I said ocean and not lake or river, since they would most likely be able to leave those water bodies before running out of energy. Anyway, now that I had debunked those 2 canon facts, I could focus back on Tyson. Straight after that fight, once Luna healed him back to full health through Life Dew, Tyson's energy density parameter got stimulated and improved to C, which in turn elevated Tyson to the high, silver stage. I noticed it when I checked his status to make sure he was in good condition since he had gotten burned and I had to use my homemade burn heal. Name, Tyson. Species, Macaque. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, fighting. Potential, deep blue, 9.69%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, guts, steadfast. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, likes to train. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, D. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, C. Resistance. Bug, minor, rock, minor, dark, minor. Weaknesses. Flying, minor, psychic, minor, fairy, minor. Standardized. Psychic, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Fighting energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Leer, double edge. Beginner. Knock off, scary face, cross chop, dynamic punch, plus, mock punch, new, plus, bullet punch, new, plus, fire punch, new, plus, ice punch, new, plus, thunder punch, new, plus, poison jab, new, plus. Proficient. Low sweep, strength, endure, dual chop, seismic toss, plus, revenge, plus. Advanced. Focus energy, bulk up, brick break, low kick, plus, vital throw, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. It showed that Tyson was in good condition and pretty excited after that fight. Well, about the fight and the fact that he reached the high, silver stage as well. Still, while looking at his status screen, specifically at his moves section, I had to confess I was a bit bothered by the high number of moves in the beginner category. That was mostly because I had Tyson learn a wide range of moves from different types so that he could counter all types of opponents. Nonetheless, that meant that he only really trained them for a bit after earning them. He also only improved 4 of his older moves. Yet, I did not regret that decision since Tyson was much more versatile after learning those moves. Besides, we stopped learning new moves and were now concentrating on training the ones he had in his current moveset. Those should be enough for him to focus on for a long time. Raising low kick and vital throw to advanced mastery had been what helped elevate his fighting energy manipulation to advanced as well. I speculated that mastering multiple moves of the fighting type should elevate his fighting energy manipulation to mastery as well. That also explained why Mothra had yet to increase any of her energy manipulations to master grade since nearly all her mastered moves were of different types. She was practically suffering due to her own excellence. That made me make a note to research the evolution condition of Macaque now that he had reached the high, silver stage. Anyway, after I congratulated him on his success, I decided to stop the training session 2 hours early. Instead, we entered Utopia and threw a party until it was time to go back home. In the days following Tyson's exit from the priority list, I noted that Eggy was becoming less clingy. He was no longer trying to stick to me all the time but was willing to follow the others around out of his own initiative. While this was a good development, it felt a bit unusual the first few days since I had become used to him being glued to me during the last few months. That had happened a few days before the end of the first term made me remember/realize that it had already been 5 months since he hatched. Oh, how fast time flew by. Chapter 237, First term ended just like that. The exams that took place during the last week of the first term were pretty easy for me. I only had to take part in the exams of the regular classes, and I was pretty sure I could have aced them with my eyes closed. I mean, I was so relaxed that I still met up with Mr. Burns for my weapon session on Pocket Day. That was actually where I was at the moment. Alright, we can say that you have the basic movements and stances down, so it is time you try to use them against someone, in this case, me. I threw him a look when he said that. The guy was throwing me straight into a boss fight after leaving the starting village. He chuckled after he saw my reaction. Don't worry, I won't be fighting back. You'll use everything you've learned so far and I'll just defend while pointing out any mistakes that you'll make. This will help you get rid of your mistakes and help your fluidity, he remarked, and I had to nod. A willing target with an autocorrect function was much better than getting the shit beaten out of me. I'll use different kinds of weapons against you during these guiding drills so that you learn how to face them. Once I feel that you're ready, I'll contact the Knight Academy and we can start making sparring as well as lesson appointments with them. Later, if I feel that you've become good enough, I'll bring you outside so that you can test your swordsmanship against wild Pokemon. We'll start with weaker ones and work our way up, he added, and I agreed with him. It was better to do that under supervision, at least against those close to my strength, since Mr. Burns could prevent things from going wrong. What about my needle throwing? I inquired, since I've reached the point where I could hit the bullseye 10 out of 10 times at a 40-meter distance and 7 out of 10 times at a 70 meters distance. At 100 meters I only managed to hit the bullseye 3 out of 10 times, but that was for the bullseye. I still managed to hit the target with all 10 needles. Once you've managed to hit the bullseye 10 out of 10 times at all 3 distances, then you'll start throwing at a moving target. I'll bring along a Magnemite that you'll have to hit. You won't be able to hurt it thanks to its steel typing, so you don't need to worry about Magnemite's health. After you manage to hit Magnemite at all 3 distances, we'll work on hitting 2 or 3 within moments of each other. If you manage to reach Tier 2 First Class, we'll incorporate external aura manipulation into the mix. Actually, if that happens, the external aura manipulation will be added to all aspects of your armed combat lessons. Sounds like a plan, I told him, since what he said made sense and there was nothing for me to complain about. Good, now that we're done with the future talk, let's get to the practical lesson. I'll just use a long sword for today's session, he said before the sparring/guiding began. I just want to say that I was too naive when I thought I had escaped the beating after he said he was just going to defend and point out the flaws. Well, that was what he did, but his understanding of pointing out flaws was to poke or hit them. He seemed to embrace the motto "no pain, no gain," and it looked like he took it literally. You leave an opening while attacking, the opening gets poked. You leave an opening while standing at the ready, the opening gets hit. You leave an opening while switching between attacking swords, you get hit. You leave an opening while recouping after an attack, you get hit. You're not fluid enough, you get hit. You hesitate while attacking, you get hit. You hesitate while retreating, you get hit. You hesitate while defending, you get hit. If you hesitate while deciding which sword to attack with, you've guessed it, you get hit. Sigh, after getting hit so often I might have become a tad frustrated, so ranting internally was better than whining out loud. I did not want to give off the impression of a whiny little b***tch after all. Still, I had to admit that being hit as often as I was hit did sting quite a bit, and I was pretty sure I was going to get quite a few bruises, not because Mr. Burns used too much strength for his hits, cause he didn't, but due to the sheer amount of hits I had received. Obviously, quite a few of those landed around the same area, which made each successive hit more painful. Now, considering that I got hit roughly 100 times during the 80 minutes that we kept up the guiding session, I felt entitled to complain, at least inwardly. Mr. Burns mentioned that I made some visible progress, so I did not suffer through the pain for no reason. Alright, I know that you might feel a bit frustrated due to the number of times you got hit, but believe it or not, you did a pretty good job. Making mistakes is normal, so don't feel bad about making mistakes. You've already been correcting some of the mistakes you've made during our guiding session, which is more than many would manage during their first session. You'll see, a few more months of getting hit like this and you'll reduce the number of mistakes you make drastically. I could hear the mirth in his voice when he said that, but I also heard his honesty. That would be nice, I said while rubbing my left arm since that one stung the most. Well, that's it for today. "We'll see each other after the vacation," he said before I left, and since I had no further exams today I went home. After the exams on dial day, the first term of my second year was officially over. I called Weiss, Ace, and Rose to ask if they wanted to meet up during the vacation. Obviously, the meetings were not on the same day, but we agreed to meet on Chi Day of the third week with Rose, while Weiss and Ace both agreed to meet up on dial day of the fourth week. They wanted to finish the vacation on a good note since the week after that the second term began. I was curious what they would say about their first term at a trainer school/Navy and Ranger Academy. While they had mentioned bits and pieces during our calls, it was different to talk about it face to face. That reminded me of Poryu. We talked 3 times in the last 5 months. Our first conversation was 4 months ago, and he was the one who called me. He complained that his new classmates were pretty rude, at least according to his standards. The new school he was attending was a trainer school since OR had no night academy. Poryu complained that the atmosphere in OR was harsher and that he was missing Rhoda. I genuinely advised him to search for at least one person he got along with and that he could befriend, if not among his classmates, then at least in his new neighborhood. I was the one who made the second call 3 months ago. I wanted to see if he listened to my advice and how he was doing. Well, apparently he had no luck at school, but he met a girl that watched him practice with his spear full of fascination. She seemed to be impressed by how good he was at using his spear, his words not mine, so she approached him, and they struck up a friendship following that conversation. I won't lie, I had to laugh at the double meaning of his sentences. Our last talk was last month, and you was the one who called. He told me that he had finally fit in with his classmates and schoolmates as well, and that they were finally behaving friendly. Apparently, all it took according to him was to bash in the face of 2 or 3 of the rudest and most provocative among the bunch. After that, they stopped being rude, offered him their seats in the cafeteria or led him ahead in a line, and held the doors open for him. I jokingly asked if he was going to school with a black tuxedo, an overcoat, and a Persian, but he didn't get the reference. Well, at least he had not started collecting protection money. Oh well, he seemed to have gotten some friends/underlings out of the whole ordeal, so all's well that ends well, as they say. Misty, as well as Aaron, were still abroad, at least for now, and my man Kinji was still in retreat in the Viridian Forest. I made sure to call him at least once a month, but more often than not talk to him every 2 or 3 weeks. I didn't want him to be completely closed off from human contact as he had been during his previous retreat. He told me that the only humans he talked to during that time were the rare rangers he came across inside Viridian Forest or the nurses and doctors he met during his occasional checkups at the Poke Center or the hospital. Well, he told me some happy news during our talk last week. Kinji's first Pokemon had finally broken through to the Platinum stage, his Volcarona to be specific. Hopefully, his Pinsir and Scyther would follow Volcarona's example soon. That way he would qualify for the champion class, or the Bug King rank according to the Bug Club hierarchy, even if it was just the lower rung of the group. I knew that I was being nosy when I said it and that he wouldn't do something like that, but I still chose to remind him not to neglect his other Pokemon just to bring his big 3 to the Platinum stage. He just chuckled good-naturedly and told me that he was on top of that. His Charjabug had reached the high Silver stage and evolved to Vikavolt, while his Vimpod had finally evolved to Golisopod after reaching the mid Silver stage. Those 2 had been his newest additions and weakest members. His next weakest member was his Butterfree, and that one was trying to break through to the Dark Gold stage. Yeah, I was proud of my friend, but I knew at what cost his success had come, and how much he had to train as well as suffer to reach that point. The fact that he was probably going to be one of the youngest bug-type specialists and trainers to reach the champion class when he finally did it was something he deserved in my opinion. Anyway, back to the point before I started to stray further and further off topic. Now that the meetings were organized, I only had to wait for some time to see some of my friends in person. I made it home pretty soon and saw my parents taking care of their Pokemon. When my gaze swept across Tradney, I thought that it was time for him to go through the Utopia experience. It had been more than a few months since he had joined my dad, and he had reached the high Iron stage just 2 days ago, so all my previously set conditions were fulfilled. I greeted my parents while deciding to go through with it this night. The rest of the day was spent with my parents. Once night fell and everyone was fast asleep, I used my full ninja capabilities to sneak into Dratini's den on our property, which was between Agni/Arcanine and Azure/Kingdra's sleeping areas. After releasing a self-made sleeping incense to ensure optimal deep sleep, I pulled him inside Utopia and let it do its thing before placing Dratini back on his bed. Species: Dratini. Gender: male. Type: dragon. Potential: deep blue. Stage: Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: Shed Skin, Marvel Scale. Talents: none. Affinities: Dragon. A quick check of his new status showed that his potential had improved to deep blue, most likely pretty close to light purple, and that the rest had unfortunately remained the same. Unlocking a talent or a gene would have been a pleasant surprise, even if it would have been suspicious if he suddenly showed some major change. Still, with this, all my parents' Pokémon had gone through the Utopia experience. Anyway, after I was done, I quietly left the scene and returned to my bed to sleep. Chapter 238, MT Moon Pokémon Analysis. The next morning I told my parents that I was still planning to go to MT Moon come Arc Day, since I was not planning to stop just because of the vacation. Instead, I was going to limit my visits to Arc Day, Mew Day, and Girata Day, while the rest of the week would be spent at home, or rather with my parents. However, since I was limiting my visits to just 3 days, I was going to head out at 10 a.m., so right after breakfast, and only come home around 6:30 p.m. for dinner. As the loving and understanding parents that they were, my parents naturally accepted my wish, but that served as the start of our current conversation. "Say, honey, you've been going around the Moon Mountain Range for a few months now," Mom began, but I threw it in nearly 9 months, so she went with the flow. "So, in these close to 9 months you must have seen quite a few different Pokémon that call the mountain range their home. I'm sure you must have met at least some that are normally pretty rare. How about you tell us about the rare Pokémon you encountered during your time there," was what she said after my interruption. Now, that she said that, I noticed that all I had been telling my parents about my trips was against whom my Pokémon had fought or if they had made progress, so I focused only on my Pokémon. I neglected to mention the terrain, Pokémon I saw but did not battle, anything non-training related really. Dad looked just as interested as Mom, and that made me curious. "No problem, but I would have thought that you two would have been to MT Moon at least once during your journey," I said, interested in hearing their answer. "Yes, we've been to MT Moon a few times during our journey, but unlike you who spent close to 9 months around MT Moon, we spent a day or even less there each time, so it's not like we've done much exploring around the area," Dad answered my inquiry, and I nodded, satisfied with the answer. Compared to these two, I could really be considered an expert regarding things related to MT Moon, despite having only explored less than 100th, nay, 1,000th of the mountain range. Well, let me think about the most uncommon and rare ones I came across until now. There was that one time I came across a Steelix and an Aggron battling it out. Seeing Mom's worried look, I reacted swiftly, but I quickly ran away from the area. She relaxed hearing that I did the sensible thing instead of trying to fish for some opportunities. As for the possibility of me lying, she did not consider that, since I had not lied to them until now. Not telling them the whole truth? Sure. Hidden stuff? Absolutely, but I had not lied to them so far. Even using Urahara as an excuse for the balls in my possession was not a lie, since that was the alias I was going to use whenever I was going to sell or hand out my handcrafted balls, which I was planning to do in the future. The same was true for my alias as Tsukubabishi. Anyway, back to the present. Now, that she was relieved of her worry, Mom showed an enthusiastic look. "An Aggron, you say?" There had been rumors that some were living in the depth of the mountain range, but those were just that, nothing more than rumors. Looks like they were true after all. The Aggron most likely left the inner area for some reason. Since it fought against a Steelix, they probably got attracted by the same thing. "You did the smart thing by running away," Mom said, and I was wondering where her sudden enthusiasm came from. Dad seemed to notice my confusion and chose to answer my unasked question. "Your mom really likes the Aggron line for some reason, so she's excited to hear that you've met one." They generally can't be found around Kanto, and even in Hoenn, they're pretty rare, he informed me, and Mom excitedly nodded on the side. Yeah, I really want an Aaron, and now I know that there are some within the Moon Mountain range. I would like to get one for myself, she confessed, and I could understand where she was coming from. Mom, you've said it yourself, their existence within the mountain range was a myth, so finding one without extensive search should be nearly impossible. So, there is no reason for you to go out to search for one. I began calming her down before she decided to start a search expedition. Leave finding an Aaron to me. I'm going around MT Moon anyway, so if I ever stumble across one, I'll catch it for you, or at least find where their habitat is, and lead you there, I promised her, and Dad supported me since he knew finding one would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, most of them were probably in the deeper areas of the mountain range, which meant that the area was more dangerous. In his mind, if I found one while going around in the outer areas, then nice. If not, well, that was okay as well. They could either make a trip to Hoenn to try their luck, or they could wait until they are stronger so that the trip to the inner and core area was not as dangerous. How do I know what he was thinking? All I could say is trust me, bro. Anyway, Mom, seeing my and Dad's reactions, slightly reluctantly accepted my suggestion. Alright, with that out of the way, what else have you seen? Dad encouraged me to keep going. Well, besides the regular candidates, I saw a Scamry fly by, came across a Slugma as well as a Magcargo, and a Golem pass through the area I was in. I also met some Nidos, a Sableye, Cacturn, Exploud, Ursaring, and some members of the Hitman family. Oh, and I briefly caught a glimpse of a Metacam before it vanished from sight. I also met some Spinda that approached us while we were having lunch. I began listing some of the rarer Pokemon we had come across during our time around MT Moon. When I mentioned the Metacam, Dad gained the same look as Mom did when she heard about the Agron, so I could guess what he was going to say. Yes, Dad, I'll keep an eye out for any Metatite and Metacam. If I find one, I'll either get it for you or find out where it lives so that you can try your luck. I preempted his request. Dad looked a bit sheepish at having been read, but thanked me nonetheless. Mom began giggling when she saw that their roles had been reversed. You seem to have come across quite a few rare Pokemon. Your luck appears to be pretty good, Dad said, trying to divert the topic, and it worked. It would be great to know what other Pokemon species live there. I don't think there is an extensive list available. I've only heard of ones that have the common Pokemon that can be found on MT Moon. The rare ones are mostly not included, so we only know about them being there through hearsay, and that's not the most reliable source, Mom said, and that gave me an idea. Creating such a list would be an interesting project. I could list the Pokemon living in the area and add a rarity rating to each species to show how easy or hard it was to come across a Pokemon. I would have to go through my memories to see which Pokemon I had met or seen during our trips to MT Moon in the last 8 to 9 months. I would also ask Luna/Clefairy for her input, and asking the Spinda that are staying inside Utopia for some info on the Pokemon they had seen around MT Moon would be helpful as well. Then there was my ace in the hole, the Elder Clefable. I was going to visit Luna's tribe and ask the Clefable Elder about the Pokemon species living on the Moon Mountain range. He should roughly know how many of them are around as well. I won't ask for their living areas, since I doubt the Elder would be willing to reveal that, citing something along the line of me having to find out on my own. So I did just that. I spent my free time for the next 2 days going over my memories, noting any relevant information on some paper. I also asked Luna and the Spinda for any information they could give me that would bolster my notes. Come Arc Day, I went to Luna's tribe and approached Elder Clefable for any information he was willing to share with me before I did the same with some of the other older Clefable. Once I had done that, I decided to scour the web for any articles regarding the Pokemon trainers encountered on MT Moon before doing the same with my super library. After I had done all that, I compiled all the data I had gathered and ended up with 2 lists, or rather I ended up with a list, but decided to create another one since the first one looked too disorderly. The first list had all Pokemon living on the Moon Mountain range separated into 5 groups according to their rarity. However, the Pokemon lines were grouped together, and which group they ended up in depending on the rarity of their first form, so it became a bit disorderly due to that. which was why I created a second list that sorted the Pokemon into 5 groups purely based on their rarity. That one was much more organized, but the Pokemon lines were separate from each other. I ranked the rarity of the Pokemon from 1 star to 9 star, with each star being rarer than the previous one. There was also a rarity rank above 9 stars for Pokemon that were so rare that assigning a rarity to them was too hard. I simply designated those as plus 9 stars. I took a final look at my 2 lists, and I had to say I felt pretty satisfied as well as proud of my work. I was planning to show the lists to my parents after doing a final checkup on both to make sure nothing was wrong. Pokemon living within the borders of the MT Moon Mountain Range. Group 1. Rattata, 1 asterisk, Raticate, 2.5 asterisk, Zubat, 1 asterisk, Golbat, 2.5 asterisk, Crobat, 8 asterisk. Diglett, 1.5 asterisk, Dugtrio, 2.5 asterisk, Spearow, 1.5 asterisk, Fiero, 2.5 asterisk, Sandshrew, 1.5 asterisk, Sandslash, 3 asterisk, Scentret, 2 asterisk, Furret, 3 asterisk, Geodude, 2 asterisk, Graveler, 4 asterisk, Golem, 7.5 asterisk, Machop, 2 asterisk, Machoke, 4 asterisk, Machamp, 8.5 asterisk, Ekans, 2 asterisk, Arbok, 3 asterisk, Zigzagoon, 2.5 asterisk, Linoon, 3.5 asterisk, Mankey, 2.5 asterisk, Primeape, 4 asterisk, Spinarak, 2.5 asterisk, Ariados, 4 asterisk, Onix, 3.5 asterisk, Steelix, 8.5 asterisk, Cubone, 3.5 asterisk, Marowak, 5 asterisk, Nincada, 3.5 asterisk, Ninjask, 5 asterisk, Shedinja, 7.5 asterisk. Group 2. Ghastly, 4 asterisk, Haunter, 5 asterisk, Jengar, 8.5 asterisk, Dunsparce, 4 asterisk, Shuckle, 4 asterisk, Misdreavus, 4.5 asterisk, Mismagius, 8 asterisk, Whismore, 4.5 asterisk, Loudred, 5 asterisk, Exploud, 6 asterisk, Nidoran, female, 4.5 asterisk, Nidorina, 5 asterisk, Nidoqueen, 7.5 asterisk, Nidoran, male, 4.5 asterisk, Nidorino, 5 asterisk, Nidoking, 7.5 asterisk, Magnemite, 4.5 asterisk, Magneton, 5.5 asterisk, Magnezone, 8.5 asterisk, Poochyena, 4.5 asterisk, Mytiana, 5 asterisk, Rhyhorn, 4.5 asterisk, Rhydon, 5.5 asterisk, Rhyperior, 9 plus asterisk, Makuhita, 5 asterisk, Hariyama, 6 asterisk, Spinda, 5 asterisk, Phanpy, 5 asterisk, Donphan, 6 asterisk, Gligar, 5 asterisk, Glisker, 7.5 asterisk. Houndour, 5 asterisk, Houndoom, 6 asterisk, Nosepass, 5.5 asterisk, Probopass, 8.5 asterisk, Cacnea, 5.5 asterisk, Cacturn, 6.5 asterisk. Group 3. Teddiursa, 6 asterisk, Ursaring, 5 asterisk, Trapinch, 6 asterisk, Vibrava, 8 asterisk, Flygon, 9 plus asterisk, Oddish, 6 asterisk, Gloom, 6.5 asterisk, Vileplume, 7.5 asterisk, Bellossom, 9 asterisk, Sableye, 6.5 asterisk, Sudowoodo, 6.5 asterisk, Aaron, 6.5 asterisk, Lyron, 7 asterisk, Agron, 8.5 asterisk, Meditite, 6.5 asterisk, Medicam, 8 asterisk. Group 4. Tyrogue, 7 asterisk, Hitmonchan, 6 asterisk, Hitmonlee, 6 asterisk, Hitmontop, 6 asterisk, Hitmonform, 8 asterisk, Slugma, 7 asterisk, Magcargo, 8 asterisk, Numel, 7 asterisk, Camerupt, 8 asterisk, Spoink, 7 asterisk, Grumpig, 8.5 asterisk, Mawile, 7 asterisk, Wynot, 7.5 asterisk, Wobbuffet, 7 asterisk, Skarmory, 7.5 asterisk, Baltoy, 8 asterisk, Claydol, 9 plus asterisk, Absol, 8.5 asterisk, Munchlax, 8.5 asterisk, Snorlax, 7.5 asterisk. Group 5. Lunatone, 9 asterisk, Solrock, 9 asterisk, Cleffa, 9 asterisk, Clefairy, 6.5 asterisk, Clefable, 8.5 asterisk, Larvitar, 9 plus asterisk, Pupitar, 9 plus asterisk, Tyranitar, 9 plus asterisk. Everything looked great. It just gave off a bit of a cluttered feeling, which was why I made the second list that sorted the Pokémon purely according to their rarity instead of taking their species lines into account. Alright, everything looked fine with the second list as well, so I could now present them to my parents. I was actually considering publishing my lists in the relevant magazines and offices since the reputation it would gain me would help with some of my plans. The Alliance contribution and merit points I would undoubtedly receive would be a nice bonus as well. Chapter 239, Advice, Some Extra Work, and Revision. After confirming that everything was correct, I took both lists and went to my parents to show them the fruits of my effort. They were in the living room watching the news. "Mom, Dad, I'm done with my project," I announced while waving the 2 papers. "Oh, that's great, honey," Mom said with a smile, while Dad looked curiously at the papers I was waving around. "Good job, Junior." "Let's see what you wrote," Dad praised me before asking me to show them what I ended up with. One is showing the Pokémon group by species and rarity, while the other is ordered purely by my presumed rarity of the Pokémon, I declared while handing over my work. Mom took the first paper which had the Pokémon group by species and rarity, while Dad took the one based on rarity. They began to curiously look over their respective papers, and I had fun seeing their fascination as well as their surprise whenever a Pokémon showed up on the list that they had not expected. Once they were done with their list, they swapped the papers and began looking over the other one as well, before placing both papers on the table so that it was visible to everyone. "Mikhail, you did a tremendous job. There are quite a few Pokémon on the list that I had no idea were living there, but I'm unsure about the rarity bit. It's not that I'm doubting you, but it's hard to correlate with my own experience, and I'm sure you'll be hard-pressed to show the validity of the ratings you've given." "Ow!" Dad cried out after Mom slapped him on his arm after he said the last bit. He rubbed his arm, throwing her a look that said, "Don't do that again." Mom just huffed before she turned to me with a smile. "Don't listen to your dad. You did a great job, and I'm sure your ratings have a solid reasoning behind them," she said encouragingly before throwing Dad a semi-glare. "Hey, I didn't say that he didn't do that. I was just trying to say that he'll have to provide a good enough explanation for the ratings and the Pokémon on the list. Without that, he won't be able to receive Alliance rewards or publish the lists, at least not anywhere serious," he complained in a miffed tone. "Ah, sorry, honey," Mom said while caressing the arm she hit. Dad looked sufficiently mollified after Mom's apology and nodded before he continued. "I've seen you browsing the web and collecting information, and I know that you have been exploring MT Moon, but that won't be enough as evidence or source. You'll need more, or at least a detailed list of links you used as a basis for your list," he added, and I had to nod. I had expected that, so I had copied the address of each site that I had used while searching for information on MT Moon. The link list itself was 3 pages long. I'd made a reference list with every website I used for the project. I also added a note there that I used my own experience, as well as the information from several residents, including a tribe leader from the Clefairy/Clefable tribe. I replied, and Dad nodded proudly, but still chose to offer some advice. "I would still recommend you to further validate your lists by finding more residents and individuals to confirm your findings, as well as more sources online and offline to corroborate your claims." "Sure," I agreed, since he was right, and it wouldn't hurt to make my claim more rightful before publishing it, especially since it would increase its legitimacy instead. So, that was what I did before and between the meetings with Rose, Ace, and Weiss. I found more trainer articles online that supported my case, and also found articles made by professors and other professionals that backed up my findings. Not only that, I paid the elder Clefable another visit and requested that he introduce me to any senior resident that would be willing to share his or her experience regarding the inhabitants of the mountain range with me. Thankfully, the elder agreed and brought me along to visit some of her friends. 2 of them were coincidentally also tribe leaders, while the other 2 were strong loners. The two tribe leader friends were a Snorlax and Golem, while the loners were a Steelix and Skarmory. I asked them about the Pokemon they had come across within the mountain range, and they didn't mind answering my questions out of their friendship with the elder Clefable. I was really thankful for her help, since I did not think that her friends would have bothered paying attention to me without her presence. At least not in a way that I would have liked. That all four of them were at the Platinum stage, the upper range at least according to them, was pretty astonishing, even if I should have expected that, seeing that the elder was just as strong. Still, I had not expected to meet them outside the deeper areas of the mountain range, assuming that other strong tribes/Pokemon would not bother with the outer region. At least that was what I thought before the Clefable elder told me that we were already within the inner area. I had not known that since the elder had teleported us to her friends. Well, I used that chance to ask questions about the strength distribution of MT Moon, and I was talking about the upper range here since the weaker ones could be found everywhere. That information would be useful to add to my project. They said nothing regarding the territories, but told me at what stage the strongest Pokemon in each region were. The strongest Pokemon that could be found in the outer area were generally in the dark gold state, and funnily enough, the strongest among those actually was a Dugtrio. I was shocked when I heard that, honestly not expecting to hear the words strongest and Dugtrio in the same sentence. Clefable Donna seemed to have noticed my skepticism, so she elaborated, adding that the Dugtrio was much bigger than a normal one and that it looked a bit different as well besides its size. That meant it probably had a giant gene and probably another one as well, maybe an ancient or royal gene. Well, with that I could barely accept its position. I mean, I would have honestly expected that position to go to a Golem, Nidoking, Rhydon, Ursaring, or other such Pokemon. For the inner area, the strongest Pokemon were at the Platinum stage, and the strongest Pokemon here was actually the Steelix that the elder Clefable introduced to me. Still, I could accept Steelix being the strongest in the inner area. I was curious what the other candidates for the position were, so I asked the elder, but obviously not beside the Steelix since I did not want to insult it. The other four were a Machamp, Probopass, Gengar, and a Flygon. I won't lie, I was excited about the Flygon, simply because it was a dragon. I was actually thinking about asking Kinji what he thought about the species since they kinda resembled bugs a bit, so I wouldn't mind helping him catch a Trapinch if he said that he was okay with the species. I mean, who knew? Maybe he would manage to cause a variation, turning it to the first bug/dragon type. That actually sounded like an interesting project that did not seem impossible. Anyway, the strongest in the center/core area were at the Palladium stage. The big boss was a Tyranitar, with a Rhyperior and Aggron being its rivals, which was pretty impressive. Tyranitar were always a favorite simply because of its status as a pseudo-legendary and its cool look. I did not hide my interest in the Tyranitar, but I received a warning from Clefable to forget it. Nearly all Larvitar and Pupitar were within the core region, and thus under the purview of the big boss, so trying to get one without his approval was suicide. Trying to get his approval was also suicide, so I would have to shelve the thought until I was at least able to defend myself and escape. They further mentioned that there were legends about even stronger Pokemon, but they couldn't confirm it and simply said that those were myths. Oh, they also warned me that stronger Pokemon could wander outside their regular areas if they felt like it, even if it did not happen often. That was what happened with the Steelix and Aggron that clashed close to me. I did ask if the friend of Clefable Donna was the Steelix that I saw, but I was told that it was another one. After we had visited all four and I had received my answers, we returned to the Clefairy tribe, where I thanked the elder for her help. After I returned home, I had to do some revisions to my list. I increased the rarity of some species while reducing the rarity of two others. Absol's rarity was increased to 9 stars and it was moved to the 5th group. Houndour and Houndoom got their rating increased by 1 star, just like Ursaring. That moved both Houndour and Ursaring up to Group 3. Slugma had its rating reduced by 0.5, moving down to Group 3, and Magcargo also had its rarity reduced by 0.5 to 7.5. Finally, Glisker seemed a bit rarer than I had assumed, due to the Razor Fong being harder to find, so its rating was elevated by 0.5 to 8 stars. I did not forget to add a mention of the upper strength distribution, as well as the strongest Pokemon of each region/area. However, I also added the warning regarding movement between areas I had received. The next day I made another adjustment after reading a book by a scientist and academic called Seymour, who worked around MT Moon for decades due to his work/research being about the moonstones and the Clefairy line. He wrote a book which was about the ecology at MT Moon, and that led me to reduce the rarity of Gligger by 0.5 to 4.5. The other literature I read after that only verified the numbers on my list. On Pocket Day of the third week, I felt satisfied with the work and verification I had done, so I finalized the list and compiled all references as well as sources before turning all of it into one file. I saved it on my PC, my phone, and on a memory card before printing the whole file. I then talked with my parents about how I should go about publishing my findings/research. We all agreed that it would be better if I did it under the protection or backing of someone influential, to expedite the verification and to make sure my work did not get buried. We went over my options and Professor Oak came up since he had the reputation of encouraging and sponsoring all promising research. However, the difficulty of bringing my work to his attention made them hesitate. Still, I actually thought about an organization that was right under my nose, so I mentioned using the Aaron Ora Academy and publishing my finding with their help. They considered it and said that it was a good idea, which was why I had printed out the file. I wrote Mr. Burns yesterday and he told me to come over today, so I was going there right now. After I entered the academy, I directly went towards Mr. Burns's office and saw him waiting in front of the door. He motioned me to follow him and led me straight to the office of Mr. Cameron instead. Mr. Cameron seemed to have been expecting us since he directly told us to enter as soon as we arrived in front of his office door. He told me that Mr. Burns had told him about my request, and he asked me to let him take a look at the file. I handed over the stack of papers to him and told him that most of them were references and sources. Mr. Cameron nodded before carefully looking through everything. I spent the next 15 minutes nervously waiting for him to finish and address me. Once Mr. Cameron was done, he placed the stack onto his table before he closed his eyes and began to ponder for a bit. He then opened his eyes and told me they would support me and help me publish my findings. He guaranteed that the Academy would take none of the credit and accredit the whole work to me. They would only mention that I was a prized student of the Academy. I did not ask for a written contract or anything, since I knew that his word was worth more than a piece of paper. For reputable people at their level, their words were worth their weight in gold, so I was not worried. I thanked him and moved to leave. Mr. Cameron added that the Academy would keep me up to date on the progress of the publication before dismissing me. After thanking him once more I left. Mr. Burns accompanied me until the building's entrance and he praised me for my work before returning inside. I let out a relieved sigh before walking back home to give my parents the good news. Chapter 240, POV Friends. The day Mikhail called Rose, Weiss, and Ace to arrange the meetings with them. Location, Seafoam Islands, POV, Weiss. I put my phone down after finishing the conference call with Mikhail and Ace. Talking with those two always put on a smile on my face because they always managed to do or say something that I found amusing, and I genuinely liked spending time with them since it was never boring with them around. We always had something to talk about even if most of the time the topic was connected to Pokemon, which made sense since all three of us aspired to become trainers, especially Mikhail. His passion for Pokemon was through the roof, and his knowledge regarding all things Pokemon was astonishing. Sometimes I wondered how he managed to cram all that stuff into his head and still find the time to train himself and his Pokemon. I mean, the amount of Pokemon he had was really high, so them being as strong as they were seemed unbelievable. Honestly, he had more than triple the amount of my Pokemon, but a majority of them were as strong or stronger than my strongest, and I was supposed to be the heiress of the Schnee family. That was seriously extraordinary, and I had not told my family about the full extent of his abilities, not even to my parents. I simply did not want them to make any special requests regarding our friendship, which the elders of the family would no doubt do. To me, that would hurt the genuineness of our friendship, and I didn't want that. I was honestly happy to have him and Ace as best friends, so I was not going to do something that would put that at risk. I was planning to keep his full capacity to myself at least until our friendship had solidified even further. At least our relationship should prove itself under the test of time as well as distance, and I did not doubt that it would do just that. I had no intention of letting the distance strain our friendship, and I was sure the others felt the same. The fact that we were talking weekly and writing to each other nearly daily in our private chat group was proof of just that. Anyway, we had agreed to meet up on dial day of the last week of the vacation, and I did not doubt that the first term at our respective trainer schools or academies would be a major point of interest. Well, at least Ace and my first term would be. We already knew what to expect from Mikhail's first term since we went through the same before he did. Still, the interesting bit from Mikhail's side would be the things he did with all his free time. I was interested to hear about his one-on-one sessions. As far as my first term was concerned, it was pretty different from my time at the academy. Of the regular classes I used to have, only language and math remained unchanged. Geography, history, material science, ethics, and biology were adjusted to have a trainer and Pokemon-related focus. Chemistry, physics, music, and art were taken out of the curriculum, or in the case of music and art became optional classes with a focus on Pokemon as well. Pokemon knowledge was divided into multiple subjects like tactics, care, training, and identification. As for physical education, it had become more intensive in preparation for our time in the wild. Still, due to the influence of our Schnee family, there was an obvious bias towards ice types in nearly all subjects, so my experience was definitely different from the one someone would get at a regular trainer school. I was sure Ace's experience would be different as well due to his academy being focused on the Navy and Marine Rangers. At least that was the impression I got from the bits and pieces that came up during our calls and our texting. I was really looking forward to our meeting in 4 weeks, and I was curious about their reaction when they heard that Jinx and Lopunny had reached the silver stage. Additionally, Sfeel had also broken through to the bronze stage. The day Mikhail called Rose, Weiss, and Ace to arrange the meetings with them. Location, Beautiful City, POV, Ace. I put my phone down after finishing the conference call with Mikhail and Weiss. We had agreed to meet up on dial day of the last week of the vacation. It would be nice to see them in person once more. While we were talking to each other weekly and writing to each other nearly daily in our private chat group, it just couldn't replace talking face to face with someone. It was always amusing for me to see the subtle nuances in Weiss's exchanges when she talked with Mikhail, which was something that had emerged in the last few months of our third year. However, both seemed oblivious to the fact that Weiss had taken a liking to Mikhail. I had a lot of fun seeing the signs and watching them both fail to notice them. The fact that both Weiss and Mikhail were otherwise extremely sharp made the whole thing much more amusing. Now that I think about it, our mothers might have noticed it as well with their special mother senses, so I might not be the only one in the know, but I had seen no signs that supported that idea. At least I didn't notice anything that indicated otherwise during our last family get-together on Mikhail's birthday. I was curious to see when Weiss, as well as Mikhail, would notice the situation, and who would notice it first. Still, enough on my favorite rom-com. I did not doubt that our first term at our respective trainer schools or academies would be a major point of interest during our meeting. Well, we already knew what to expect from Mikhail's first term, but Mikhail said he was taking some one-on-one sessions with a few teachers, so I was interested in hearing more about that, especially his weapon training. Hearing about Weiss's first term would be interesting as well since my lessons were different from those of the regular trainer school. So, her lessons were the closest thing we had as a reference to the education system of the regular trainer school. Still, even her lessons were a bit different from the norm due to the focus on ice types, at least from what I had understood from our exchanges over the phone. Nonetheless, Mikhail had mentioned that he was going to meet up with Rose a week before our meeting, and I knew that she had started going to the trainer school this year as well, so he could tell us about her experience for comparison's sake. Rose was another potential candidate/actor for my personal rom-com, so I was interested in seeing the future development of that situation as well, even if I was personally cheering for my favorite female lead. Now, as far as my first term was concerned, it was pretty different from my time at the academy. Of the regular classes I used to have only language, and math remained unchanged. Geography, history, material science, ethics, and biology were adjusted to focus on marine aspects, with the landbound elements being mentioned on the side. Chemistry, physics, music, and art were taken out and replaced with subjects like navigation, which was not the same as geography, but a complementary class based on geography. Fundamentals of Seamanship was another class that was exclusive to the Navy. Pokemon knowledge was divided into multiple subjects like tactics, care, training, and identification, which were more focused on marine aspects, and water as well as ice-type Pokemon. As for physical education, it had become more intensive in preparation for our time out in the sea. There was a major focus on our balance and our leg strength. Well, all in all, I was looking forward to our meeting and the face the two will make when I told them that Meanfoot had reached the silver stage and evolved to Meancheo. The day Mikhail called Rose, Weiss, and Ace to arrange the meetings with them. Location, Orchid City, POV, Rose. After hanging up I told Mom that I had agreed on meeting Mika on Dial Day in 3 weeks and that he would be coming over to Orchid City. She was happy that Mika was coming over for a visit since we hadn't seen each other since his birthday, and I was just as happy. I was really excited about meeting him. There was so much I wanted to tell him about everything that had happened since his birthday. Trainer school was very different compared to regular school. There were fewer boring classes and more interesting ones. I was especially happy that I didn't have to go to physics and chemistry classes. It would have been even better if I could have gotten rid of math as well, but it seemed there was no escape from math. Mom said math will show up everywhere even in the future, so I had to reluctantly accept it even if it was boring and hateful. At least I only had to suffer through it once a week instead of twice. I choose to keep the music lessons since Mikhail told me that I could use music to help my Pokemon relax and motivate them. Mika told me that real music could be like a superpower on its own, so I decided to keep up my practice with the ocarina and the violin. The legend of Meloetta that he told me was awe-inspiring. A legendary being attracted by the sound of a grand performance full of soul, and then blessing the ones performing the music sounded unbelievable, but I believed him. When he told me about that, I decided that I wanted to become that good as well, just like the girl in Mika's story, or the girl in the legend that moved Lugia with her music. That way, once I reached that level, I would become a legend just like I'm sure Mikhail will become one in the future. My other classes were all altered to focus on trainers and Pokemon. There were also a few new classes that focused on stuff trainers did or had to know, especially new ones. However, I noticed quickly that many of the things they were teaching during the lessons were stuff I had already heard about from Mommy and Daddy or Mika. This meant that I already knew a lot of the things we were taught this term. Nevertheless, the lessons were still interesting enough. They were 1,000 times better than math. Still, I was looking forward to learning things that I did not know yet. I was especially interested in the occasional trips to Pokemon farms that our teachers had announced. Yep, I had a lot to tell to Mika, and I was really curious how he was going to praise me when he heard that Ivy/Eevee had reached the bronze stage just like Princess/Vulpix. A day before the meetings with Rose. Location, Rhoda City, POV, Mikhail. It had been a few days since I handed over my work to Mr. Cameron and the Academy. I had not received any word until now, but that was to be expected. It had to go through multiple reviews and its authenticity had to be confirmed. Besides that situation, there was some slight progress on Eggy's front. It was not much, since I could not go all out with my supplements before Eggy's body matured enough, but every step until then was important. Name, none, Eggy. Species, Salandit. Gender, male. Age, 5+ months. Type, poison, fire. Potential, deep orange, 80.96%, 86.21%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, oblivious. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, fire. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, stageless, 11%. Condition, healthy, curious. Masteries. Poison energy manipulation, initial. Fire energy manipulation, initial. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Scratch, poison gas. Beginner. Not applicable. Proficient. Not applicable. Advanced. Not applicable. Mastered. Not applicable. Chapter 241, My First Minute of Fame. I went to Orchid City the next day to meet up with Rose and met up with Weiss as well as Ace the week after that. We talked about their first term and the differences between the trainer school to the previous school/academy. They tried to surprise me with the progress of their Pokemon and I congratulated them but did not tell them too much about mine since I did not want their achievement to look small. I also praised Rose for her hard work since her demeanor screamed praise me. After those meetings, the second term began, and it brought some information regarding my work with it. According to Mr. Burns, my file had passed the initial screening and was now under review. While I was waiting, I was beginning to consider the second project that would help me increase my renown in the academic community. I needed some clout for my plans regarding my tertiary education. The second project was actually the same as the first one, just for a different location. I already had the perfect location for the project and I also knew the perfect person to help me complete the job. I was going to put together a list for the Viridian Forest, and who could help me better in this than my good buddy Kinji, who practically counted as a resident there. Still, I was going to wait for my first project to pass before working on the second one. While Kinji had already been brought up, it was worth mentioning that he had refused my offer to catch him a Trapinch. He said that he would only accept bug types and not some look-alike. Still, he said that if I ever came across the bug-type variant he would be really grateful if I could catch it for him. The days went by and turned into weeks, and during the end of the second month of the second term, I received word from Mr. Cameron that the review stage had been completed. He told me the Alliance rewarded me with 100 contribution points and 1,200 merit points. Mr. Cameron blatantly told me that my work was not worth that many points but that the Alliance handed out more to encourage me. In the same vein, the Academy awarded me with Academy points. Now, that the authenticity of my work had been more or less confirmed, it was time to decide where to publish it, and how to handle its distribution. Mr. Cameron asked if I was willing to listen to his advice, and I obviously agreed. After listening to his suggestion I approved since it kinda resembled what I had planned. In the end, my project got mentioned in 3 papers/magazines and printed in a journal. The Kanto Weekly, an Alliance-owned newspaper that contained important events, mostly within the Kanto borders, that happened during the week mentioned my work and called me an aspiring young genius with a bright future. The fact that I was currently a student at the secondary Aaron Aura Academy got also mentioned, which boosted my image as a genius quite a bit since it showed that I was not only smart but also talented with aura. Still, my Pokemon were not mentioned anywhere, so my potential as a trainer was not public knowledge yet. I felt that it was better that way since showing off too much at once would be too showy. The Mountains and Caves magazine, which was a monthly magazine targeted at hikers and explorers that went around mountains and cave systems, mentioned my work and that everyone visiting MT Moon should take a look at it if they are searching for specific Pokemon. The last paper/magazine was the MT Moon, a weekly paper dedicated to important news concerning MT Moon, which had a similar article. Both praised me a lot and directly mentioned where my work could be found. The Pokemon Ecology Journal contained articles on ecology and Pokemon distribution. It was released monthly and was an academic journal. The journal was well known and the one that printed my work. The journal put aside 6 pages for my work. 3 pages were dedicated to my files and another 3 pages contained some of the reviews that validated the legitimacy of my lists. They probably added those to show that my work was thorough despite my age. I could understand their moves since they were a pretty reputable second-tier journal that had to safeguard its reputation. I honestly thought my work would be published in a third-tier journal, so seeing it being published in the Pokemon Ecology Journal was a big surprise to me. I did not doubt that the influence of the Academy played a huge role in this. As for being published in a first-tier journal like those top journals, I had no delusions that my work was important enough to deserve to be published there. Maybe, if I had managed to incorporate which species lived in which area/region and what the strength distribution in all areas across the map was, then it would have deserved a place in a first-tier journal, but a project like that would take years if not decades to complete. At the start of the academic third month of the second term, which was the 28th month on the calendar, I received a heads-up from Mr. Burns that I had been invited to a few radio and TV shows for an interview. He told me that the decision of whether to accept or not was completely left to me. I looked through all offers before deciding to decline all TV shows since none of them were the serious or even semi-serious kind. I finally decided to accept 2 of the invitations coming from the radio shows. The first one was Good Morning, Kanto, the morning program of Kanto's most popular radio channel, and the second one was Good Morning, Rhoda, the morning program of Rhoda's most popular radio channel. I set the appointment for Good Morning, Rhoda, to Kaide this week, while setting the one with Good Morning, Kanto, to the ARC day in 2 weeks, and I received the permission to take that day off from lessons. The reason I chose that day for the second show was that it was the 16.28.2179, which was Mom's birthday. I was going to wish her a happy birthday live on the radio. Both interviews were not too long, just 15 minutes, and apparently, Mr. Burns was going to be present for the first interview as the Academy representative, while Mr. Cameron himself would take the representative role for the second one. The first interview went pretty well. The host asked questions regarding my age, what motivated me to work on my project, or how I managed to fit in all that work while going to the Academy. He also directed the question regarding how much support I received from the Academy for my project, which Mr. Burns directly answered with none. He emphasized that the whole project was my own work and that the Academy merely helped one of their promising students with publishing their work since they did not want my hard work to get buried. The final question was what my goals for the future were, and I mentioned that I was considering starting a second similar project. The 2 weeks until the second exam passed relatively calmly after the hubbub coming from my classmates died down. They had apparently all listened to my interview on the radio, so they were pretty excited about the whole thing and swarmed me on ARC day. Even the other Academy students threw out some congratulatory words in the passing, but thankfully no one asked for autographs. Once the date of the second interview came around, my parents and I, along with Mr. Cameron, traveled to Saffron City where the radio station was located. Mr. Cameron's alakazam teleported us there, and I had to say that the alakazam felt mightily familiar for some reason. Anyway, the reason that my parents came along was that we decided to celebrate Mom's birthday in Saffron City this year. The interview began at 9:30 a.m. and the Good Morning, Kanto, host asked similar questions to the Good Morning, Rhoda, host 2 weeks ago. When the question regarding the Academy's part in the project came up, Mr. Cameron got introduced and his high position in the Academy got emphasized. Mr. Cameron underlined the fact that the project was my work alone, but he also stressed that the Academy was fully behind me and that it was supporting my work, because, and I'm quoting here, "It is our duty to help the promising members of the next generation, and we believe that young Mikhail here is one of the most promising ones. Our Academy is naturally willing to throw in our full support, with everything this entails, behind someone we see as a future pillar of humanity, especially when he is doing something helpful to everyone." I actually blushed when he praised me like that on live radio, and I was extremely thankful for the fact that this was not a TV show or that would have been shown on TV instead. Still, I couldn't fully escape the embarrassment since I saw a flash of a camera and Mom winking in my direction with a smile. The host and Mr. Cameron actually laughed at the face I made when I saw that Mom took a photo of me. The host covered the laughter by saying that they laughed due to my bashful look at Mr. Cameron's high praise. I immediately understood that Mr. Cameron said all that on live radio to show that I was under the protection of the Academy and that he was warning everyone against having any crooked thoughts. Seeing the thankful looks Mom and Dad were throwing Mr. Cameron, they had realized that as well. This time around the final question was regarding my future plans as well, and I told them that my long-term goal was to become a trainer, but that I was planning to work on a second project before then since I still had a lot of time before I could start my journey. The host asked what the focus of the second project was going to be, but I told him that I was planning to keep it a surprise. Just like agreed on, I congratulated Mom live on radio right before the end of the show, which ended with me getting a bone-crushing hug. After the interview, we thanked Mr. Cameron for his help, but he waved it off, simply citing that it was no problem and that it was something he was supposed to do. We separated from him and went around Saffron City, letting Mom drag us around since it was her birthday and we were planning to do whatever she wanted. The following 2 weeks my academy mates entered another hubbub mode, and this time it took a bit longer to die down. Still, time solved all problems, so by the time the second term ended and the vacations began, everyone had put my minute of fame behind them. Still, it wasn't like nothing else had happened during this time, because there was progress among members of the priority list, but nothing significant, at least not among those on the list. Outside the list, however, Mothra made a great stride toward breaking through to the gold stage. Her strength finally improved to SS, having been the last one to do so, but not only that, nearly simultaneously her agility elevated to SSS, which was her third one. She only needed to increase her vitality, strength, and endurance to complete her limit breaking, so I directly added her to the priority list. Still, taking a look at Mothra's moves section, I had to admit that her talent had gone kinda crazy in combination with her potential. She had learned so many new moves by observing her friends that it had become hard to keep track of everything. Simply put, Mothra had become a beast as far as moves were concerned. Name: Mothra. Species: Butterfree. Gender: female. Age: 7+ years. Type: bug, flying. Potential: deep purple, 29.64%, 32.17%. Genetic variation: royal. Abilities: compound eyes, tinted lens. Talents: quick start V2. Affinities: bug, flying, psychic, grass, budding, dash, weak. Bond: Mikhail, strong. Quirks: likes to eat, curious. Parameters: stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SSS. Energy capacity, SSS. Energy density, SSS. Resistance: grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses: fire, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Standardized: electric, fire, and progress. Condition: healthy, happy. Masteries: bug E, manipulation, advanced. Psychic/psionic energy manipulation, proficient, dash, advanced. Flying/air E, manipulation, proficient, dash, advanced. Techniques: unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Rage powder, draining kiss, new, flash, new, supersonic, new, sweet scent, new, headbutt, new, toxic, new, mega drain, new, twister, new, round, new, natural gift, new. Beginner. Solar beam, new, plus, sunny day, new, plus, rain dance, new, plus, safeguard, new, plus, hyper beam, new, plus, swift, new, plus, Venoshock, new, plus, shadow ball, new, plus, double team, new, plus, roost, new, plus, dream eater, new, plus, silver wind, new, plus. Proficient. Bug bite, tackle, sleep powder, stun spore, poison powder, whirlwind, steel wing, hurricane, new, plus plus, energy ball, plus, protect, plus, teleport, new, plus plus, giga drain, new, plus plus, endure, new, plus plus, aerial ace, new, plus plus. Advanced. Iron head, iron defense, harden, psychic fangs, thunder fong, electroweb, bug buzz, psybeam, air slash, signal beam, quiver dance, psychic, gust, plus, air cutter, new, plus plus plus. Mastered. Confusion, string shot, tailwind. Combo/custom. Powder bomb, all variants, beginner, string variant, all 3, beginner, web variants, All 3, Beginner, Steel/Beginner. Chapter 242, I love it when a plan works. I made the decision to spend this vacation just relaxing. No work, no training, just me, my Pokemon, my parents, and the occasional meetup with my friends, so that's what I did. I spent the whole vacation with my parents or doing grooming sessions with my Pokemon, while intermittently meeting with my friends. Both Misty and Aaron had returned from their trips, so we agreed to meet up. They told me some of the things they did abroad while asking more about the things I had been up to. They had heard about my publication and congratulated me. I also met up with Kinji, Jessica, Weiss, Ace, Rose, and Urza. I asked Kinji about my idea of creating a list as I did for MT Moon for the Viridian Forest with his help. He along with Uncle Raichu were going to be my main helpers in creating the lists. He seemed interested in the idea and I told him that I was going to name him the co-author of the new project since we were going to rely on his experience and connections within the Viridian Forest. However, I was not planning to start on that project until the 5th or 6th term, so there was still time. Kinji was still preoccupied with his training and only took a day off to meet up with me, so starting at a later date suited him better as well. A funny thing was that despite the free month, Mocha/Crobat's strength rose to C, which was her second one. The pre-vacation efforts still showed their effect while she was relaxing. Not only that, but Kun/Azurade managed to raise all his parameters to D, which meant he qualified for the priority list. As far as the third term was concerned, I decided to mainly focus on Thor/Pikachu, Luna/Clefairy, and Engie/Growlithe, while also doing the pressure training with the others on the list. I was pretty sure that Mothra/Butterfree's training was still going to take some time, so I wanted to focus on them before turning the main focus to her. By the end of the first month, there were no changes on the Pokemon front. Actually, that was not true. Luna's energy capacity rose to C, leaving only one more parameter until she could reach the high silver stage. Moreover, Tatsumaki/Kadabra's energy density improved to C, leaving only one more to the high silver stage. Besides that, I was happy to note that I was taking fewer hits during my weekly weapon handling sessions. Really, if not for the fact that I could see and feel that I was making progress in my weapon training, I would have probably slowed down or paused my sessions with Mr. Burns, due to being beaten green, blue, and purple during each session. However, feeling the difference, I persisted and Mr. Burns praised my dedication and decided to reward it by becoming a bit more serious, which made me scream out "Iemi Kudasai." Jokes aside, he praised me for my persistence and added that if I kept up my current progress speed I should be ready for my spars and lessons with the Night Academy students by the start or middle of the 4th term. On Kaiday of the 3rd week of the 2nd month, Thor's energy density rose to C, which meant that he finally reached the high silver stage. Excitement was in the air as soon as that happened. Everyone knew that this meant that Thor could now evolve, hence their excitement. I waited until it was time to sleep before I entered Utopia for the evolution. Everyone gathered at Thor's habitat and watched as I set up the pentagram. Just kidding, it was just a circle set up using D-class thunderstones and magnets. After the circle was complete, I had Thor stand in the middle while applying the paste I prepared for him. After I had covered his whole body, I pulled out the C-class Thunder Crystal, which was something like a better version of a Thunderstone. Then I handed the crystal to Thor and joined everyone in watching the light show. Once the light settled, a Raichu stood within the circle. The average length of a Raichu was around 100 centimeters, meanwhile, Thor looked to be about 120 centimeters in height, well as long as he was on his hind paws. That was without counting the tail, which was actually longer than his body. I went up to him and stroked his head while congratulating him. He just laughed and climbed on top of my head. At least, he tried to do that, but he was now too large for his old chilling spot. He had to stand to fit, which wasn't a relaxing position. I chuckled a bit at his predicament, but he decided to use a Uno reverse card on me and just lay belly first on my head with his hind paws on my left shoulder and his head on my right shoulder. When I threw him a perplexed look, he began laughing and the others saw that as the signal to storm us. It devolved into a hug pile and even the Gyarados, as well as Milotic, participated by encircling the pile. While everyone was congratulating Thor, I checked his status screen. Name, Thor. Species, Raichu, Pikachu asterisk. Gender, male. Age, 8+ years. Type, electric. Potential, light purple, 56.17%, 74.64%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, static, lightning rod. Talents, current writer, new. Affinities, electric, psychic, new, budding. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, slightly mischievous. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, D. Strength, C. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Immunity. Electric. Resistance. Flying, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses. Ground, minor. Standardized. Ground, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Electric energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Surf. Novice. Growl, tail whip, faint, light screen, protect, new. Beginner. Spark, slam, nuzzle, plus, rain dance, new, plus, swift, new, plus, wild charge, plus, electric terrain, new, plus, double kick, new, plus, dig, new, plus, brick break, new, plus. Proficient. Quick attack, iron tail, discharge, thunder wave, plus, thunder, plus, double team, plus. Advanced. Electro ball, thunder punch, agility, thunderbolt, plus, volt tackle, plus. Mastered. Thunder shock. The first thing I noticed besides his new species was the increase in potential, and seeing an increase of nearly 20% with light purple potential told me that my hard work in preparation for the evolution had been worth it. Then I noticed that he actually unlocked a new talent called Current Writer. Honestly, the name made me remember two things. The first was an old show called Kamen Rider, no idea why, and the second was Surge Surfer, the ability of the Psychic Raichu variant, also known as Alolan Raichu. A quick check confirmed that they had the same effect. Current Rider doubled Thor's speed under electric terrain or other such current/electricity charged environments. Surge Surfer did the same. Moreover, it looked like he also developed/unlocked a budding psychic affinity, which probably had to do with his talent and the fact that both were kind of hinting at a link to an Alolan Raichu. It was probably due to a close family link with one or more of those. Other than that, nothing had changed. He was still learning Surf and he was still trying to neutralize his weakness toward the ground type. After everyone calmed down, we took our traditional photos before throwing a short party since it was already late. I showed my parents Thor's new form on Arc Day after returning from MT Moon, since they would have otherwise asked how they had not noticed his evolution if it happened at home. The next 2 weeks after that went by calmly until Enji's agility improved to C, leaving only one missing C parameter for his elevation to the high, silver stage. 2 days after that, Ghastly's energy density improved to C, leaving him with only one C value until the high, bronze stage. Close to another 2 weeks later, toward the end of the 3rd month, Luna's endurance improved to C, officially elevating her to the high, silver stage. I waited for the academy to let out before I made my way to MT Moon to not break my habit. Once I arrived at MT Moon, I found myself a secure corner and entered Utopia. I alerted everyone and we moved toward Luna's habitat for the big event. I began setting up the circle using only D-class moonstones I had bought and found or exchanged on MT Moon. They were the most optimal materials for the circle, so I didn't use anything else. I then motioned for Luna to enter the circle before smearing the paste I had prepared all over her. She twitched a bit due to being smudged by something mud-like, but she let me finish my work. Once I was done, I pulled out the C-class moon crystal I had acquired just for this occasion. I had to go through a lot of work to get this piece of crystal, unlike the last moon crystal I had managed to just stumble upon. Still, I was doing it for my beloved Pokemon, so the hard work was worth it. I handed Luna the crystal and the light show went off. After the light settled, a Clefable stood inside the circle. She looked to be about double the size she had previously been. I would place her at around 160 centimeters, which was 10 to 20 centimeters above the average as far as I knew. Other than being slightly larger, she did not look any different from a regular Clefable. I went up to her and hugged her while congratulating her. She hugged me back, and after separating, she asked me to let her take a look at herself. I had Manami create an ice wall which Luna used to see her mirror image. While she was appreciating her new looks, the others began crowding us to congratulate her as well. We took our traditional photo and began to celebrate her evolution with a party. While the party was going on, I checked her new status to see if anything had changed that I had not seen visually. Name, Luna. Species, Clefable, Clefairy **. Gender, female. Age, 9+ years. Type, fairy. Potential, deep blue, 69.42%, 97.81%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, cute charm, magic guard. Talents, bond guard. Affinities, fairy. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, positive. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, D. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Immunity. Dragon. Resistance. Fighting, minor. Bug, minor. Dark, minor. Weaknesses. Poison, minor. Steel, minor. Standardized. Poison, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Fairy energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Charm, encore, growl, baby doll eyes, new, double edge, new, protect, new, double slap, new, wake up slap, new. Beginner. Defense curl, pound, follow me, brick break, new, plus, healing wish, plus, fairy wind, new, plus, body slam, new, plus. Proficient. Disarming voice, after you, moonlight, meteor mash, cosmic power, moonblast, sing, plus, minimize, plus, life do, plus, psychic, new, plus plus, calm mind, new, plus plus, teleport, new, plus plus. Advanced. Copycat, stored power, gravity, metronome, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. Well, the look through the screen showed that besides her new species and increased percentage potential-wise, the rest had remained the same. At least her potential had increased by nearly 30%, showing that my efforts had been rewarded. Luna was missing at 2% before her potential turned light purple. We did not get any training done that day, and I went back home for dinner, where I told my parents about Luna's evolution. 2 days after Luna's evolution, Mocha's vitality turned to C, which left her with only one more until she reached the high, silver stage. It took more than a month until the last of the trio did his last step. Enji's vitality finally reached C at the end of the first week of the 5th, and last month, of the 3rd term. Man, what a tongue twister. With this, Enji reached the high, silver stage as well, which meant that it was time for him to turn into the legend, the myth, the one and not so only, Arcanine. So, it was full of excitement that I took off toward MT Moon after the lessons were over. I immediately entered Utopia as soon as I entered my little secret cave not too far from our teleportation point. I called out to everyone, telling them the news before hurrying to Enji's habitat. I began arranging the circle using D-class firestones as well as fire gems, and by the time everyone had arrived I was done with the setup. I asked Enji to enter the circle, but not before cautioning him to be careful and avoid touching the firestones in the circle. He was more playful than the others, so I felt the need to do that, even if it seemed a bit overboard. Once he went inside, I began applying the paste I had prepared for him. I really went all out for this paste since Grolide's potential was already deep purple. Anything less and the paste would not have helped improve his potential. After I was done with the paste, I pulled out the C-Class fire crystal I acquired just for Enji. I had to pay a lot, and I mean a lot of money, for the crystal, and I had to ask Kinji for help, using him as the middleman to go through with the transaction, but it was sure that it was worth it. At least I hope it would be worth it, since I invested a lot into the crystal and the materials needed for the paste. Anyway, I placed the fire crystal in front of Enji, and after I left the circle, Enji placed his right paw on top of it. Chapter 243, I did not expect this. Enji/Grolide began to shine in a bright light that signaled the beginning of his evolution. The first thing everyone noticed after the evolution was over was a very brief moment of heaviness before it vanished. Then we saw Enji in all his glory. An Arcanine stood in the middle of the circle, and he looked awesome. The average Arcanine was already impressive, with a length of 200 centimeters and a height of 130 centimeters, paw to shoulder with the part above the shoulder included. An average Arcanine stood at 190 centimeters. Enji was a cut above that. He looked to be about 230 centimeters in length. His height paw to shoulder seemed to be around 150 centimeters with the part above the shoulder included. He probably stood at 210 centimeters or so. While the difference sounded not that big on paper, visually it made quite the distinction. Well, instead of me going over to him, he excitedly bounded over to me and threw me over in his attempt to hug me. Everyone laughed at that, and Enji stood above me excitedly asking, "Dad, Dad, don't I look awesome?" His tail was going crazy, wagging back and forth. I had to laugh as well at his exuberance. I sat up and patted his head before I began caressing it and his neck. Everyone crowded us soon enough to congratulate the not-so-little guy. I decided to check Enji's status, curious about the possible changes and whether my plan with the moves had worked or not. I mean, I was hopeful that it did, going by the brief force we felt after his evolution. Name, Enji. Species, Arcanine, Grolide ***. Gender, male. Age, 5+ years. Type, fire. Potential, deep purple, 17.91%, 29.53%. Genetic modifiers, none. Abilities, flash fire, justified. Talents, pressure, new. Affinities, fire. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirk, lively. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, C. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, D. Immunity. Fire. Resistance. Grass, minor, ice, minor, bug, minor, steel, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Water, minor, ground, minor, rock, minor. Standardized. Water, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Fire energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Flame charge, new, dig, new, protect, new, extreme speed, new. Beginner. Helping hand, retaliate, reversal, odor sleuth, new, plus, wild charge, new, plus, outrage, new, plus. Proficient. Bite, endure, iron tail, crunch, takedown, leer, plus, flare blitz, plus, play rough, plus, flame burst, new, plus plus, heat wave, new, plus plus. Advanced. Flame wheel, agility, flamethrower, howl, roar, plus, ember, plus, fire fong, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. The first thing I did was to look at his genes as well as talents, and I felt excitement surge through me at what I saw. I felt great. My plan had actually worked, or at least I assumed that it did. It could have been a coincidence as well, but I doubted it. Assuming that it happened due to the steps I had taken made me feel much better. I was going to roll with that one, and there was no one who could tell me otherwise. I had theorized that bringing up Howl, Roar, and Leer to advanced mastery could help NG unlock a talent like Intimidate. He had managed to bring his Howl, as well as Roar, to advanced mastery and Leer to proficiency before his evolution. Thanks to that, at least in my opinion, NG managed to unlock Pressure as his talent after his evolution to Arcanine. Pressure allowed NG to release a pressure/aura that caused those targeted by it to become more hesitant and slow down a bit. It was practically an Intimidate that targeted agility instead of strength. However, Pressure also increased the likelihood of the target flinching back, so it could be seen as a slightly better alternative. I began to increase the intensity of my brushing out of excitement, which turned NG into a puddle. He decided to get into a more comfortable position, so he lay down and placed his head on my lap so that I could keep stroking his head. The others made slightly envious sounds, so I promised them all a grooming/massaging session, so they began collectively cheering. In situations like these, I wished there was something like the Shadow Clone Jutsu to let me do more things at once. The closest thing was Double Team, but while pretty close the move did not work like that, at least not at the start. At the start it was practically like the regular Bunshin, an illusion, but the higher the mastery the more corporeal the doubles became. Still, they did not give back any experience and could not leave too far from the user. Nonetheless, while an advanced or master Double Team would actually let me groom multiple of my Pokemon at once, that did not help me right now, since I was currently unable to learn any Pokemon moves not made of aura or psionic energy. Anyway, I got a bit off topic here, so back to NG's status screen. Looking at his potential, I could see that all the money and hard work that I invested into the preparation for NG's evolution were worth it. His potential had actually increased by nearly 12% despite him already having deep purple potential, and that was a huge improvement at this point. I would have honestly paid double the amount and worked twice as hard if I knew that was what was necessary to achieve such growth. Nonetheless, it actually happened with what I did, so I was happy and more than satisfied with the returns. As for his moves, the only change as a result of his evolution was the addition of Extreme Speed, which was a great move. Extreme Speed was Quick Attack's big brother that was always better in everything, and part of the reason Arcanine had such an exalted status, along with their valiant looks and great strength. It was no wonder why there used to be legends in some parts of humanity's territory and history regarding Arcanine being something akin to a legendary. Anyway, obviously unbiased opinion that had absolutely nothing to do with fanboying aside, the rest of the status screen had not changed. I was happy with the changes I saw, but I still stopped rubbing NG's head and told him to let me up. Once I was able to stand up, I had everyone stand together for our traditional photo. Afterward, I pulled out a few grills and a lot of meat and we threw a grill party to celebrate NG's evolution. When I showed my parents NG in his new form after dinner, they were surprised and proud of us. Dad called out Agni and we let them run around outside. Since our property was too small to let them go as fast as they could, they ran into the wild for their little father-son run. They came back the next day and NG began to excitedly tell me how fast they were and how far they ran. They actually ran towards the coast close to Cyan City before they proceeded to run eastward towards the eastern end of the continent. They stopped somewhere close to what I assume was Teal City, before running back in a straight line through the wild. If I was not wrong, that was a round trip of around 12.000 kilometers in less than 18 hours. Scratch that, if I removed the times they paused to admire the surroundings or decided to stop for the night, then it took them less than 10 hours to do the 12.000 kilometers round trip. That was pretty awesome, especially when one considered that they went at NG's speed and not Agni/Arcanine's speed, since his maximum speed was higher due to him being at the Dark Gold stage. Taking such feats into account, the massive continents humanity settled on and the even more massive continents out there somewhere on the sea did not seem as massive as before. They were still enormous, no doubt about that, but it no longer seemed impossible to cover the distances that seemed too vast to cover before, especially when one thought about the Pokemon at the Platinum or even Palladium stage. Anyway, not long after that little event the third term ended and the vacations began. The vacations after the third term were always 3 months long, so I had 3 months of free time. Well, Mr. Burns did ask me to keep up my weapon drills. Since the start of the vacation also meant the arrival of the last month of the year 2179, we decided that we were going to spend the time before and a bit after Rayquaza's patrol in our old home in Hope Town. We spent the first few days just cleaning up the house, before spending a few more days weeding the lawn and garden of our property, so all in all we spent close to 1.5 weeks just cleaning. Unexpectedly, we actually discovered 4 little Pokemon families that had settled on our property during our absence. A family of 5 Oddish had settled within Mom's flower bed. A group/family of 4 Caterpie had settled within the small grove where Cyan/Butterfree and Emerald/Butterfree used to stay. A small armada of 6 Whoopers settled in our pond, and finally, a group of 7 Hoppip and 2 Skiplooms settled on Agni's previous spot since it was close to the flower bed, full of grass, and still gave off a slight amount of enjoyable warmth due to the length Agni spent there. Still, since all 4 families belonged to species that were pretty much harmless as long as they were not forced into a corner, we allowed them to stay. Nonetheless, we did establish who the actual owner of the property was and that we were allowing them to keep living in our home. It was important to establish these facts to avoid unpleasant situations. I invited all my friends over for a visit and all of them promised to come over during the vacation. Kinji and Aaron decided to come over on the same day since they wanted to use the chance to see each other as well since they had not seen each other for a while due to being busy with their own thing. Their visit was a week before Rayquaza's descent and we threw a little grill party for them. Rose and her parents came over for Rayquaza's descent and stayed until Rayquaza's ascent, which meant that they were with us for the new year. We actually invited Ace, Weiss, and their parents as well, but they couldn't come due to other commitments. Instead, they along with their parents came by 2 weeks later for a visit. Obviously, we threw a grill party for them as well. One could never have enough excuses to throw a grill party. I kept throwing one all the time in Utopia. Just 3 days after their visit, so halfway through the second month of my vacation, Hashirama/Venusaur's energy density reached C and that was his second parameter to reach the C value. Coincidentally, a day after that, Kuin/Azurade's endurance reached D, which allowed him to enter the priority list. Actually, only a week later, at the beginning of the final week of the second month, Kuin/Azurade's agility reached C, becoming his first parameter at the C value. Misty showed up for a visit on Kai-Day of that week, which was the April 2nd, 2180. I introduced her to my parents and we spent the day talking about the things we had been up to since our last meeting. The days after that were less exciting, and we decided to return to our home in Rota City on Gruday, the November 2nd, 2180, which was nearly halfway through the third, as well as the final month of my vacation. I was honestly not expecting anything significant to happen until March 3rd, 2180, which was the day the Academy resumed, so when I, suddenly and unexpectedly, reached Tier 2 First Class as an Aura user a week before the end of the vacation, I was genuinely flabbergasted. Oh, I was ecstatic, but it came so unexpectedly that it took me by complete surprise. Chapter 245, Academy Mission. This breakthrough meant that I could now use minor, external aura manipulation, and I felt as if some barrier that previously prevented me from releasing my aura outside my body had vanished, or rather opened up, allowing me to now do so, even if it was in a limited capacity. I began trying out the exercises we had gone over with Mr. Koetsuji during our external aura manipulation sessions. The first one was covering the outside of my skin in a layer of aura. This had 2 major effects. First, it would increase my defense in the coated area, and the second effect was that it would prevent foreign substances and energies from coming into contact with the coated area. Well, at least it would serve as the first line of defense, but like every defense, it could be broken through if the offense was above its tolerance level. So, I had to train 2, or rather 3 aspects of this coating method. Training target number 1 was increasing the surface area I could coat in hockey, sorry I meant aura. Number 2 was increasing the density of the coating, increasing its tenacity/defensive capabilities, and number 3 was increasing the thickness of the coating. Besides coating myself for defensive purposes, I could also coat weapons with my aura to increase their offensive abilities, as well as their hardness. There was obviously more I could do, like creating small aura constructs such as knuckle dusters or gauntlets. However, I was going to focus on the coating first before working on other aspects of the external aura manipulation. Unfortunately, major external aura manipulations such as the aura sphere were still out of my reach, but maybe that was for the best. I would have probably neglected the coating for the aura sphere if that had been possible. I was like a kid with a new toy, so I kept coating my hands whenever I had nothing to do. On the first day, I managed to coat all my fingers of one hand, and on the second day, I managed to coat my complete hand. On the third day, I tried coating both hands simultaneously, but I didn't manage to do it. I managed to increase the covered area to half of my forearm, but I couldn't cover both hands at once, despite theoretically being able to cover a large enough surface area. My control was not good enough to utilize 2 separate aura streams to coat both hands, so I had to cheat a bit. I used my second thought stream, which I had thanks to my abilities as a psychic, to control the second aura stream, allowing me to coat both hands as well. While this effectively allowed me to achieve my goal, it was only possible because I was a dual cultivator, I meant dual energy user. Actually, scratch that, it would not have been possible even if I was a dual energy user if one of those energies had not been psionic energy. Speaking of my psionic energy, I had yet to reach Tier 2 First Class as a psychic even though a few days had passed since I broke through as an aura user. Still, that was to be expected since I was using my aura abilities more due to obvious reasons, Aura Academy . I was guessing that I would advance as a psychic within the next few months since I strive to keep up my psychic training every day. By the time the 4th term began and the academy resumed, I could either fully coat a single arm or both of my forearms at the same time. When I told the news to Mr. Burns, due to him being my homeroom teacher and weapons instructor, as well as Mr. Koetsuji due to him being my external aura manipulation instructor, both gave me heartfelt congratulations. I could see that they were honestly happy for me, and by the end of the day, I was led to Mr. Cameron's office by Mr. Burns. Mr. Cameron himself congratulated me on my achievement, and he told me that the Academy awarded me 250 Academy points for my achievement. This brought my Academy point total to 1169. Honestly, 500 of those were due to my publication, and 250 I received just now. The leftover 419 Academy points were ones I received for my exam results and the competitions I either won or placed second. I was not that far off from being able to redeem the chance to get a Togepi. I needed 1,800 Academy points for the opportunity to go to the Togepi/Tokia's Haven. The opportunity to go to the Riolu/Lucario Haven was worth 2,500 points, so that one was still a bit off. Seeing that I had now reached Tier 2 First Class, and because he had an idea of the strength of my Pokémon, Mr. Cameron offered me a mission to earn some Academy points if I wanted to. I first asked to hear the details of the mission before coming to a decision. Apparently, the Academy had received intel that a rogue Aura user had created a small criminal group that was involved in kidnapping, smuggling, extortion, and the occasional murder. They knew that the rogue himself was barely a Tier 2 Aura user, while also being at the top of the senior class as a trainer. His 2 lieutenants were strong senior class trainers as well, while his other subordinates were either weak senior class trainers or junior class trainers. They had discovered about 20 underlings, but there might have been more. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to apprehend the leader and the lieutenants. That is the minimum requirement for the successful completion of the mission, and accomplishing that will net you 200 points. For each subordinate you manage to apprehend, on top of that you'll receive 3 extra points. On top of that, rescuing victims or confiscating and handing over any smuggled wares will reward you with extra points depending on the situation. While we would prefer it if you manage to take the criminals alive, if it comes down to it, it is acceptable for casualties to appear on the criminal side if it means ensuring your own well-being. Mr. Cameron announced the mission parameters. If I accept the mission, do you have any information on their current location, or do I have to track them down by myself? Also, Is there any time limit that I have to adhere to? I asked for more details. Yes, you'll receive a folder that will contain files on the leader, the lieutenants, the identified underlings, their operation area as well as their last known location. Mr. Cameron returned and I had to nod since that reduced the workload considerably. You'll be given 2 weeks to complete the mission. If you do not manage to finish it within that time frame, we'll take over since we are unwilling to let them be on free foot for more than that, he added, answering the time frame question. This was obviously a mission that had been vetted for students or junior Aura Guardians. There was no way it just coincidentally turned up the moment I advanced. Still, it seemed within my capacity, and the points were decent enough. All right, I'll do it, I said with a nod. Could I please have the folder with the mission details? I requested so that I could read up on my target as soon as I could. Sure, was what Mr. Cameron said before pulling out a folder from one of the drawers. He handed over the folder along with a permission slip that exempted me from class for the next 2 weeks. I left the office after thanking him and found myself an empty room to sit down and read the files inside the folder. The leader was called Smog. Honestly, did he really need a criminal nickname? Well, actually, considering that his name was noted as Dick in the file, I could understand where it was coming from. Moving on, he was 54 years old but looked 24. He was 182 centimeters tall, and pretty generic in looks, but I still made sure to memorize his face in case he managed to escape. That way I would have an easier time recognizing/capturing him. 4 of Dick's Pokemon had been identified and listed, but a warning had been added that Dick probably carried 6 or more Pokemon with him. The identified Pokemon were A. High, Silver Stage Hitmonlee, A. High, Silver Stage Shiftry, A. High, Silver Stage Pangoro, and A. High, Silver Stage Skuntank, which was probably how he got his criminal title. Dick's lieutenants were called Tom and Harry. I made sure to memorize their looks as well since these two along with Dick were the ones I definitely needed to take down if I wanted to successfully complete my mission. 5 of Tom's Pokemon had been identified, while it was only 4 Pokemon for Harry. I was to assume that they actually had 6 to 8 Pokemon on hand just like Dick. Tom had A. High, Silver Stage Sandslash, A. High, Silver Stage Toxicroak, A. Mid, Silver Stage Raticate, A. Mid, Silver Stage Fiero, and A. Mid, Silver Stage Mytiana. Tom was the one handling the blackmail and kidnapping of their little criminal organization. He apparently liked to use poison in his plans, and he was not above using the situation for his own pleasure. Other low-level criminals called him Toxic Tom. Harry, on the other hand, had A. High, Silver Stage Primeape, A. High, Silver Stage Scrafty, A. Mid, Silver Stage Arbok, and A. Mid, Silver Stage Beedrill. Harry seemed to be the executioner of their group, and he seemed to have a penchant for having his Beedrill finish off his victims. Apparently, he was called Harry the Impaler by other low-level criminals due to that sick habit of his. There are no less than 7 confirmed murders linked to him, but the true number was definitely higher than that. Honestly, I was unsure whom I disliked more after reading their files since forced S*** was just as bad as murder, sometimes it was even worse. However, I knew one thing, I wouldn't let them escape no matter what happened. I'd rather risk them dying on me than letting them pull off an escape. I was unsure if that was done on purpose by the Academy, but their crimes were surprisingly detailed, so all I felt was disgust when thinking about Tom, Dick, and Harry. I could actually understand it if they did it on purpose since it motivated me to go after them in full force. It was one thing to know that such stuff happened out there, but a completely different matter to be directly confronted by it. Anyway, I memorized the face of the identified underlings to avoid missing one, and honestly besides 2 all of them had various degrees of serious crimes on their hands. The other 2 only drove the group's vehicles but seemed to avoid any serious offenses. Smog's band of criminals appeared to be based around Stylus City, a Tier 2 minor/small city 200 kilometers from Rhoda. Their criminal activities seemed to happen in a radius of 300 to 400 kilometers of that city, but the bulk of their influence was definitely around Stylus City. After checking all files, I placed the folder inside my bag. No way was I going to burn it as it happened in some spy movies. I then went home and told my parents that I had accepted a mission from the academy and that I was going to be busy with that for the next 1 to 2 weeks. They wished me the best and Mom cautioned me to be careful, but other than that they were pretty relaxed about the whole thing. I was not sure if it was because I told them that my targets were weaker than me or because they trusted the academy to keep me safe in an emergency, but I didn't care since it was better than them causing a spectacle. I spent the rest of the week scouting Stylus City and the area around it and keeping an eye on all targets. I was studying their behavior/patterns to determine the best opportunity to act. I wanted to get them all at once, the fewer managed to slip away the better, so I had to be careful in my planning. Chapter 246, Academy Mission. On New Day of the second mission week, I decided to take action the next day, so here I was observing a large warehouse on the outskirts of Stylus City. Today was payday, so all 26 underlings that I had been able to identify, which was 5 more than in the folder, were going to gather at the warehouse, which was their base of operations. I know, pretty cliché, right? The boss, as well as his lieutenants, were already inside and the grunts were trickling in as well. My plan was pretty simple, and I dubbed it Overwhelming Force. Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Angie/Arcanine, Nyx/Umbreon, Parvati/Beedrill, Prime/Beedrill, Tyson/Machoke, Mars/Ursaring, Hashirama/Venusaur, Manami/Lapras, and Stan/Gyarados. These 11 were going to confront Tom, Dick, and Harry. Horus, Hashirama, Tyson, and Stan were going to deal with Dick under the leadership of Horus. Mothra, Nyx, and Mars were going to deal with Tom under the leadership of Mothra. Parvati, Prime, Angie, and Manami were going to deal with Harry under the leadership of Parvati. Meanwhile, Optimus/Butterfree, Hera/Pidgeot, Seb/Nidoking, Gaia/Nidoqueen, Osiris/Marowak, Abza/Milotic, Tiamat/Milotic, Luna/Clefable, Thor/Raichu, Shino/Yanmega, Tatsumaki/Kadabra, and Mocha/Crobat were going to deal with all grunts. Optimus, Hera, Abzu, and Osiris were in Group 1 under the leadership of Optimus. Luna, Gaia, Thor, and Mocha were in Group 2 under Luna's leadership. Seb, Tiamat, Shino, and Tatsumaki made up Group 3 under Seb's leadership. I had talked to all groups about their allotment and tasks before coming over. I also mentioned that lethal force was permissible if the situation called for it. My part in all this was going to be supervision of the big picture. I was going to observe the whole battlefield and react depending on what the situation demanded. If necessary, I was willing to let out the rest of the Gyarados as well, but I honestly did not think that it would come to that. Ollie/Curlia was going to be by my side and help me move between the battles through teleport if it became necessary, so he was not going to actually participate in the battle. I could use telepathy if I needed to give out any order, so I was not worried about losing control of the overall situation. This whole operation was going to be a good test for the leadership capabilities of the leaders and a good cooperation test for everyone involved. I was bringing out 24 of my Pokémon for this operation, and among them were ones that had not been officially registered yet. However, I was going to bring them out despite knowing that the Academy, and most likely the Alliance, were going to learn of them since I was sure the Academy would cover for me. I already had a suspicion that the Academy knew I had more Pokémon, so I decided to reveal a great part of my Pokémon. Of those participating in the mission, everyone besides Hashirama, Tatsumaki, and Mocha was at the high, silver stage, while those 3 were at the mid, silver stage. Well, Ollie was only at the high, bronze stage, but he was not joining the fight, so that was okay. Once all criminals had arrived and their meeting began, I called out everyone involved in the plan. I ordered Stan and Mothra to blast the roof away with a hyper beam, which should destroy any teleportation blockage the warehouse had. The roof held out for a bit before crumbling before the might of their hyper beams. While those inside were no doubt panicking and calling out their Pokémon, I gave the signal to move in. Horus, Tatsumaki, Ollie, Mothra, Luna, and Optimus teleported everyone inside the warehouse. Everyone immediately began to engage the enemy. Horus, Mothra, as well as Parvati, along with their groups, directly attacked the leader and his lieutenants. The others moved in their teams and faced 3 different directions, each taking care of one side. They directly attacked the grunts in front of them. Optimus released an enormous cloud of sleep powder that Hera pushed towards the enemy using a gust. Luna used gravity to immobilize their foes, and Thor shocked them into unconsciousness using a thunderbolt. The final direction had Tatsumaki immobilizing the enemies, while Tiamat doused them with water gun. Seb finished the combination by shocking them unconscious with a thunderbolt. The more alert ones of the grunts had barely managed to react to the situation and already had their Pokémon out by the time we teleported in, but still, only those that were strong enough succeeded in enduring the initial assault. Out of the 26 underlings, only 4 remained conscious and with their Pokémon out. They only had 10 Pokémon in total, and unfortunately for them, that is, I doubted that their Pokémon were as strong as mine. So, not only were they weaker, they were even outnumbered. Still, I directly made telepathic contact with the group leaders and told them to not let up their vigilance. They probably would have chosen among themselves who got to fight and who had to watch, but due to my warning, they remained serious and just knocked out the opposing Pokémon through a combined assault. Honestly, I was most likely being overly cautious since there was only a single, low, Silver Stage Pokémon among the beaten 10 Pokémon, while the rest was only at the Bronze Stage, but during operations like this being cautious was good. Just take the boss fight for example. That one had a surprise since they had indeed more Pokémon than identified in the file. Dick had 3 more Pokémon beside his high Silver Stage Hitmonlee, high Silver Stage Shiftry, high Silver Stage Pangoro, and high Silver Stage Skuntank. The first was a high Silver Stage Weezing, which made me wonder if that one was actually the reason for his Smog title. The second was a mid Silver Stage Electrode, and the third was a mid Silver Stage Ariados. Tom had 2 more Pokémon besides his high Silver Stage Sandslash, high Silver Stage Toxicroak, mid Silver Stage Raticate, mid Silver Stage Fiero, and mid Silver Stage Mytiana. A high Silver Stage Mook, and a mid Silver Stage Fortress. Harry, on the other hand, had only 1 more Pokémon besides his high Silver Stage Primeape, high Silver Stage Scrafty, mid Silver Stage Arbok, and mid Silver Stage Beedrill. His extra was a high Silver Stage Escavalier, befitting his title as Impaler. As soon as my offensive team moved toward those 3, Mothra used a barrage of air slashes to force Tom to dodge towards the left side along with his Pokémon, which cut him off from the potential support from the other 2. Parvati's group did the same with Harry, only that it was Engie who used Flamethrower to force Harry and his Pokémon to dodge to the right. That left Dick in the middle facing Horace's group. Seeing that they had to face Pokémon that looked tough, the 3 released all their Pokémon without hiding any, which was why I knew that they had more than identified on the file. Horace, Hashirama, Tyson, and Stan had to deal with Dick's 7 Pokémon. Mothra, Nyx, and Mars had to face Tom's 7 Pokémon, while Parvati, Prime, Engie, and Manami had to handle Harry's 5 Pokémon. My Pokémon were outnumbered, especially Mothra's group of 3. Moreover, all the enemy Pokémon were either at the mid or high Silver Stages. Nonetheless, the superiority of my Pokémon showed itself pretty soon. Parvati was facing Harry's Primeape as well as Scrafty simultaneously, and she was not at a disadvantage despite facing 2 Pokémon at the same stage as her. She would be able to keep those 2 occupied for as long as necessary, giving her group members enough time to take out the others before helping her quickly finish off her opponents. She might have been able to beat them by herself if she was given enough time, but I made sure they knew that speed was important in this mission, so she chose her tactic accordingly. Engie took on Harry's Escavalier, and he was firmly suppressing the Bug/Steel type that was doing its best to avoid being roasted. I did not believe that the wannabe knight would hold out for long despite them being at the same stage. Meanwhile, Prime was facing Harry's Beedrill, and since it was actually weaker than Prime, it was being beaten pretty badly. Manami was facing Harry's Arbok, and she was serving it ice cold. I had actually thought that Engie would finish his fight first, but Manami's fight actually ended faster. She first used Psychic to immobilize it while damaging Arbok, before she forced it to listen to her sing. After it fell asleep, she froze Arbok into a popsicle using Ice Beam, so it was both asleep and frozen. Honestly, I was unsure if that combination could end up lethal or not if Arbok stayed like that for too long, so it was in its best interest if we finished the operation fast. Engie finished Escavalier just a second after Manami took out Arbok. After Escavalier's protection ran out and it failed to block Engie's latest attack. Engie blitzed Escavalier and the flare blitz made it open for a close-up flamethrower. Engie took the advice I gave him in the past to heart and double-tapped the smoldering Escavalier by shooting a flame burst at it and delivering flame will right after. Engie and Manami turned to face Prime and saw him trashing the enemy Beedrill, so they focused on Parvati instead. Engie released a roar at Primeape and Scrafty to force them back a bit to give Parvati some breathing room. Manami directly used Psychic to attack the Primeape, leaving Scrafty to Parvati and Engie. She used the same tactic to freeze Arbok to do the same to Primeape, just that instead of using Ice Beam she directly went for sheer cold since Primeape was at the same stage as her. Parvati and Engie actually tag-teamed the Scrafty, so they took it out before Manami was done with her foe. Prime finished at the same time as them, so they were the first to take down all their opponents. As for why Harry did not try to give instructions to his Pokémon or help them, that was easy, because he couldn't. Right at the beginning of the fight while everyone was engaged with their foes, I had Ollie teleport me behind Harry and delivered a haymaker at the back of his head. He crashed face first into the ground and I made sure that he was out cold by stomping on his head. He didn't try to get up after that, so I returned to my previous position. Parvati's group decided to reinforce the other groups after taking a moment to observe the situation. They ultimately made their way to Mothra's group first. Like with Harry, I took Tom out of the equation early on. I had Ollie teleport me behind him and delivered a kick between his legs. When he fell onto his knees in pain, I punched the side of his head, knocking him out, which could be considered doing him a favor since he did not need to feel the pain caused by my kick. I then returned to my position and continued to observe the situation. Mothra was facing Tom's Mook and Fiero, while his Toxicroak was lying on the ground without moving, showing that it was out of the fight. She had actually been facing those three at once, but by the time Parvati's group arrived she had taken out Toxicroak and had Fiero on the verge of defeat as well. Only Mook was relatively okay, but that would probably have changed after Fiero got taken out as well. Meanwhile, Nyx was battling both Mytiana and Raticate at once. She had the upper hand due to being stronger than them individually, but her two opponents were keeping up by working together surprisingly well. Mars was fighting Sandslash as well as Fortress, and he was doing pretty good as well. When the reinforcement arrived, Manami joined Mothra and they both used Psychic and took out Mook. Engie ran up to Nyx and crashed into the Raticate she was facing using extreme speed. This left Mytiana alone facing Nyx, which she used to finally take it out. Engie also took out Raticate with relative ease, since it was already somewhat tired due to facing Nyx. Before they could go help Mars, they heard Tom, who seemed to have regained consciousness, squeak out an order, after which Fortress went up in an explosion. Thankfully Mars reacted fast enough and used Protect to shield himself. Sandslash was less fortunate and got taken out by friendly fire. Still, the situation angered my Pokémon, so Parvati rushed up to Tom and attacked him with a poison jab, sending him back to La La Land. Whether he would survive the aftermath of the attack or not, well, she didn't care about that. Since Fortress's explosion caused it to lose consciousness, there were no more Pokémon left to fight on this front as well, so both Mothra's and Parvati's groups turned towards Horus's group. Hitmonlee had been taken out by Horus, who was currently fighting Weezing. Pangoro had been taken down by Tyson, who was fighting Shiftry right now. Stan was taking on Skuntank and he had it on its last legs. Or rather, the only reason it was still conscious was that it ran in between the other battlefields and actually used the Pokémon there as shields, disregarding if they were friend or foe. Stan had hit Hitmonlee and Pangoro once or twice during those times. Meanwhile, Hashirama was keeping both Electrode and Ariados busy, and Miboya was matching them without falling to a disadvantage. Anyway, while I had presumably knocked Dick out at the start, and I can tell you that the guy had put up a fight since he managed to react to my appearance behind him. After fighting for a bit, I managed to get him into a choke hold and squeezed him unconscious. External aura manipulation actually came in handy since I coated the areas Dick tried to hit to escape while being choked. Honestly, taking him down was easier than I had expected, but that was probably because he had not much knowledge on aura due to being a rogue, despite making it past Tier 1 as an aura user. Still, after seeing what Tom did, I ordered Ollie to bring me to him to make sure he was still unconscious. I did not want him ordering his wheezing or electrode to explode. I mean, he could even order them both to do it, so it was better to prevent that from happening. As soon as I stepped closer to him to check up on him, Dick sprang to his feet and tried to stab me with a dagger, but my training kicked in and I reacted automatically. I sidestepped him, pulled his outstretched arm unbalancing him slightly, and gave him a throat chop, causing Dick to let go of his dagger and reach for his throat due to pain as well as the difficulty of breathing. I hit him in the back of the head, sending him back into unconsciousness before taking a look at the overall situation. It seemed that during the few moments I was handling Dick, the others had reinforced Horus's group and they had taken all opposing Pokemon down. This meant that all targets were taken down, and I only had to liberate any potential captives and secure their illegal gains. However, I first decided to make sure the criminals had no chance to escape while we were busy, so I told Hashirama to sprinkle some of his sleep powder on all criminals to ensure they stayed unconscious/asleep. Then I had Luna put on a ing performance as well just to be sure, in case some managed to resist the sleep powder's effect. Following that, I went up to each sleeping person and tied their hands behind their backs with a rope. Only after that did I begin to check out the warehouse. Chapter 247, Aftermath. I went to one of the crates and opened it to take a look at what they were smuggling. I saw a lot of unregistered Pokeballs and stasis placed in rows on foam to prevent them from getting damaged. I tried to lift the foam board and saw that there was another one with Pokeballs underneath it. Looking at the thickness of the board in my hand and the height of the crate, I estimated that a total of 7 boards fit into one crate. If each board had as many Pokeballs as the first two, which was 20, then each crate contained 140 Pokemon that were being illegally smuggled and sold. I took a look around and saw that there were 6 crates inside the warehouse, so these holes had smuggled 840 Pokemon to Rhoda. I saw that each ball had a little slip beside it with the Pokemon and its stage on it. The one in my arms only had Squovit and all of them seemed to be stageless. I carefully placed the foam board on the ground and took at the other boards inside the crate. All 7 boards had Squovit in them and each one was stageless, which to be honest, elicited a bad feeling inside me. A suspicion started to brew that I honestly hoped was not correct. I went to the next crate beside the first one and opened it to check if there were Pokeballs in there as well. That happened to be the case, so I took out each foam board to check which Pokemon had been brought over. The first board also had Squovit in it, the next one had stageless Blipbug, 3 boards had stageless Rookidee, and the last 2 boards had Pokeballs containing stageless Wooloo. With each successive board containing stageless Pokemon, my bad feeling grew, so I quickly went up to the next crate. That one contained 2 boards with stageless Pikapek, a board with stageless Yungoos, 2 boards with stageless Grubbin, and 2 boards with stageless Pyukumuku. I immediately went to the next crate and all 7 boards contained Pokeballs containing stageless Lillipup. The crate after that also had only stageless Lillipup in it, and the last crate had 2 boards of stageless Patrat, 3 boards of stageless Pidove, and finally 2 foam boards with Pokeballs containing stageless Purloin. It was pretty obvious that the cargo came from the western continent since all Pokemon were species that could be generally found in regions on that continent. I even understood why they had so many Squovit and Lillipup since cute sells and they could make a lot of money by selling them through various channels. That all of them were stageless probably meant that they were young, which in itself was not a problem, but so many of them being like this was not a good sign. If I was right, then getting so many younglings meant that their criminal group or their supplier had either raided some breeders or had raided Pokemon communities, robbing all the younglings they could find. What happened to those besides the younglings was questionable, but probably nothing good. Just as I was contemplating whether to rouse either Tom, Dick, or Harry to ask some pointed questions, I heard a muffled cry coming from the right corner. I moved towards the source and saw a large box covered by a tarp. I removed the tarp and saw that a cage was underneath it and not a box. More surprising was that a drowsy was locked inside. Its hands and neck were cuffed, and since it seemed to be unable to use its abilities, I was willing to bet the cuffs were made with some dark-type materials. What surprised me was the shock as well as recognition I felt and saw from the drowsy, making me wonder why, until I thought of an unlikely possibility. I mean, this drowsy couldn't be the same drowsy I saw more than 5 years ago. I mean, that was on Route 3 nearly 2,500 kilometers from here. What kind of coincidence would it take for that drowsy to appear before me 2,500 kilometers from our initial meeting place? I saw that the drowsy was studying me, and it now had a slightly sad look, which made me think that the likelihood of this being that drowsy increased considerably. That, or it was just sad about the situation it found itself in, so I decided to just ask it. Sorry, I know that it's not the best time to ask this, but could it be that we met before this? Drowsy, it confirmed that it was the one I met all those years ago. Really, incredible. I hope you have been well, I replied, but only received a deadpan look in return while I heard my Pokemon snickering behind me. I realized just a moment later how dumb that sounded considering the situation we were in right now. So I sheepishly rubbed the back of my head like any other protagonist would and apologized. Sorry, that was tactless and thoughtless of me. Anyway, how about I help you out of the cage as well as the cuffs, and you tell me how you landed in this situation? I proposed to Drowsy, and it agreed without any hesitation, so I opened the door by ripping it off its hinges. I mean, I didn't have the key and I didn't want to keep searching for it, so that seemed to be the fastest way. Drowsy stepped out of the cage but looked worriedly between its cuffs as well as me, and even shrunk its neck when I stepped towards it. Don't worry, I'm not going to try to do that with your cuff, I placated it, knowing why it was reacting like that. Do you have any idea where the keys to your cuffs are? I asked in hopes that I wouldn't be forced to search for them. Drowsy actually nodded and pointed toward one of the sleeping prisoners. I walked up to the guy and checked the pockets of his trousers and found a bundle of keys in his right pocket. I released Drowsy from its captivity and asked it how it landed in this situation, since it was the only one not stored in a Pokeball as far as I could see. It initiated a telepathic conversation, since those were much faster, and I accepted. Well, after I got rejected by you, I was really sad for a few days before I decided that enough was enough. I decided that day that I would never feel like that again and threw myself into some really hard training to get stronger, believing that being stronger would prevent me from feeling like that again. I traveled on foot while I was training, and my journey brought me a long way from my starting point. I worked myself to the bone and strived hard to reach my limits. Even after I felt as if I could break through into the next stage, I persevered and kept training. Only after it looked like I could no longer squeeze out any progress, no matter how hard I trained or how much I bled, did I break through to the bronze stage. That was a year ago, and since then I kept traveling and training. I have become stronger still, but 2 days ago during the night, while I was passing by this place, I felt bad vibes coming from here, so I decided to investigate why I was feeling that way. Unfortunately, I was caught in the act, and despite trying to confront them, I was beaten and then caught. They said that psychic Pokemon were pretty rare and that they were undecided if they should sell me or keep me, so until that was decided they were not planning to ball me. Instead, they placed these cuffs on me that block my psychic powers and stuffed me inside that cage, only removing that cover to give me just enough food or water to keep me from starving or dying of thirst, he recounted, and I listened to the whole narration without interrupting him. Still, to think that my rejection had impacted him that much. That knowledge made me feel a bit worse about the rejection than I had already been feeling anyway. To be honest, I pretty soon regretted declining your wish to join me, and I even returned to our meeting place and searched the area in hopes of finding you, but your story explained why I couldn't find you. I'm really sorry about rejecting you, and I hope that you can forgive me for hurting your feelings. Still, if you're willing to accept, I'm offering you to join me. I have the ideal place for you to train and live if you do so, and I'm sure you'll make much bigger progress there than you would make otherwise. I'm also willing to support your training through supplements, and I don't want to brag, but I am an awesome cook. When I said that, a cacophony of agreements came from around us, showing that my Pokemon were listening in on our conversation, probably courtesy of Horace and the others. I knew that he knew that I had been honest when I said that, not only because it was easier to discern truth and lies during a telepathic conversation, but also because I had been projecting my actual feelings while making my offer. I saw him consider the offer and chose to quietly wait for his decision, but the others did not think so and urged him to join, bragging about the food and great home he would get if he joined. "Alright, I'll join you," Drowsy ultimately agrees, and I pat him on his shoulder in elation while my Pokemon start cheering. I use that moment to check his status screen to see what had changed since our last parting. Species, Drowsy. Gender, male. Type, psychic. Potential, yellow. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, forewarn. Talents, none. Affinities, psychic. I capture him before doing a full sweep of the warehouse to make sure I did not miss anything, and I found nothing else besides a few bags of money. I actually had to do everything by the book during this mission since I was pretty sure that there was someone from the academy supervising me from somewhere/some way I couldn't detect. I was nearly absolutely sure that his or her job was making sure I did not die during the mission in case of some unforeseen events. I did not begrudge the move of the academy since it was done with my well-being in mind and was a logical move on their part. Still, that meant I couldn't touch the Pokemon in the crates. Drowsy was an exception because we had a past connection. Well, I was sure they would let me make a request or two regarding the Pokemon, so I had to be satisfied with that. Anyway, after making sure I had missed nothing, I went up to two of the still sleeping criminals and healed them up before rousing them from their sleep. I told them that I had taken out their group and that everyone was going to be handed over to the authorities. Well, everyone except for them. During my investigations, I found out that these two were the drivers of the group. Moreover, they only did it to earn money and support the local unofficial orphanage which they came from. Both avoided committing any crime besides knowing what was happening, but they saw no other option to earn enough money to support the whole orphanage. They were only in their 20s and due to their financial status they could not buy any supplements, so they were only junior trainers, and not so impressive ones at that, which was why they had to work as drivers for the criminals to earn money since they could not earn enough money as trainers. Honestly, that in itself was quite an achievement, but I felt pity after learning about their experiences, so I told them they were free to go. I even gave them some of the money from the bags since it wasn't mine in the first place. This way it would go to the orphanage they were supporting. Once the two were gone, I called Mr. Cameron and reported the success of the mission. I told him my current location and he instructed me to wait for the people he was sending over to take the criminals into custody and to receive the ware. It took 10 minutes for the team to come over and the leader directly handed over a phone connected to Mr. Cameron to prove that they were the people I was expecting. I was told to go to Mr. Cameron's office tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a debriefing before I went home. The next day I told Mr. Cameron in detail what I did and why I did it. He calmly listened to my whole report and praised me for a job well done after I was done with my report. He told me that I received the promised 200 points, in addition to 72 points for the grunts I caught along with Tom, Dick, and Harry. I got another 42 points for the Pokemon I saved, and 16 points for the compassion as well as the attitude I showed during the mission. So, the points I earned during this mission were an impressive 330 points, bringing my academic point total to 1499. After that was done, I asked Mr. Cameron if a friend of mine could choose one of the Blipbug to join his team. I was pretty sure that an Orbeetle would be a good addition to Kinji's team. Mr. Cameron said that it was no problem and gave me permission to inform Kinji of the opportunity to get one of the Blipbug to join him. He asked me if I wanted a chance like that as well, but the only ones I was currently interested in were the Rookity or Lillipup, but apparently, those had been reserved for the Knight Academy. They had apparently paid a lot of money for them, which had been funneled to some of the more needy orphanages around Rhoda. He actually gave me a nice smile when he said that all that was missing was the conspiratorial wink. I thanked him for agreeing to my previous request and left after getting the go-ahead. Chapter 248, Knight Academy Visit. Once I was back home, I let Drowsy out inside Utopia and let him go through Utopia's tender care. I'm not sure if it was because of the past, but I decided against severing/releasing him from the Pokeball, so our artificial bond remained and Drowsy could be considered as one of my officially owned Pokemon. I explained the situation he found himself in and told him he could live inside Utopia. If he ever wanted to fight, he could ask the other inhabitants to spar with him. The empty areas on the outermost circle were available for sparring matches, no matter how destructive they could get, at least for now. Moreover, he could ask the more experienced psychic types for advice if he wanted to. Before I let him take a look around his new habitat and Utopia in general, I took a quick look at his new status screen. Name, none. Species, Drowsy. Gender, male. Age, 8+ years. Type, psychic. Potential, yellow, 40.16%, light green, 0.16%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, forewarn, inner focus. Talents, none. Affinities, psychic. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, determined, hardworking, tenacious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, F. Endurance, E. Agility, F. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, E. Immunity, none. Resistance. Fighting, minor. Psychic, minor. Weaknesses. Bug, minor. Ghost, minor. Dark, minor. Condition, healthy, satisfied. Masteries. Psionic/psychic energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Psych up, swagger, psychic. Beginner. Poison gas, mind reader, Zen headbutt. Proficient. Pound, disable, confusion, headbutt, psybeam. Advanced. Hypnosis. Mastered. Not applicable. Drowsy seemed to have turned 8 years old just 1 month ago, so when we first met he was not even 3 years old. No wonder he got as affected as he did. Positive thoughts, yes, at least I can support him now. As for joining the main team in the future, that depends on what he did with the resources I was going to provide him. If he kept training with my resources as he did before, then he might actually become good enough in a decade or 2. I was going to tell him about the limit-breaking method and update him on his progress, but I would leave the choice to him. Still, seeing his quirks, I did not doubt that Drowsy would try his hand at it. His quirks were pretty impressive, and most likely a result of the extreme training he mentioned. The will to go through with it despite the hardship had to be enormous, and seeing those quirks I was willing to believe that he had not been exaggerating when he said he kept going until he bled. Taking a look at his potential, I could say that he really benefited from Utopia's care. Thanks to the bonus, he barely managed to reach light green potential, which was pretty fortunate. Reaching light green potential also unlocked his second ability, and to his luck, the ability he unlocked was the Drowsy Line's hidden ability, Inner Focus. That one was much better than Insomnia, at least in my opinion. His moves, while not numerous, were not too bad, and he even had a move at Advanced Mastery. That it was hypnosis did not surprise me in the slightest, since sleep was kinda the thing of their species. I let him do his exploring after that and went up to my parents to tell them how my mission went. I was not told to keep the mission parameters a secret, so I had no qualms about telling them how awesome everything went. The days and weeks went by after that, and before I knew it, the first month ended. During the last weapon session of the month, Mr. Burns declared that I was ready for my joint sessions at the Night Academy. According to what he said, I would not embarrass our academy as I was now. Well, he absolutely made sure that I knew that I was not that good yet, but just good enough to not be an embarrassment. Mr. Burns seemed to think that he had to show me as much, so he completely demolished me during our last sparring session before he rated my performance as adequate. I found it funny how he was trying to make sure I did not get a big head due to my relatively fast progress, while also sincerely praising my performance. However, I saw nothing wrong with his approach, since no one liked arrogant young masters. Anyway, we arranged a joint session with the Rhoda Night Academy, and next Pocket Day I went there during my free period. The other subject had been shifted to Girardidae to make sure I had enough time for this. So, here I was walking towards the pearly gates of the Rhodanite Academy, and I was not kidding when I said that since the Academy went all old school with the Academy building. The Academy was a freaking castle with its gates, walls, watchtowers, and all that. I saw Urza waiting for me in front of the gate. It looked as if she had been tasked with leading me toward my destination. As for why she was here despite having graduated from the secondary academy? Well, the Rhodanite Academy was using a whole freaking castle, so obviously all 3 educational levels were taking place there, just in different parts of the castle. Now, I knew that my training/sparring session was going to happen with the second-year secondary level students, so the only reason a first-year tertiary level student like Urza was guiding me was because the staff knew that we were friends. Sorry that you had to come out to guide me. I did not expect your academy to call you over just for that, I told Urza while we were heading towards the fighting grounds of the second-year students. I had language classes anyway, so I don't mind being late to class, she replied with a smile, and I had to laugh a bit. That's good, at least I did not cost you a portion of a free period or anything, I said in amusement. We talked a bit about what we did since we last saw each other, and before we knew it we reached our destination. She brought me to the instructor responsible for the joint session, which I recognized as Ms. Stryker from the excursion last year. Once she handed me over to Ms. Stryker, Urza left to return to her language lesson. Ms. Stryker motioned me to follow her, and we went to a field where 18 kids, or rather Knight Academy students, were waiting for us. I got introduced and then thrown right to the wolves. Ms. Stryker had me spar against each and every one of her charges. I was given 3 minutes of rest between each sparring match, but I spent close to 3 hours fighting against them all. I had to fight against 5 sword and shield users, 2 longsword wielders, 1 dual wielder like me, 2 saber wielders, 2 spear wielders, 1 naginata wielder, 1 halberd wielder, 2 axe wielders, 1 axe and shield users, and 1 dual axe wielder. Well, I'd like to say I won all my spars, but that would have been a lie. While I could have probably won all of them if I used my internal aura manipulation to boost myself, or my external aura manipulation to boost my weapon, that was not the aim of this exercise. No, I was here to improve my weapon mastery, so I had been requested to only use my physical abilities without involving my aura, and I heeded that request. The result was that I lost 6 out of 18 spars. I lost to one of the sword and shield users, one of the spear wielders, the naginata wielder, the halberd wielder, and the dual axe wielder. This showed me that I had a problem facing people/weapons with a long reach, and those that could defend themselves pretty well. I had faced these problems against Mr. Burns as well, but there had been that thought in the back of my mind that the difficulty had been more due to me facing Mr. Burns and less the weapon he was using. Now, I was shown without a doubt that I had to work on that aspect. Well, at least I won 2/3 of the spars, so I didn't do that bad. After the spars were over, we agreed with Ms. Stryker that I would be for now joining them twice a month. I would alternate these Knight Academy sessions with the ones with Mr. Burns, so I would be meeting 2 times a month with the Knights, and 2 times with Mr. Burns. I told Mr. Burns about the result of my spars and the arrangement we had come to with Ms. Stryker. He told me to work hard, but did not interfere otherwise, simply accepting the arrangement. Time went by, and the end of the 2nd month of my 4th term arrived in the blink of an eye. Still, before the 3rd month began, I received a really pleasant surprise. I managed to advance to Tier 2 First Class as a psychic. It happened during my evening meditation session. One moment I was gathering psionic energy, and the next I felt something click, and I knew I had reached First Class. My advancement brought with it a boon that was extremely helpful to me. Now that I had reached Tier 2 First Class, I could actually use short-range teleportation. That was what that click feeling was. The ability to use short-range teleportation not only increased my safety due to being able to dodge better, but it also made me more dangerous, since it increased my mobility during a fight. Still, I immediately began to test the limits of my new ability and found out that they were not as great as I would have liked. Still, I knew that those limits would improve with training and progress. However, for now, my maximum teleportation distance was 20 meters, while the highest number of jumps/teleportations I could do at the maximum range was 15. If I did not go for the maximum distance of 20 meters during the jumps, the number of maximum jumps increased accordingly. I directly put training my short-range teleportation on my personal training/to-do list. I did that along with everything else on my plate, and a whole month passed with me being busy with, well, everything. Then in the middle of the third month of the fourth term, Ghastly's strength elevated to C, and he reached the high bronze stage. That was doubly good news because he had not only gotten stronger but also because we had previously agreed that he would evolve once he reached the high bronze stage. Still, before we went along with the evolution, I decided to settle the matter of his name. We have been pushing it back for quite some time now, but I felt it was time to choose one, now that he was ready to evolve. A new name to commemorate his new form, so to speak. We went through quite a few names but ultimately settled on Hades. Once his name had been determined, we, or rather I, started the preparations for his evolution. I set the circle and took out the sludge he had to drink. Since Ghastly had a gaseous body, I couldn't apply a paste on it, so I had prepared a drink/sludge instead that he would have to consume before evolving. I motioned for Hades to move to the center of the circle and handed him the mixture, which he directly swallowed. After I stepped out of the circle, I gave him the go-ahead, and he began to glow under the eyes of everyone in Utopia. Once the light show settled down, a haunter floated in the circle. I went up to him and coated my hand in psionic energy to pat his head. He was surprised that I could touch him without him first turning his body corporeal, but just laughed in elation at the little surprise I sprung on him. The others quickly came up to congratulate him as well, and I took a look at his new status screen. Chapter 249, Start the new project. Name, Hades. Species, Haunter, Ghastly ***. Gender, male. Age, 5+ years. Type, Ghost, Poison. Potential, Blue, 73.31%, Deep Blue, 4.68%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Levitate, Infiltrator. Talents, none. Affinities, Ghost, Poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly playful. Parameters. Stage, Bronze stage, high. Vitality, D. Strength, C. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Immunity. Normal, fighting, ground, while airborne/non-contact. Resistance. Poison, major, bug, major, grass, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Psychic, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor, ground, minor/if hit. Condition, healthy, excited. Masteries. Ghost energy manipulation, proficient. Poison energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Sludge bomb. Novice. Curse, destiny bond, nightmare, new, will-o-wisp, new, toxic, new, shadow punch, new. Beginner. Lick, mean look, spite, dark pulse, smog, new, plus, dream eater, plus. Proficient. Confuse ray, astonish, poison gas, payback, venoshock, hex, nightshade, sucker punch, shadow ball, plus. Advanced. Hypnosis. Mastered. Not applicable. Well, his new name and the species change were obvious, so his potential was the change that was actually significant since I could not see the change otherwise. Hades's potential managed to reach deep blue thanks to the resources I invested in his evolution. That I succeeded in raising his potential by slightly more than 30% during his evolution was pretty good, at least considering that he already had blue potential. He had unfortunately not unlocked any genes or talents, but was more wishful thinking on my part since I already knew that it was not that easy to unlock one of those. Still, I was hoping he would unlock either of those by the time he either evolved to Jengar or reached the gold stage. That was the small goal I set for Hades. Well, I was saying small goal, but if others heard what I was planning, they would drown me in spit and call me a poser by calling such an undertaking small. A glance at his quirk section made me smile. His new quirk had slowly developed after he was freed from the pressure of being the leader of his small group, and once he got used to his new, more comfortable lifestyle. Being playful was not bad, not to say being just slightly playful like him, but that was only the case as long as the playfulness remained harmless. If it turned harmful or malevolent, the situation became much less acceptable. Nonetheless, it was my responsibility to make sure that Hades did not slip into the dark side of the Force. I meant the dark side of playfulness. The last bit was his moves. There was only one change, and that was the addition of Shadow Punch, which he learned upon evolution. Other than that, the other moves were not influenced by his evolution. He still had to work on Sludge Bomb, and no move randomly rose in mastery. Yet, such a case was normal, and even learning a move upon evolving was considered rare, so I was satisfied with what we had. Once I was done checking Hades' status, I told everyone to get ready for our traditional photo. I made sure to include Drowsy not only in the photo with all inhabitants of Utopia, except for the Magikarp, but also in the one with my official partner group photos, since he was bonded to me even if it was an artificial one. We did our usual celebration, which was me grilling or cooking stuff and everyone else eating. The party went on for close to 3 hours before I had to go home. I told my parents the good news, and they called out their ghosts to let them congratulate Hades. Hades' evolution brought up the topic of Dratini's evolution. Dratini had reached the low bronze stage nearly 6 months ago, and Dad was confident that he would reach the mid bronze stage within the next 6 months, so he was wondering if he should let Dratini evolve by then. I told him that Dratini was relatively young, so it was better to let him reach the high bronze stage before letting him evolve, just to give him more time to mature. That part was obviously true, but the main reason was that the optimal first evolution point for pseudo-legendaries was the high bronze stage, so I wanted them to wait until then. Dad thought about my suggestion for a bit before he agreed, which was for the best, at least in my opinion. Just 2 days after Hades' evolution, Tatsumaki/Kadabra's vitality reached C, which elevated her to the high silver stage, and just like those before her, she left the priority list upon reaching that point. She, like Tyson/Maghoke, had special evolution requirements, so I would have to start fulfilling those in the future to let them evolve, but it would have to wait until the vacation or maybe even after that since I was otherwise busy. Tatsumaki was not the only one to show progress. Through the 4th month, the Gyarados group successively completed the first stage of their limit-breaking training, meaning that all their parameters had reached S. They were the first after Mothra/Butterfree and Horus/Zata to do so, and they straight up did it in a 6-pack. The good news did not stop there. On New Day of the 2nd week of the 5th and last month of the 4th term, Horus/Zata's vitality elevated to SS, which officially completed the 2nd phase of his limit breaking. Name, Horus. Species, Zatu. Gender, male. Age, 8+ years. Type, psychic, flying. Potential, deep blue, 89.37%, 99.06%. Genetic modifiers, none. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize, early bird. Talents, energy sensitivity V.1+. Affinities, psychic, flying, ghost, budding, weak. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirk, observant. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance. Grass, minor, fighting, major, psychic, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Psionic E, manipulation, advanced. Flying/Air E, Manipulation, Proficient. Ghost/Spectral E, Manipulation, Novice, New. Techniques. Unofficial, Initial. Not applicable. Novice. Swift, New. Zen Headbutt, New. Aerial Ace, New. Heat Wave, New. Giga Drain, New. Thunder Wave, New. Beginner. Guard Swap, New. Plus. Power Swap, New. Plus. Double Team, New. Plus. Proficient. Reflect, Light Screen, Wish, Psycho Shift, Confuse Ray, Leer, Peck, Nightshade, Gust, Flash, Miracle Eye, Rest, Steel Wing, Tailwind, New, Plus Plus, Future Sight, New, Plus Plus, Ominous Wind, New, Plus Plus, Air Cutter, New, Plus Plus. Advanced. Shadow Ball, Air Slash, Protect, Calm Mind, Cosmic Power, Psychic, Roost, Plus. Mastered. Stored Power, Teleport. Horus was only a hair's breadth away from reaching light purple, and all I could say was that he had come a long way to reach this point, even if the time it took him would be seen as relatively short by most people. He belonged to the few of my Pokemon that had an affinity besides that of their typing, and his Ghost affinity had been boosted to weak from budding 2 months ago. That weak affinity, along with having quite a few Ghost-type moves with a high Master, 3 Proficient, and 1 Advanced move, seemed enough to gain Ghost Energy Manipulation 2 weeks after his affinity got elevated. He had learned quite a few moves during the last few years and months to cover all his bases and to prepare for all kinds of opponents. While he could probably still learn 1 or 2 more useful moves, we were going to focus on improving the ones he currently had before learning even more new ones. All in all, if everything went smoothly, Horus should be able to finish his limit breaking before I graduated from the Air and Aura Academy, or slightly after that. However, Mothra will most likely have him beat to that by quite a bit. My not-so-little girl successfully raised her vitality to SSS on Girardiday, 2 days before the end of the 4th term and the start of the vacation. That was her 4th SSS parameter, which meant she only needed to raise her strength and endurance to SSS as well before she would have completed her limit breaking. I honestly could not wait for that to happen, since I was curious about the results of her breakthrough to the gold stage. For one, it was guaranteed that she would have her potential push to Light Aurora, which was a major event for me and my Pokemon. One of our own would step into the domain of the legends, at least potential-wise, so I was understandably pumped for that. Mothra's progress gave me an extra joyous start to the vacation, so I decided to start my second project during this vacation. The Viridian Forest Pokemon Analysis project was officially a go. The first thing I did was document all the wild Pokemon I had personally met during my time in the Viridian Forest. I spent quite a few months traveling through the outer area of the Viridian Forest after all. I mean, the whole route system from Pewter City to Viridian City was located in the outer area of the Viridian Forest, so it was a given that I traveled through that area during my journey to the coast 5 years ago. Not to mention the trips into the forest I made after that for one reason or the other. I wrote down all wild Pokemon species I met during that time, from the most numerous Rattata and Caterpie to the extremely rare Bulbasaur. I had met Hashirama/Venusaur during a brief stint to the inner area after all. Still, I only added those I personally saw, and not those I knew lived there from Kinji or other people. However, I knew that my experience was not even close to being enough for my project, since I had only spent a minuscule amount of time outside the outer area, and even there I only explored part of it, so I needed more information about everything, especially if I wanted to be able to add the rarity rating. So, I went to my parents next and asked them to recount the Pokemon they met during their visits to the Viridian Forest. However, I made sure to ask them to only mention the wild Pokemon they personally met and to exclude any rumors of Pokemon living there. In the end, most of the Pokemon they met matched my experience, but I got to add 4 new species to the list. Besides, their report helped establish the rarity rating. Execute, Lickitung, Kecleon, and Leafeon were the ones I got to add to my list, since those were the ones my parents saw with their own eyes. They only managed to catch glimpses of the Kecleon and Leafeon before they lost sight of them, but it was enough to confirm their existence there, since it happened more than once over the years. While the Kecleon was a surprise, the Leafeon was the really interesting bit, since that meant that there probably was an area or material that fulfilled the condition to trigger EV's evolution to Leafeon. A moss rock or something equivalent to it, and regardless of which option it was all good news to me. I was doing everything the classic way with pen and paper, at least for now. That would change once I started using the web to expand my source pool, but until then I opted for the classic way. Anyway, once I added my parents' experience to the project file, or rather the stack of papers related to the project that I was carrying around, Mom and Dad asked to see the list I had come up with so far. After they got a look at the provisory list, they nodded. There were only 3 Pokemon that they themselves had not listed, so they were not really surprised, especially since I had yet to add any ratings. I had yet to gather enough data to apply to the rating method created by the Alliance. Well, I could obviously still do it, but the result would be wrong. Mom and Dad said that they had heard about those 3 Pokemon living within the Viridian Forest, hence their lack of surprise. The next individuals on my list of interviews were Thor/Raichu, Hashirama/Venusaur, and Shino/Yanmega, since those 3 were the only ones that really lived within the Viridian Forest for a good part of their lives. Dad's Tangrowth was on my interview list for the same reason. Chapter 250, Working on the Project. I interviewed Thor/Raichu, Hashirama/Venusaur, Shino/Yanmega, and Dad's Tangrowth. Thor and Hashirama had nothing to add, since they did not move around outside of their territory while they were living there, so they did not get to see the other parts of the Viridian Forest. Well, Thor actually did run around a bit, but he never strayed too far away from his dad's territory. Still, Shino and Tangrowth did have something to add. Shino, because he had been flying around the outer area of the Viridian Forest quite often, and Tangrowth because the guy had lived quite some time in the inner area before he ended up with Dad. Venomoth, Victreebel, Girafarig, Stantler, Kricketot, and Kricketune were species I added to the list thanks to those 2. Their statements completed the Venonat and Bellsprout lines on my list, so they helped my slight OCD that kept being bothered by the incomplete evolution lines on the list. I naturally also noted down their estimation regarding the prevalence of the species they listed. On Gruday, I called Kinji and asked him if he had time on Muday to work on the project, and he agreed to meet at Uncle Raichu's territory. He obviously knew where that was since the forest was practically his second home. Actually, in Kinji's case, with his experiences, the Viridian Forest could even be considered his primary/first home. Come Arc Day, I paid Uncle Raichu a visit to pick his brain for my little project. I first read out the list to him, so that he knew which Pokemon were not on the list, since it was easier that way. Exeggutor, Heracross, the whole Wurmple line, Surskit and Masquerain, Combi and Vespiquen, and finally the Sewaddle line were added to the list. I had obviously known that members of those species could be found inside the Viridian Forest, but I had not seen them with my own eyes, so I could only add them now that Uncle Raichu had given the confirmation. The Execute line got completed as well, which made me a little happier. Once I was done with the new additions, we talked about his thoughts on the commonness of the Pokemon on the list, and I noted his opinion on a separate sheet of paper. After we went through all the Pokemon on my current list, I thanked him for his help, but he waved it off, saying that it was no problem at all. I was obviously not going to leave right after finishing the work. That was too much like a use and dump kind of behavior for me to do something like that. No, I simply let out everyone to let them mingle with Papa Raichu's tribe. Uncle Raichu pulled aside his son Thor to talk to him. Here I had to add that I thought that it'd be funny if Uncle Raichu was named Odin, but that was just a flight of fancy. I saw Thor demonstrate to his father his Thunder Punch a few times, so I went up to them as well, to observe their impromptu father-son lesson. Uncle Raichu gave Thor some advice before he showed him his own Thunder Punch. Afterward, Uncle Raichu gave Thor some more tips on how to improve his mastery of Thunder Punch further before he seemed satisfied. Unlike Thor's Thunder Punch, Uncle Raichu's Thunder Poke was much more concentrated, showing nearly no visible electric currents on the fist, which was normally a sign of the use of the Thunder Punch. Close to lunchtime, I pulled out the 8 biggest pots I had along with any utensils and materials I needed to make curry before I began cooking enough curry for everyone. It took me nearly an hour to finish the curry since I had to cook such a huge amount at once, and halfway through all Piku, Pikachu, and Raichu of Uncle Raichu's tribe/family had gathered around me. They were observing my every move with anticipation, clearly entranced by the great smell of my cooking. When I saw the little Piku looking at me with their glistening eyes and cute little chubby faces, I couldn't take the cuteness overload, so I took out a 9 smaller pot and began using it to make a curry, especially for the Piku. The reason their curry was special was that I added quite a few mild electric-type fruits and greens to their curry that combined would be especially nutritious for them. Not only that, but it would help stimulate their electric reserves, leading to a slight growth in reserves, which was something Piku really needed. All in all, it was a pretty beneficial meal for the little guys and gals. Still, I was going to reject any allegations that implied I had a weakness towards cute things, because I obviously did it to return the favor to Uncle Raichu. Uncle Raichu noticed the effects during the meal and personally thanked me for the boon towards the little Piku. This time I got to act cool and wave him off, citing that it was no problem at all. An hour after lunch we held some spars against the Silver Stage Pikachu and Raichu that were present. Mocha/Crobat's energy density actually rose to C after her second battle. Getting shocked during the battle seemed to have helped finally push her energy defense/density to elevate, so I was feeling really happy. Since this was her 4th parameter at C, she managed to reach the high Silver Stage. With this, Mocha officially left the priority list as well, which only left Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Hashirama, and Kun/Azurate on the priority list. Currently, the only potential candidate that could join the list was Saphira/Swablu, and her strength, as well as energy capacity, had yet to reach the D value. Still, since the list was as empty as it was, I decided to add her prematurely. After the spars, we said our goodbyes to Uncle Raichu and everyone else. The Piku all came up to me and gave me a group hug to thank me for the special curry I made for them during that time, which made me smile. Still, I had to leave if I wanted to be on time for dinner, so I told them that they were welcome before leaving via the Horus Express. The next day I met with Kinji as agreed, and I interviewed him regarding the wild Pokemon he had come across during the time he spent inside the Viridian Forest. I showed him the list of Pokemon I already had, and he seriously went over it. Once he was done, he said that none of the Pokemon on the list were wrong, before he began adding the Pokemon he had personally seen that were missing on the list. Ivysaur, Venusaur, Gyarados, Munchlax, Snorlax, Scizor, Tangrowth, Phantump, Trevenant, Pumpkaboo, Gurgiast, Joltik, Galvantula, Larvesta, Volcarona, Galarian Farfetch'd, and Sirfetch'd were the ones that got added to the list. His experience also joined the information that would later help determine the rarity rating. Well, those additions were not surprising, since I kinda knew that they could be found inside the Viridian Forest, but it was still unexpected that some of them can be found there, even if it kinda makes sense. Kinji straight up said that some of the species that now called the Viridian Forest their home, like Joltik, Galvantula, Galarian Farfetch'd, and Sirfetch'd, were brought in from the outside before they managed to somehow establish themselves there. Others like Larvesta and Volcarona came on their own sometime in the past and settled there, establishing their own tribes. Anyway, after Kinji's information was noted down, we began discussing when we would visit the elder Pokemon that he was going to let me interview. We agreed on visiting one elder every few days, since Kinji had his own things to do as well, and he still had to persuade most of the elder Pokemon that were acquaintances of his. The only one that we actually visited that day was an elder Scizor, who was the boss of the biggest Scyther tribe in the inner area. He was actually the only Scizor in the whole tribe, which showed how rare they were inside the Viridian Forest, simply because there were not enough metal-containing materials inside the forest. Still, like all Steel-type Pokemon, Scizor had an extremely long lifespan, and this one was pretty old, so it was quite helpful. He provided a substantial amount of information for the rarity rating, and he added a few new Pokemon to the list as well. The most incredible new addition to the list had to be Cleaver. According to Elder Scizor, the Cleaver appeared about 450 to 460 years ago from the parts of the forest that were close to Mt. Silver. After its appearance, Cleaver tried to expand its territory and at one point came into conflict with Elder Scizor himself. It did not listen to him and attacked Elder Scizor, so he taught it that there was always someone stronger. After Cleaver received that epic beatdown, it retreated to the border of the Viridian Forest that was close to MT Silver and roamed that area for a while before it became a full-blown hermit. At least, it happened like that according to Elder Sizer, and I saw no reason for him to lie. The fact that he knew about Cleaver in the first place kind of validated his claim, since it was an otherwise nearly unknown species thought to be extinct. Besides, once we left after taking the Elder Sizer for his help, Kinji told me that the Elder was actually one of the strongest Pokemon of the Viridian Forest. He was apparently at the Palladium stage, but Kinji had no idea which grade/substage. Someone like that had no reason to lie to me about the Cleaver. A few days after the meeting with Elder Sizer, we went to see a Venusaur, who was also the only non-bug type Pokemon Kinji brought me to. The Elder was pretty chill, so I could understand why Kinji had a good relationship with him despite the Elder not being a bug type. Through the rest of the month, Kinji managed to persuade some more Elders to let me interview them. Heracross, Levany, Galvantula, and finally Volcarona were the new ones I managed to meet and interview by the end of the vacation. I obviously dragged Kinji with me to those meetings/interviews since I did not want an Aragog situation on my hands. To be honest, the fact that the Volcarona was willing to see me surprised me, but I had to promise not to reveal the location of his habitat. Naturally, Volcarona made sure that I had to keep my promise, and considering the fact that it was one of 3 Palladium stage Pokemon I met along with Sizer and Venusaur, I was willing to believe that it succeeded in doing so through its own means. Thanks to the visits, I managed to complete my list, at least as much as I thought was possible, and I was going to work on the rarity rating once I worked through the information on the web, since I wanted to consider that source as well before determining the ratings. Besides that, I also learned some things about the power dynamic of the Viridian Forest. Like with MT Moon, the Palladium stage was the highest stage among the inhabitants, and those at stage 7 could generally be found within the center/core area. Elder Sizer was an exception since he preferred staying in the inner area. He was also, obviously, the strongest Pokemon in the inner area. A Snorlax took second place in the inner area. Meanwhile, Volcarona was the strongest Pokemon in the center/core area, individually. However, Volcarona's tribe was not the strongest one in the central, since their number was too low. No, the title of the strongest tribe actually belonged to the Slaking tribe, which, while also rather rare in the Viridian Forest, still had a much higher number of members than the Volcarona tribe. Honestly, if not for the fact that the whole upper and lower echelon of the Slaking tribe was pretty lazy and chill, then their territory would have been much larger. As it was, they had a pretty modest-sized territory, just big enough for the Vigoroth to let off steam. That was, however, not all that happened over the vacation. Hashirama/Venusaur managed to raise his endurance to C, which meant he only had to raise one more to reach the high silver stage. I could say that the vacation proved to be a rather productive one for me. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.